that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Bryan Kohberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
Welcome to True Crime's world's longest intro. Good gracious. What's going on, Jeff? Glad to have you here tonight, man. I see.
Good
What's
to be
going
here,
on?
man.
Talk to me.
Thanks. Thank
How
you.
you feeling? How you feeling tonight, man? Looking great.
Feeling
Looking
good.
great.
Thank you.
That's
I
what's
cleaned my
up.
room a little bit for y'all.
He said he cleaned the room for y'all. Hey, I left everything right where it was. Sorry, y'all.
It's funny though, like when you clean up for a live stream, like
Mhm.
just outside the frame, mess over there. Just outside the frame, this side, mess over there.
Man, she said, "Yay, glad you're back." I told you we'd be back. I mean, some people probably are like, "Damn, Rev, 3 days. I give him 3 days. He'll be out there." How many days this has been? I don't know, but it never stops. When you're going, when you're in it, when you're feeling the vibes, things just go, and it doesn't stop. You got your foot on that gas pedal, and you're just moving and going and going and going. And the thing that gets you moving is cases like this. Any top or anything that you want to bring up or start off with, Jeff? What are you thinking? Like right off the top. I got a couple things I want to bring up. I want to see where your mind's at tonight. What's on your mind?
Start? I don't know, man. I'm always talking about it, driving my wife crazy and driving my friends crazy.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I could definitely start, no problem whatsoever. I mean, we know that
something will anything. It doesn't take much to trigger, conversation go on for hours.
Well, let's jump into this. We know that stabbings are rarely clean, right? And we also know that attackers often face resistance, and it's uncommon for them to sustain injuries. So with this K-bar knife, I brought it up multiple times. Was there injuries on Kohberger's hands? Did they scratch him? Anything like that? Is that being withheld or redacted at all in any of the paperwork whatsoever? We know there's a lot of redacted shit in there. But again, is there blood from this man? You think about these stabbings. Stab a knife. Go ahead and stab that knife. I don't care if there's something blocking it, but you can always cut your fucking hand and bleed. So just because they didn't find blood in the vehicle or etc., he could have wrapped some shit up in there and dipped out, but left blood behind. I feel like, because people are kind of painting this Idaho 4 crime as like, wow, he has nothing to tie him to the victims. Nothing to tie him to the victims whatsoever. Are you sure about that? Because
right.
When you stab somebody, the chances of you cutting yourself are very high. Very high. So
they're going for the death penalty.
Right.
I don't think it's a good guess to say they got nothing. They're going for the death penalty.
Walking in there. I feel like they're walking in there with a pot and they're going to get the cooking. That's what I feel like, personally. That's why I think Bryan Kohberger personally did this crime. But again, I will be looking at that evidence when the trial comes, because it's something that we have to do with an open mind. Now, I want to discuss like known forensic patterns and other high profile cases where attackers injured themselves in the psychological state of someone who might have been bleeding out while committing such horrific acts. This theory could provide yet a different, piece of the puzzle. When you look at these other cases, which I'm about to pull up a few right now, where people have did stabbings like this or similar, there's been a lot from the research that I did. There's been a lot where they are stabbing themselves. So the fact that it's not really being talked about that much, I'm gonna go out on the limb and make a damn crazy prediction right now. I'm gonna say that during these stabbings, Bryan Kohberger cut himself, and that there is blood in that house that is tying back to him. Now they just want to get this. They want to get this touch DNA shit thrown out. But probably to get that off the murder weapon. But think about this. In a lot of these stabbings that I looked up, 85% of these guys stabbed, or girls, whoever they were, stabbed themselves when doing this. But we're talking about a K-bar. A K-bar, what you have one, right? Can you show the K-bar? Thank you. Right there we go. Now
I just went under my desk to get it.
You see, you're thinking like me. So if you pull that out, Jeff, and you're holding it,
so there it is right there,
and you're stabbing. I see that guard right there. You could still stab yourself.
Yeah, you've got this part. And watch me stab myself on live stream.
I don't want you to do that now. Come on now.
No, but see, when I pull it out, man, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of people say, why would you even bring a sheath? Look how careful I am just taking it out. I don't like this thing to even be out of the sheath. But it's you've got this what is it called? A hilt, I think. Mm-hmm. And that guy Tom Van, I know maybe you know him, but Tom Van has said they're trained to keep their fingers right up against that. So there is no chance less chance of going around that. I'm holding it the wrong way.
I mean, that's so
to the blade.
Do we think that that's like, if you are really jamming that in someone, right? Could your hand slip and hit past that? Or is that going to save you?
I don't think so.
You think that's going to save your little tiny hands? Or
look how
maybe big?
You can see how wide it is. So it's pretty, and it's you can't bend these. They look like they could be thin, but they're strong. So if you got a grip like that,
again,
your hand's not going to slide. If it didn't have this, you can just.
Is that the one from Amazon? Is that from Amazon?
I bought this from Amazon. Yeah, it's like around $100. It's got so this is a 7-inch serrated edge. You can see the serrated edge right here.
What are your thoughts here too? Because nobody's looking at this angle. What about a receipt for the K-bar knife, maybe found in the apartment or in his vehicle, and they retrieved that?
A lot of people I heard talking saying, "Oh, well, if he got a gift card."
I'm here to tell you.
But I looked into that. An Amazon gift card, you still need an account to use the Amazon gift card somebody gave you, as far as I understand. Right. If I'm incorrect, let me know. But
shout out to you. I see you coming in, and Angelica. I was about to say, or actually, I did see Angelica. Shout out to Angelica Sailor. Thank you for coming by, my friend. Hopefully you're doing better tonight. Your mood's better. You're feeling great. I know you were going through some family stuff, and I said a prayer for you. So I hope that you're feeling better and you're able to move past that. Janet, how are you doing? And thank you for joining us too, and having, getting through that struggle, Sailor, and joining us here tonight. I do appreciate you, doing that. That's a lot. You're going through a lot already. So coming by, I'm glad to see you here, and hopefully it gives you, some type of peace, or maybe I can make you laugh or something that, make your night better. So that's what it's about to me. Shars, what's going on? Janet in the building. Glad to see you, mods. Hey, T. Shars, Angel in the building. Aunt Shar in the building. How are you doing tonight? I hope you're doing great. I know she was talking about the Soto case and how we talked about it yesterday. You weren't here though, right? Correct? It was just me and other people that I brought up on panel, but it was 11 hours. So I'm trying to think. I did 3 11-hour streams. So I'm like, yeah, you know me. I'm hooked on. I'm just hooked. When I'm going, I'm going. When I'm not going, I'm lazy, right? Like I'm all over the place. You'll see me once a week. I'll be like, man, I'm back, and then you don't see me that much after that, or that's how, or at least that's what the pattern has been.
Keeping it moving.
But I'm about to be up in your grill. I don't give a shit. Like, why is this guy even coming back to streaming? Like, he's back here, and he's losing subs. Nobody gives a shit. What are you talking about? You think I care if people unsubscribe from my channel right now? Leave. Good, hit the door. Then you weren't meant to be here. But shout out to those people who
I like that voice
here.
impression you just did too. That's a
Which
good
one?
character. The one you just did. It sounded like I don't know, like a.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's like, so I just go into it naturally, and then I just like when I go back and try to copy it right, then I don't do it right. But Low 12 in the building, Auntie Low in the building again. Angela, I see you. 12. Verica in the building. She says, "Oh, I'm scared that's some scary music right there." Sounds like American Horror Story. I don't know. I feel like it's hype. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean, pal? I got this fucking prick Jeff up here with me, and we're gonna talk about all these different things in the fucking case.
That would be Papa Sal. And then they'd be in chat, be like,
listening tonight.
Remember they'd be in chat, but he just cusses too much. I'm like, man, that's just that guy. If he's coming up, you can expect him to drop some bombs, and I'm not gonna tell that dude to be someone he don't want to be. I want him to be himself when he comes up. I don't want him to sit there and try to stumble over every word. You know what I mean? So
he seems like the type that couldn't be anybody else. He just is. He's a real deal.
He is the real deal, man. I love that guy. No matter what, that's my guy. Lisa Marie says hi, everyone. I just want to make sure I say hi to everybody before we really delve deep into topics and really get into deep conversation. Diane, thank you for coming by. I see you. Lotus, nice to see you. She says hi to you, Jeff. Lotus Bloom is saying hi. Shove it all in the closet. I see you, Sleuth.
I like your dog, Lotus. That's
weren't you talking about she was I think I talked to you on Facebook earlier, and you were talking about I love you and Bullhorn Betty. I was like, damn, that's cool. I'm glad you love me, but BHB, hell nah. But shout out to you. You like who you like. 11, what's going on? How you doing, 11? How you been? I seen you yesterday. I didn't really get to speak to you much, but I know you were here probably listening. So nice to see you tonight here with us. Crack a Cold Case also. Dude, did you hear what happened to her?
I like that name, Crack a Cold Case.
No, but did you know what happened to her? Like she popped back out of nowhere yesterday, right? Or I think it was last night.
Oh, yeah?
She dropped a picture in Discord where I don't know if it was her husband or what, but knocked her teeth out, punched her in the face. And she dropped the picture. I couldn't get a hold of her. So I called the police and sent her right to their damn house.
Oh, man.
And she told me she got arrested too. So I felt bad. But he got arrested and she got arrested, I guess. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
I do feel bad, but at the same time, what if she died? I would have felt guilty. I'd have felt weird because it I did see the picture. So I hunted her ass down.
That's no kind of man that puts a hand on a woman.
Absolutely not. You should.
I'm telling you, I that's the kind of thing. If you're a man out there, if you haven't made a decision of that is how you live your life, that you never do it, because you got to do that in advance. Right. Because if you wait to decide when you're in the middle of anger,
always a beanie.
That's too late. You need to decide that in advance.
What, you think I need a beanie or hat, man? I'll go bareback right now. What are we talking about? Here we go. I got you. You want me to stay hatless the whole show? I got you. I mean, it's easy. I'm just a bald guy. Not really.
I can go get my dog trimmer and I'll shave my head too. What about that?
Yeah, come on, Jeff.
I can shave my head with this. This thing is sharp enough.
Come on, I need you to be Fishbowl Bobby. I'm gonna be Fishbowl Billy. You be Fishbowl Bobby. Since I got meth heads dissing me on YouTube all over the place. I called one Fishbowl Bobby and Fishbowl Billy. Them guys are crazy, man. Shout out to them. Tina said, "Hey Jeff, nice to see you." Man, I don't like not wearing a hat. I feel naked. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel a little like, damn, but it is what it is. I'll rock it like this the whole entire time.
If you fall asleep during the live stream, you know somebody's going to take a Sharpie and write stuff on your head.
Nah, I don't think so. But yeah, you never know. They might. What's going on? Amber in the building. I see you. I just want to make sure I say hi to everybody before I get really locked in. Deetra, I did see you. Green Eyes, nice to see you. What time did I get off last night? I don't remember. Because I still ain't slept right now. I laid down for 3 hours. Couldn't fall asleep like this. I started to feel like Fishbowl Bobby. You know what I mean? I'm like,
what you drinking too much coffee?
On? Nah, I did have coffee. You're right. I did. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit there. Like, it's ever since I lost the amount of weight that I lost, it's hard for me to sleep for some reason. I don't know what it is, but hey, I'll work on it one day at a time. Right now, I've been awake through all of those streams, 3 11-hour streams and the 1 9-hour stream. And now here we are back to cook, bring that same energy. I don't give a shit. Some people would be sluggish right now. I'm feeling pumped and great. So here we go. I do want to talk about this next topic. Let's jump into it. So let's just kind of talk about it. I did touch up on it already, but during a stabbing, blood can make the knife handle slippery. So increasing the likelihood of the attacker's hand slipping onto the blade or guard. If the knife lacks adequate grip, or the attacker's hand is sweaty or bloody, it's easy to lose control, leading to accidental injury. So I still want to know if that, obviously it's going to be a possibility.
Can I show you that how this is?
Yeah.
Can you see how this is?
Let me bring this up for you.
See these ridges right in here?
Yeah. Is that good? Better? Closer? Better?
Yeah. So as far as I understand, this whole thing is like, this whole blade is one piece that goes all the way through to the end here.
Right.
So it's almost like it's a smaller, what is it? Kind of like a spine that goes through this. These I think are like, they feel like wood. And I think they're wooden rings that stack up onto this, and then you have this end cap. This right here is no different than a damn hammer. I mean, you can hammer nails with it. My buddy Tom Van is a Marine, was trained that this is a hammer that you use to hammer in your tent stakes. It's also a weapon. I mean, if you need to, and let me tell you, I mean, it seems, I don't know, not many people talk about it, but you got the blade side, but the hammer is like right there.
Yeah, no doubt. I just want to keep that out there, that for people that are, going to be watching the trial, obviously like us who are into it, to look, I put a little list together here, which is, again, loss of grip. Could there be that loss of grip due to blood and they accidentally stab themselves on that K-bar knife? Because I think it is possible if you are, holding it a weird way. But if you got it like you did, that guard kind of stops things there.
Yeah,
and
so you've got this guard on this end,
right?
And then it tapers down, on this end. So you've got that as well. It gets narrower down at the bottom,
right?
So that it's I think it's designed to to reduce slippage. You're not gonna easily slip on this.
Isn't it designed to rip through bone? Or did I hear that wrong from somewhere else?
I don't know, man. I did see there's a video on YouTube of a guy going into cinder block with it just to see how long it takes for it to break, and he goes for quite a while. But you can see it's got, I mean, that sharp edge.
I couldn't do it. I need my hat.
Is quite sharp.
I feel naked and ugly with this shit. No, I was playing. I'm just joking. I'm only kidding.
I did take it and slide it across my hair like that. And
is that a sharpened one? Because what if he sharpened it a little bit before he went in there too? Have you sharpened that before?
I mean, I've never sharpened it. No, I bought it just to know what it felt like, and to be able to see if there was anything that you could learn from just having it. And I'm telling you, it's heavy.
I seen a comment and I wanted to read the comment because I literally wanted to kind of touch up on the topic within that comment, and now I can't find it. Where the heck is it? Hi 13 says, "Hey Jeff H." Angelica said, "I must admit I was waiting on the fishbowl guy, but good to see you, Jeff." Yeah, no doubt. Why isn't this working, by the way? I want to give it, hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can get this popping here. Really? That's corny as hell. That's corn shit. Excuse my language.
Something not working?
Yeah, I don't like that. I gotta have my shit. I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. We don't. You know what I mean? Like I need that. What are we? Like, I'm about to refresh this joint. Like,
but there's a side that got him in trouble, right? I know when this wing was brand new, this was would almost come back together on its own, but I don't know. I don't know what my assumption. Tell me if your assumption is the same, that his stuff was found maybe in this end. Of course, it could have been in
I'm here to tell you right now,
a cup.
We don't care.
Let me tell you something. We don't care. Jerry.
Here we go. We're good. Jeff is always so nice, and that's why he's here.
Hey, Tammy.
Willow's trials and true crime discussions. That's why he's here. That's why I invite him up, because he's always been kind. He's never fought with people in chat. He's never, Jeff is just Jeff. He's here to talk about the case, and that's that. People maybe agree with him.
I get a lot thrown my way, but I just never give it back.
Nah, man, you do no. They don't know though. They haven't worked with you like I have. You have, the shit that you send me and the work that you put into it is a lot of effort. So a lot of these people may not even know. They'd be like, Jeff H is a fucking asshole, and the next thing you know, your model's up on the screen and they're talking about it and do it, and they're just literally, what I mean? They don't know it's your work.
Or there's a lot of there've often been a lot of YouTubers that'll say, oh, you do great work, and I'm thinking to myself, you never show it. You wouldn't show it because it would be a lot of people that have a different opinion than I do, but they'll get praise for the work, but it's like, you're not going to bring up any of my work, are you? I didn't think so.
This is another good point too that I do want to talk about with this crime and somebody going in and using a K-bar knife. Victims often struggle and fight back, which can cause the knife to move unpredictably. In close combat, an attacker may accidentally stab themselves if the victim pushes the blade in an unexpected direction. Now, I wanted to talk about that due to the way Kaylee's body was found upstairs. Was there some resistance there? Did he possibly stab himself? I'm telling you, there's a chance of him absolutely poking himself in this struggle, especially if there's defensive wounds, if they're fighting back.
Right.
There's
Especially
always
if
that
this
chance.
is the first time for doing something like this.
Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. I appreciate you. Said, I hope they fought like hell, and I hope they did too. I hope they ripped the fucking skin right off his face and all different types of shit under their, just at least to, they can swab that and it shuts down everything else. So when they talk about, can we please get this touch DNA out of here and blah, 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 blah. I hope they have that. I hope they have skin under their fingernails. And I hope that they did investigate this correctly. I hope that they didn't make the mistakes that these people made in the Melody Walker Forrest trial, which was they collected evidence, Jeff, but they didn't send the shit off to the lab. So what are we collecting it for if we're not sending it to the lab?
Right. That's a screw up. That's a big screw up.
Dude, they're sitting here like this. It's like me presenting a bloody turd to you in a picture, but I don't have it for you to, it didn't get tested. So right. I'm telling you that this is blood, but yet there's nothing to identify that, one, this is blood and it's from the victim. I got to be able to identify that it's from the victim. If I can't do that, then what the fuck am I going to bring it in court and show? And that was kind of like a thing that went on in that trial and is going on in that trial. Is that something that we're going to see here? Is there investigators that suck? Well, they did send stuff to labs that are trash. I see. Did you see that? Did you look at the reviews on the lab that they sent it to? I think it was like a 2.2 out of like 5. I don't know if it's...
You talking about in the Idaho case?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it was the one that got the touch DNA. Again, thank you, Miss Dog Lover, for this. I appreciate you.
I know that Othram lab is pretty amazing. I had a quote somewhere, I could probably find it, about how little material they need to produce, results.
And I do want to ask everybody in chat, like, chime in here. What do you think as far as like, okay, whoever went in here with this K-bar knife, when they're, especially what you hear about Kaylee, and I kind of want to pull that up and go over what happened to Kaylee and what the new stuff that came out that I heard back when it did come out. And maybe everybody in here knows exactly what I'm talking about, and you may not know exactly what I'm talking about, but thank God I had people who were like, man, Trev, you got to see this. And I checked it out and I was like, damn, it's the first time I heard that. And this was after all the debates we've had, Jeff, hours and hours and hours and hours of talking and literally watching everything. Remember, we used to sit there and talk about the, what's that little step down? You know what I mean?
In the mid,
yeah,
by Dylan's door. Yeah.
Right. So if you're walking in the dark, could you not see that and bust your ass?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember. When I think about my theory, I don't know if I think about that as much as I used to, but it sure seems to me like if you're trying to answer the question, how did he not see Dylan, like with her door open? Mm-hmm. But if he did by chance trip over that step as he came down from the third floor,
right?
If he tripped over it, he might be looking down to make sure he doesn't trip again on the way out of the house. And that could explain, he's got a bright good vibes light in his face, and he's got a step that he's looking down at to make sure he doesn't trip over again. And maybe that could explain why he doesn't see Dylan. But I think it's probably just as simple as that she didn't have her door open that far. She just opened it enough. If her room is dark and the door opens, and you got a bright light in your face, he's not going to see. He's not going to see her, I don't think.
And that's kind of my hunch here is with that too. When you talk about with Bethany, or not Bethany, I mean Dylan, right? You're talking about Dylan. I think that he didn't see her. Period. I don't think he's seen her. Because if he did, he probably would have killed her. That's a witness. You're gonna take her out. I would
think so. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know.
What would you spare her for in case you had a personal relationship with her? Like, okay, baby, I'm not gonna hurt you. I love you. Right. See you tomorrow. I mean, that's the only other thing that I could think of. He didn't see her. If he's seen her, a witness just seen you, and now you're gonna be identified, or your bushy eyebrows, whatever she picked out. If she picked out anything in the photo lineup, she's seen you. So if you didn't see her, obviously that's why she was able to,
right.
Maybe she was going to step out. And he didn't see her because he was trying to get the hell up out of there, and he was maybe freaking out. Maybe he cut himself.
I think too. Yeah, he's probably feeling his time is running
Jeff, think
out.
about it. Somebody who cut themselves, they might be a little bit distraught over them cutting themselves real quick, and may overlook things that are right there in the peripheral. Think about that. It's a possible. Now, I'm not saying that he had to stab himself, so he was all up in there with his head going back and forth, but it is possible. I mean, there's a lot of adrenaline and energy that you're using. And did something happen in there? He had to just get the hell up out of there as quick as he could because he was paranoid or whatever. I don't know. But again, I do think that possibly he did stab himself. I'm making the prediction that there is blood in the house from Bryan Kohberger. That's not a fact. That is speculation on my behalf. And it's just something that I'm thinking that's going to be there after looking at these other cases and really, realize it. And let me see what they were saying.
Do you want to look at I got the 3D map or 3D
yeah, pull it up.
Tour inside the house.
Absolutely. Pull it up. We love we definitely want that. I mean, it's gone. That house is gone. We need to see what we can. Boom. I remember, man, we've spent hours on this one too. Like just literally.
Yeah, now I don't know if y'all knew this, but the all these little things you can click on, these were gone for quite a while. And they I just happened to take a look at this site the other day, and it's like they're back. You can actually now, go through the house.
Johnny Archer in the building. What's going on, Johnny Archer? Welcome to the stream. Scott coming in. You got I see some new faces coming in. Shout out to y'all. You said Trevor 100% it's a possibility, and there could be something, because why would they go this hard to a PhD student who is like top of the top? And they're going to be so sure it's him. And think about it. Yeah. How many people have they fought on the death penalty and people beat the death penalty? I'm sure there's been some people that beat the death penalty or had it taken off the table during the trial or whatever, but it's not guaranteed that he's going to get the death penalty. Something may take that off. I don't know. We're just going to have to find out by watching it, but definitely it goes along with me thinking that they have blood in there. So you're like 100%. If there was blood in there, they'd be like 100%. This guy's blood's in here. He doesn't hang out there. He doesn't nothing. So maybe.
But the thing we were thinking about, or just talking about with the, so this is Xana's room, and we're.
And she was again. To refresh my memory, she was found not on that X or the circle.
Yeah, well, this site, it lists like two possible places, like with Ethan. This I think is too far. I don't think he was outside the room.
Well, just for the viewer purpose, because I know that it's not accurate 100%, but it's right in the direction.
Right, and they in this with this app right here, they speculate that Xana was found about there. But if you go into this room, you can see there's also speculation that Ethan may have been found in the bed.
Right. I mean,
and that Xana may have been.
Where did you hear? There. Where did you hear that at? Did you hear from somebody that you could trust that he was found in the bed, or is it just rumors that we kept? Because I remember it was all rumors. She was found here and she was found there, but I've never really seen nothing besides.
Well, I'm just saying this is just what this website.
Hold on 1 second. I think
speculating.
they might have said it in papers. I just haven't looked at them in a long time, so I don't really remember everything fresh off the cuff. that was in the papers, but the bushy eyebrows that sticks out to me. The bucket,
one thing,
Brian's bucket. He came in with a bucket labeled from Home Depot. He had a brick in it. I was just playing. You know what I'm getting at on that.
Right. Yeah, I mean the thing we were talking about earlier. So if he's coming out of, this is Xana's room right here.
Protective gloves.
If he's exiting here, coming around to here.
That's a good question.
This is I mean, from the photographs that I've seen, actually I think they show a photo. Yeah. See, that good vibes light is putting off a good amount of light. This is pretty good, I think, maybe display of it because it's a photo.
Yeah, but did he slip up in that joint and unplug it during the murders? I don't know. Well,
I don't. But the thing is, if there was no light on him, I don't see how his face is seen as he comes around here. Because Dylan's room is just Dylan's standing in this doorway. Maybe she's cracked her door open. I think.
Well, it's pretty damn ironic, Jeff. When you look at the PCA, what did Dylan see? That the one thing that they brought up, bushy eyebrows. She could have said blue eyes, brown eyes, and all this other stuff right after that. And again, she could have picked them out of a photo lineup. But you feel like they would have possibly added that, surviving victim or surviving roommate says so and so picked them out of the lineup. They didn't say that. It just said bushy eyebrows. So did she pick him out of a lineup, or was it just the bushy eyebrow connection, and them looking up the Elantras in the area? There's a lot there that we don't know. There's a lot of unknowns to this case.
Well, I can't wait to hear I imagine there's more that she said than just what we see in the PCA when they had conversations with her. So I would love to know.
And this too, didn't you bring this up before? She said, does anyone else remember for the few seconds BK's Facebook page was up, he had a pair of protective gloves. The ad, they were crazy, some type of metal, and long like to elbows. I don't know if I've seen that. Is that ringing a bell to you, Jeff?
No. Where are you reading that? Oh, it's on the screen?
Yeah. Right below you.
He had a pair of protective gloves.
Let me see.
I know they found I think it's pronounced nitrile or nitrile gloves, which are like gloves that you use in a hospital, but they're a little tougher. I think a little harder to puncture.
I'm looking up a thing here. It's okay. I'm not really seeing.
Is this what CK was? Wait, CKI?
CKI right here.
I was asking. Said to hit the light button. Is this what you were meaning?
Yeah.
I don't think this little simulation of
will be 100% accurate, correct?
I don't think that's.
But it does give you. I will shout out to whoever made it, because it does give a good speculation.
But I got to give credit to my buddy Tom Van that also told me about
gives a good view.
The K-bar knife and the butt end of the K-bar knife. But he also took the time. Let me turn the light back on. He also took the time, and they had these like Christmas lights strung up here along the wall by the ceiling.
Hey,
he went ahead and counted them.
Before you go on with that, I'm going to go out on a limb too and say that Kohberger's blood was mixed in with the victims, and I'm willing to bet on it. Not bet but I'm saying right here, right now, making the prediction that his blood was mixed in with some of the victims, and that's where they nab him at. Watch.
Now, is that the kind of thing though that can cause a problem that makes it difficult to?
What's up, Courtney?
Courtney, I'm no expert with blood.
I see a lot of beautiful faces coming in. Thank you guys. Make sure you hit the like button as you're coming in. Share the stream. It's free. We're here to discuss. If you want to chime in, you could leave a voicemail, or I can call you, or you can hit me with a text message. Yo, Trev, call me. I got to say something. I think you and Jeff need to hear it. The lines are open, 219-885-9693. As always, back to what I was saying, though. I do believe, and I'm guessing right now and predicting, I wouldn't say guessing, I'm predicting that Kohberger's blood's mixed in with some of the victims. They're just too adamant about it being 100%. So it brings me to these certain speculations or thoughts that I'm going to have here. It's like when you're using a knife, obviously you can cut yourself. So then you have DNA being mixed with the victims. And I've seen that in other cases. So what we should be looking for that here. We should be looking for that to come out. If that comes out, it's curtains. We might as well end the trial as soon as it drops. You know what I mean? What do you think? If there's Bryan Kohberger's blood mixed into the victims, I'd be ready to turn the fucking trial off and say, yeah, see, you got you next case. Next case.
I mean, the defense has made some pretty, what sound like confident.
None of that would mean shit after that point. What do you think?
You know, I don't know. I think he would be able. He's got the element of surprise. Like there's no time. Like you said, you've known people that have witnessed stabbings or been stabbed.
No, my brother.
You don't even realize you've been stabbed.
Look, my brother was stabbed with a knife straight through his forearm, and it came out this side. Literally, my brother gets out the car and beats the dude's ass. Beats his ass after getting stabbed and gets back in and goes, blood squirting everywhere. Yeah, it's a rat. And then I witnessed Jerry, which was, rest in peace to my aunt Casey. Me and my cousin Corey were coming out, and a dude came in with a mask and a big ass butcher knife and stabbed Jerry to death. Killed him right on the stairwell. And this was in Bayside. It was Bayside Apartments in Virginia Beach, right by the hospital. I remember like it's yesterday, because you're never going to forget if you see somebody lose their life. And that was right around the first time I've seen somebody lose their life. Me and my cousin literally walking out the apartment. We see a guy come in all black, he face covered, and stabbed the shit out of Jerry on that stairwell. And I'll never forget it, because it gave me PTSD from that day forward. Like, I never expected that. And then to find out he lost his life, it just registered more and more and more as I got older what happened. But I say that to say this. It's crazy. It's crazy when you witness something like that. And you're going to have to get your mind right, especially when you witness people die. We witness our loved ones die from stuff, cancer, take their last breath there. But seeing someone lose their life to somebody else's hand is different. It hits different for me. It hits different for me, though. It's a whole different type of thing. So Pisces says, I just don't know how you can kill 4 and not the rest. It doesn't make sense just because she is a witness. Did your guest think there is more than one person involved? Crack a Cold Case wants to know. Do you think that there's more than one person involved, Jeff, or are you sold on it being a sole perpetrator and it being Bryan Kohberger?
I mean, some of the reasons that I think it's just a sole perpetrator is that, Dylan only saw one person. They didn't hear. That's two people in the house that really didn't hear much. I mean, I think if you had 2 people just going up the stairs, just 2 people's footsteps going up the stairs. And like part of my theory that Xana got when Xana was attacked, I think that Ethan might have been in the bathroom. And so
Kohberger would squeal if somebody was involved. That's just my personal opinion. I know somebody might be like, Trev, what do you think? I think he would have squealed on said person.
Or the other person would squeal. Yeah, I've always felt like it's the easiest way to keep a secret is to be the only one who knows it. There certainly hasn't been any other murders.
What would he do? Gamble the dice till the end and be like, hold up, I gotta make a statement, guys. Let's stop the trial so I can go and tell you the other guy that's involved. I mean, is that how would that work out?
Right.
Is he holding it close to try to beat it and cover for the other person? And then when he goes and he sees that he lost, now he wants to make another statement. Yeah, Nathan Broccoli was involved with me. He came. I've just never seen that. I've never seen that. I feel like he would have squealed right off the rip. Bryan Kohberger ain't about to go in there and hold it down. That boy ain't, he ain't gang. And even gang snitching on everybody. All these gang members.
Yeah, because
I'm tough. Oh, yeah. Bobby was with me and he had crack in his sock and that's how the guy died. Yeah. I'm talking about straight up gang members snitching on each other. And these people are loyal to shit like that. Like you're being loyal to absolutely nothing. I think the people in here are more loyal than gang members. Like people that in here, I see people in here that are loyal to the bone. But
they are gang members, though. They're Rev gang members.
Yeah, they are. But they're not active. You're not active, gang in the street member. I'm just playing. Right, I got what you're saying. That was a funny ass joke.
I think that, like when to hear him say, if he said, it sounds like it's, actually, I believe he did say it because I was reading the other day, he says, I look forward to being exonerated. Mm-hmm. That is actually a quote that comes from his lawyer in Pennsylvania. Labar, I think is the guy's name.
What's the exact quote?
There's some people are saying, I don't think he really said that. Well, his own lawyer said that he said that. or express that sentiment that he looks forward to being. And doesn't that almost sound to you like if you're a person who is planned to do this, thought you could get away with it because you're smarter than everybody, and they've arrested you, you still think you're smarter than everybody. You still think you're going to get away with it. So you might make a statement like, "Oh, I can't wait to be exonerated. You guys
Right.
haven't got me." You know, it
Yeah,
sounds like confidence of someone.
You're arresting me, Jeff. Was anybody else arrested? You know what I mean? Like those things too. We keep hearing that. But again, is that going to be something that's talked about in that courtroom? Now, Bryan Kohberger, obviously, you guys know, a criminology PhD student, conducted a research survey in 2022 seeking to understand the thoughts and feelings of individuals who had committed crimes. This survey, posted on Reddit, included questions about the emotional and psychological experiences of offenders during and after their criminal activities. I know, a lot of you know about this, but I just wanted to dive in it a little bit and talk about it. In November of 2022, 4 University of Idaho students obviously were tragically murdered in their off-campus residence. Kohberger was later arrested and charged with these murders. Now, while the survey's questions were general and aimed at understanding criminal behavior, some observers have noted, which a lot of people here, maybe, I'm trying to remember who brought it up, that there was some similarities from the questionnaire here. But then again,
doesn't that, I mean, when I first heard about that and I was looking at some of those questions, it sort of has a flavor of like, teach me how to do this crime.
Right. And it says here, it says that
your brains, criminals, and
so, yeah, exactly.
Granted, it's his field of study. So
let me add it to my arsenal. Let me add your oh, you did this wrong. Okay, I won't do that, or whatever it may be, right? And
right.
But people were adding it. This observers, they're saying, have noted potential parallels between the themes that explored in the survey and the nature of the crimes he is accused of committing. Now, exploration of emotions during criminal acts. It does lock into some of these, actually. It says survey focus. Kohberger's questionnaire sought to delve into the emotions of psychological states of individuals during the commission of a crime. The brutal nature of the murders suggests a high level of violence. Obviously, I mean that thing. There was blood seeping out the walls. We're talking. That's vicious, man.
Gopher asked an interesting question. just recently.
Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead. Pop it up. Let me see. Let me see if I can grab it for you.
Gopher
do you
said,
think cameras were living room or something? Do I think that there was cameras in there? Well, I'm glad you talked about cameras just now, Courtney, because I don't know about that. But what we do know is that there was a camera. Now I'm about to start repeating this shit over and over again, like I did the stream back 10 months ago, where I said, "Oh, remember Kaylee Gonsalvez's mother, who said I seen them get home on rain cam, or I seen them get home on camera."
Hold on.
So we know that I've seen that on video, and I heard her say that out of her own mouth. We've seen that solidified everything. We seen when they got home. So again, rain camera, I believe, at the front door, but I could be possibly wrong. I don't know the exact location. Diana, nice to see you, my friend. Sussbuster says, in my opinion, Amazon account shows he purchased the K-bar and a jumpsuit. No evidence, because he wore gloves and a jumpsuit, covered himself head to toe, and then disposed of it all. So what's going on, brother?
Hey, I'm gonna have to jump down. We're gonna
do your thing, man.
Go get some food.
Do your thing. Take your time.
No, but look back at Gopher's question about whether the dad could have had anything to do with, like, maybe getting rid of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I never really looked at it. I never really thought about it. Like, if you connect it with, was anybody else arrested? When I first heard that, I did stop and think, is he wondering if they pulled his dad out of the house too? Because they probably, arrested him, and he didn't know where's mom and dad. Although I don't know. I think who knows? Maybe he did see what happened, but I mean, if they're watching him, I know they were watching him December 28th. They were observing him. December 30th, they arrested him. So that's like, there might be even more days than that, but that's at least 2 days of observation. Right. If they observed the dad doing something illegal, maybe Bryan would be wondering, like, oh man, if they got me, they obviously observed me, surveillanced me.
Well, I feel
They
like
may
he
have
would
done
have been
that to
charged
Dad,
or
too.
something, though. Well, I mean, what?
But I think he would be arrested if they did see his dad do something. I don't
and we
think
would
his
know.
dad. I am curious to know if it's true that his sister suspected something might be up with them with the white Elantra.
Well, let's say
being
he
that
was
close.
let's say he did get charged with something. That shit would be known coast to coast within 3 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, when the paperwork came out, people got to it. It would be known right then, or they'd make an announcement. But that shit spreads like a wildfire, man. In case they're, putting him to the side and giving him immunity or something, right? Like, I mean that.
Right.
But then again, they did that with Jen Soto, and now Jen Soto was granted immunity, but for what?
Man, that case, I don't even like to think about that. That just gives me nightmares because that went on for so long with that poor girl. That was just terrible.
3 bathrooms to wash up and shower, 8 hours timeline.
But all right, I'm going to jump down.
I agree with that.
Maybe I'll be able to see you a little later. Okay.
No doubt, brother. Just you got the link. You can just drop back in whenever you want, or you going to bed. I'll holler at you, brother.
Because this is you going on. You still got like 12 hours to go, right?
Man, I go until my eyes shut. You know.
Right,
sometimes I get off earlier, 3 or 4 hours, but it depends what I'm feeling like. So, what is this a link or is this something you got on your computer?
Oh, it's here. Let me put it in the back chat.
Yeah,
so
drop it
from
me. Yeah, because
it's 1122tour.com.
Oh, you're on tour over
That'll
there?
get. That's what the website is called.
1122 on tour, man. Let me find out you're on the dark web. What's going on, man?
Tour someday.
I was playing. My man's
all right, everybody. All right, I'm jumping down. Right,
no doubt, pal. You take your time, you know.
That boy's going. Shout out to Jeff, though. I appreciate him coming by and adding to the conversation. Let me move this here, add this, bring this up. Grab that. This here. Boom, boom. Tour. Okay, there we go. That explains why you're in my inbox like a. No, I'm just playing. Pull that here. Pull this there. Okay. Yeah, I remember this. I do remember this. We used to mess with this all the time, right? And I'll open up these lines. I want to get to here because I see the questions in chat, but I feel like y'all would explain it a different way. You said Maddie came as a surprise to show her vehicle. Ethan doesn't live there. Why can't people fight off one guy? Sleeping. So let's just say this, right? Lisa, you're plastered or you got a buzz, right? And maybe you're drunk and then you never know, you could have toked the bowl while you're drunk and now you're spinning. Something like that. Like what are you fighting off when you're impaired under alcohol and somebody hits you with a K-bar knife? As you get hit, you're in shock and who knows what's going on, because I've never been stabbed with anything. So I can't sit there and say, yeah, I was in shock. So I just didn't know. I know someone who's been stabbed. I've seen it before, but I just don't know what it feels like to explain that. But let's go ahead and see if we can find an answer to this. If you were stabbed, right? Do you go into shock right away? I'm just curious about it. I want to see what the statistics are on this. Let's check that out. Now it says whether someone goes into shock immediately after being stabbed with a K-bar knife or any other sharp weapon depends on several factors, including the location of the stab wound, the depth of the penetration, and the person's physical condition and their psychological response. Here's a breakdown. Factors influencing shock. Now, if the stab wound severs a major artery, obviously we know that's simple, but that's simple. We already know that. I'm not about to sit here and go A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Hell no. That just spells out for itself.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
But I'm about to open them up. Hold on, let me pull that up too. Here, I'll take it off Do Not Disturb, and anybody can actually really call in. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. Lock in. If you want to call in, you can. If you don't want to, that's fine too. It doesn't matter to me. You said T-REV. Can y'all remind us? Well, actually, it does matter to me. I want to hear what you got to say. Can you remind us about the delay in the call or in the calling of 911 and your thoughts on that? Absolutely. So I'm trying to remember the exact time that the call came in, but they're saying that there was an 8-hour delay from the time that happened. But let's jump into it to be completely accurate. I made videos on it, but it's just not ringing a bell back with me right now. Exactly everything in order. So let me go through my thing real quick. Maybe I can pull up my because I save all of my scripts that I write for these videos, which I have a video called The 8 Hours. But I kind of want to get into the, since you want to answer for that, I got you. Idaho, see if my iPhone will pull this up. Idaho for, what was it? 8 hour gap. Hour gap. Okay. Maybe that's it right there. What? It looks like some deleted shit in here. The tragic murders, we've seen that. So again, the 8 hour gap. Let's dive into that. That's a great question for folks who got blank memory like me. The tragic murders, obviously, of the 4 University of Idaho students, Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xander Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin on November 13th of 2022. I left many unanswered questions, particularly regarding the approximately 8 hour gap between the estimated time of the killings and the 911 call reporting the incident. So timeline of events, 4 to 4:25. Take me down memory lane. I like this. Take me down memory lane. Again, investigators believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25. I would say more towards up there because he speeds off, like allegedly speeds off around what, 4:18, and in the PCA it says something. I don't completely remember the time that it says that he sped off, but I could have sworn it was 4:23. And if I'm wrong, correct me. If it was 4:22, tell me. But I believe it was 4:23 that he was seen speeding off in the Hyundai Elantra right there off of King Road. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. 11:58, a 911 call was made. So here we go. Here goes the time. Let's say he dipped out at 4:23. Let's start there, or 4:25. So you got 5:25, 6:25, 7:25, 8:25, 9:25, 10:25. Yeah, absolutely. So you got 7 hours and some change right there, going almost 8 hours. So people call it the 7 hour or 8 hour gap, but really it's about 7.5. From what I'm reading, that's 7.5. But I guess people just round that shit off. Possibly, and here's a possible explanation for the delay: shock and disbelief. One of the surviving roommates, obviously we know that, identified as DM, reported seeing a masked figure in the house, but did not immediately recognize the severity of the situation. She described being in a frozen shock phase, which may have delayed her response. I'm having a feeling that she picked him out of a photo lineup. I mean, what else would help get him? Picking him out of a photo lineup. I'm not about to go find somebody with bushy eyebrows because I would be picking everybody. Like, you got some bushy eyebrows. I got bushy eyebrows. Some people got, little light ones, but you said you can't see her bedroom very well with the lights off. Let me scoot it up then real quick. See if it lets me in. You're talking about Dylan's, correct? I see you, Sarah. What's going on? Hi to you too, my friend. I hope you're having a blessed night. So we got here. You said you couldn't see with the lights off, but this is inside. You bring yourself over here. I don't want to see the night vision one. Let's go up on the stairwell real quick. See what we can see from here. Thoughts here with everybody. Do you believe that when he came in, he went straight upstairs? Or, because it sounds like he went straight upstairs and did what he did to Madison and Kaylee, because, correct me if I'm wrong, again, I haven't looked at these papers in a long time, but I'm believing that he was seen coming from Xana and Xana, I was going to say Xana and Ethan's room, but Ethan didn't live there. So Xana's room, and exited out the back door. Again, didn't he come from that direction, walk by her? She's a frozen shock phase, face to face with the guy, and he walks out the back door. So that's indicating to me that he went upstairs. He did what he did to Kaylee. Madison went down, and somewhere, what prompted him and brought him into the room with Xana and Ethan? That's the part that bothers me a little bit, because why would you go into a room where there's a big ass man in there? That man might whip your ass, and he might turn the tables on you, right? So I don't think he knew he was there. I think that was, I don't think that was done on purpose. I think that there was an accident, or maybe she was, bringing out Jack in the Box, seen somebody and turned around and said, ran into the room. I don't know what happened there, but I do feel like there was some type of altercation between them two. But it's really hard to say, because why would you go and kill Ethan and Xana in that back bedroom if your targets are Maddie and Kaylee? That part just does not make sense to me. It doesn't. And other parts and angles that people bring up is you have Dylan here who allegedly seen him, but I'm thinking in my head, he didn't see her. Because if he's seen her, I believe that we have a fifth dead person here. If he ran into her that night, you got a witness. Now you have an eyewitness on you. You're definitely going to shank the eyewitness and take them out immediately if you know for a fact a living person seen you. That's just how I look at that. You said, in my opinion, BK is guilty. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support to the channel. Now, as far as him being guilty as fuck, I believe that too, 100%. I believe he's the guy. But at the same time, I want to see what evidence they got. And if there's blood, the victim's blood mixed in with some of the wounds and stuff like that. Loopy says gloves used for painting materials, epoxy resin, avoid harsh chemicals. I'm sorry, harsh chemicals on your hands. There was some gloves found in his vehicle, correct? In Pennsylvania too. I'm confused about the 911 call being about someone passing out. Let's get the full information on that too, because I'm confused about it too. I did hear about a little bit on what was it? Dateline. I've seen so much shit in this. I just start to forget where this information is coming from. Just like the shit with the ID that possibly was found with Cuomo and connecting to this location. Is that something that happened too, or is that just another piece of hearsay? I'm going to say that. I'm going to say hearsay because I've never seen an ID. I don't know. I haven't seen this ID that's connected to, Linda Lane, or not Linda Lane. Here I go using all these other different names. King Road. I haven't seen that. Now, Jennifer Coffindaffer and Chris Cuomo, they said somebody hit him up. He had a ID connected to that residence. Where? Show me. Why is it not being talked about in any of the court papers so far? Because if it was, I believe that people would have pointed that shit out and shown it, right? I believe it would be being talked about right now. But the fact that there's nothing to show for it is kind of really hard to speak on that. And I do want to bring up the video where she said about Maddie being, or not Maddie, I'm sorry, Kaylee being in a certain position right here in the bed. You said, I'm confused about the 911 call and someone passing out. That's right. I was looking that up too. Trying to do 50 things at once. Let's see. What was it again? 15 was found. Let's see if we can find that answer though. Let me see if we can get a broad answer on this. Okay. So it does say this. It says this about that. Good question. Glad you asked. In the aftermath of the tragic murders of four University of Idaho students on November 13th of 2022, there was an initial confusion regarding the state of, I gotta bring this closer to my face, regarding the state and confusion of the victims. Now it says the 911 call made at 11:58 a.m. reported an unconscious person, suggesting that the caller believed someone had passed out. However, upon arrival, authorities discovered that the individuals were deceased. There is no public information indicating that anyone at the scene, including the surviving roommates or friends, arrived later, lost consciousness, or passed out. So they're saying no. They're saying that nobody passed out. It was just confusion about them being dead, the homicides. So there's that. I always hear about that too, but I think that should put that to bed and we should be able to leave that alone. But I have heard stuff about that also on shows. Allegedly what Amber says, if the blood is mixed, I think it will be a process of elimination of everyone's DNA. And why the hell is that not? That's so weird. Try it again. I see people calling and it's not going through on this end, on the Mac. I don't know if it's different on this Mac, but I see what, 601? 601. I hope you don't got a gun. What's going on? Let me see what we got. Unknown. I see unknown trying to get it in. Let's 470. You're about to be on the show. Let me see what you're talking about. Talk to me. Ring 470. Oh, I see why it wasn't working. Goodness gracious. You got to step it up, Rev. You got to step it up, pal. I got to connect this too so y'all can hear. Did you just call? Like, okay. Well, no, before I just couldn't hear it. I had to go and look and see myself. No, it's okay. I don't. It was on Do Not Disturb. I had to go in there and then connect everything to it. So we're good now, though. Okay. She call her. Let me see if she calls real quick. Let me see. Bring this to here. Bring it back. I know they can't. I know that. I know. I was trying to fix. I'm not. I want to make sure they don't. I want to make sure that they don't see this. You know. Now you're
Yeah,
good.
but yeah, watch out for her. She really wants to talk to you.
Okay. Bet.
I think that's cool.
She's.
Hey, did you get my email?
Which one?
I don't know. I sent you one last night.
I'll tell you right now. I've got a bunch of emails actually.
Oh well, look for mine from Crack a Cold Case. It's me offering to volunteer and help you out.
I didn't even know it was Crack a Cold Case for a second, so you just said that.
Oh, still you didn't know it was me?
It sounds different than yesterday.
470 solve it. That's my number. 470-765-8348.
RapGameTrueCrime@gmail.com, correct? I don't see it.
crackacoldcase@gmail.com. Yeah, I sent you an email last night.
I'm not seeing it in here.
Are you shitting me? It's under here. Let me tell you what I sent it to real quick.
I'm not seeing it.
Shit. Where's my Gmail? Hold on, I gotta go home.
Oh no.
And I gotta go to Gmail. I sent it to you last night at T-REV 757
I see
PSN or
Joey.
something like that.
I see Joey tried to call in. Let me see. All right, sent the email also. Who else we got?
I said I sent it to TREV 757 PSN. And
Yeah, see, you're sending
the
it.
subject is "Let me help you."
You're sending it to my old one. I got you.
Oh shit! Do you want me to resend it?
I'd rather have y'all send it to revgangtruecrime@gmail.com.
Again, hold on. What is it?
It's so easy. revgangtruecrime@gmail.com.
Revgang.
Truecrime@gmail.com.
True crime. Okay, I got you. I'm gonna send it. Go help your other people.
No doubt. I appreciate you.
Truecrime@gmail.com. I appreciate you too, honey. I just sent it just now. Oh, I already had you in my box. All right, I sent it.
I see somebody unknown, but they're not. It's not ringing though. Last time unknown tried to get a hold was what 1014. Then I see we had 731 in the building. 989. What's on your mind? Speak. I see a few people calling in.
All right, go talk to your people.
No doubt, my friend. Thank you for calling.
Love you, man.
Love you, back, my friend. Late. Shout out to her. People be like, "Where did you get sleep?" Nah, this is what 3 days awake looks like right here. What you're seeing on the screen. Go for what's going on. Hello, T-REV and Jeff and Rev Gang. Jeff slid out, but Crack a Cold Case. I did just get it. Let me share a bit about myself on my long. Passionate this way. Okay. Oh, I got you. I got you. I see it. I got it though. I got it right here in front of me. What's going on, Nina? Welcome to the stream. Should be good though there. Let me see if I can present another one. Can I present anything else 2 times? No. They're not having it. That's so weird. I don't like that. I have to get a second monitor because it'll keep showing people's numbers and I ain't trying to have all that. Or I can just use this. Does this sound? I know it probably sounds better coming through like itself, but does it sound bad when I hold it up like this? If the blood is mixed, you said if the blood is mixed, I think it will be a process of elimination in everyone's DNA. As a matter of fact, I need to find this video too that I wanted to show you guys about the thing about Kaylee that some of you may not know about. I'm just curious. I'm curious to if you heard that same thing. Kaylee, here we go. Kaylee found sitting up. I believe that's what it was. Kaylee found sitting up. These people were talking about it there, but there was an actual news report, and that's what I'm looking for. Oh, okay. New details. Here we go. We're going to jump into this. This is the one. Here it is. Okay. About time. Damn. Can y'all hear my son? I was like, damn, I thought somebody was making noises, and that's him in there. Boy's in there getting hype. As long as he's having fun, I don't care. That boy is in there getting hype. He said, I'm going to slam you. You're a butt. I'm hearing him right now. Listen to him. He's getting hype in there. Boy, we're about to go in there, and we're going to go stalk him here in a second. See what that kid's up to. Let's check this out here.
This morning, Kaylee Gonzalez's parents.
Now, this was about, okay, this was the part that I was talking about earlier, and you guys are probably like, what the hell were you talking about? Either you've seen it or you haven't. I know Delana, when I showed it to her, didn't see it. I don't know about anybody else, but it says new details. Obviously, Kaylee Gonzalez's parents share how daughter killed in Idaho college murders was found. So this is where I first learned that she was in a different or a weird position. And that's what struck and rung with me. I was like, wow, I've never heard that. All the debates that we had, all the people that have called in, and all the shit that we talked about, but this was not known to anybody. So here it is.
Sharing exclusively with GMA never before seen pictures and videos of their 21-year-old daughter.
This is a type of, you can like season with these, like can't really season with them, but you can cook with them.
Yeah, I know that's in front of the tower.
Yeah.
This is in front of the University of Idaho Tower.
Bro, why aren't we hearing that? Oh, you hear it. Okay, I hear it. I hear it.
The family still waiting on a full digital copy of Kaylee's phone from authorities.
These are the last moments of your child's life, and you're sitting here fighting with
Beanie, I know I need to get one.
Somebody who just doesn't care.
They were able to collect some of Kaylee's belongings from the university over the summer, which raised concerns for them about how well possible evidence was processed, including a trash can from Kaylee's room that was full and appeared untouched.
We opened it. It was a little squeezy applesauce thing like you would give to like a toddler. It did not appear to have been gone through.
It was Kaylee that
police saying they had gathered more than 100 pieces of physical evidence from the scene, along with some 4,000 photos and 3D scans of the residence. Still, frustration mounting for the family over what they consider a lack of communication and a rush to tear down the home on King Road. Christy describes for the first time how Kaylee was found.
It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up.
Yes.
And had fought.
Yeah. And the way that room's put together, if you come through that door, you can't get out of that room.
Completely, totally trapped.
Yeah. You're in a bed.
Tiny room. The bed was the entire room. You could barely open up the door without swiping the foot of the bed. And it was wall. You know, the headboard was up against the wall. The side where Kaylee was on was up against the wall. And if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright sort of position up in the corner.
Super sad.
Slumped. I mean, she was trapped.
There was
The home on King Road was torn down in the pre-dawn hours of December 28th.
Yeah, we know that. You said, where is the evidence that there was an intruder? There is nothing as far as I can see. I don't know, Jason Brown, tell you. You call me up and tell me, man. 219-885-9693. Break it down to us. Tell us where it's at. Where's that evidence at? Vixen, what's going on? You said I cut my fingers off. Instant shock. So really, you didn't have time to really think about shit. So imagine if he sliced himself, but you would have to go, I feel like, at least an inch or two in. But then again, I don't know when the shock would start. And I'm not about to stab myself to find out either. You said that knife is so large, it went through those young people. R.I.P. Kaylee. It's meant to cut through bone too. So that's another problem. I wonder how many times he went in, how brutal it was. Were they dismembered? Things like that. I mean, I feel like we would have heard that already, but Let me pull this up here. There's a blood theory. What's going on with these blood theories? I wanted to bring up something and I can't think of it to save my mind, and it's driving me crazy. It is driving me friggin' crazy. Obviously, we know about the weapon, the sheath, cell phone records, the car, the DNA evidence. We know that now this is another interesting aspect here. The surveillance footage. What's going on? Why do they talk about the surveillance footage more towards what is it in Washington, but we rarely hear about these little things, the surveillance footage over here on King Road? Is that because they're holding certain things back? I know that they talked about the little rain cam up on the corner at that one house. Obviously, we've seen what it looks like on there too, because I've seen a little clip from there. So my thing is this. If in the trial you see a vehicle going around, right? You see the same video that we've seen already like 50 million times. Do you believe that it's Kohberger driving a white vehicle right there without seeing a license plate? Could you pin it to being him if it's around the times that they're saying that the murders occurred? Could you definitively say, hey, yeah, that's Bryan Kohberger? I mean, look, it just makes sense. He drives around 4 times. He parks here. No license plate. You don't remember, I'm just, the aspect is there's no license plate. You can't see it. But you see this white car that looks like an Elantra, and this Elantra parks, and obviously the murder goes down. Could you definitively, again, say that that's Kohberger? Yeah, I think that's him. Or would you question that? Would you say, nah, there's nothing that I can connect it with? So I just said I need to go through everything again before the trial. Me too, because my mind is all over the place with this. I just remember bits and pieces right now. So element of surprise. Yeah. Element of surprise and vulnerability. You're vulnerable in your home. You feel safe. And it's the last thing that the last thing you expect, especially at night in a house full of close friends. In my opinion, you said was part of BK's plan. Did he plan this and really just walk up in that bad boy with all these cars parked in the friggin' driveway? That's the part that bothers me also. Like he definitely had to plan it. He's walking into a house with all these cars in the driveway. Either you know exactly who's in there, pinpoint where they're at or what location you want to go to, and you know these people, or you think that you're smarter than these people or stronger than these people. You size them up, and now you feel comfortable walking into this house now because you know everybody who comes and goes. He would have to watch that place for a while, I feel like, to really see who comes and goes. So did he put that much effort in? I'm going to be looking for things like that. Well, Bryan Kohberger always traveled over here towards King Road and all these different spots. I'll be looking for that. I'm curious to if he did keep count of people who went in and out, because you gotta have a pair of balls to go to a crib with just a K-bar knife and walk up in that bad boy with 4 to 6 cars out front. Like, damn, your balls are hanging low because you're just putting your big boy hat on and walking in there thinking, damn, fuck it. They might have a gun in this bitch. Fuck it. I'm gonna go in with a knife. I'm gonna bring this knife to a gunfight, and he's gonna go in there and wield a knife when he could possibly get popped. I highly doubt it, which I'm going to be honest with you on this part of it. I think that he went into this house before when they were sleeping and maybe even mapped out the directions that he would go. Maybe they had the back door was open a lot. Maybe Kohberger went in, and I speculate this because why the fuck did he walk in there like he did? Excuse my language. Why the fuck did he walk up in this place with that many cars out there so confidently? See, you wouldn't do that in case you've been to the location, in my opinion. You're not just going to freely walk up in this bad boy. Because I'm looking at Kaylee and Madison being the targets here. I don't see Xana being a target. And if I find out that Xana or Ethan was the target, then I'll correct that. But I'm speculating that it was definitely Madison and it was definitely Kaylee. So did he personally walk in this house a few nights prior to map out the attack that he was going to do and get a lay of the house because they're in there sleeping? Maybe they're drinking during the week. People are, or maybe he goes in there when they're not home just to get a lay of the house and see whose room's what. He's looking at pictures and sniffing panties and all different types of weird shit. That's me speculating. I don't know that to be a fact, but I'm saying in general, you figured it would be somebody who was very, very familiar with the inside of this house inside and out. So you said, I mean, he has the bushy eyebrows. You say you were calling. I don't see nobody calling. 219-885-9693. I definitely don't see no one calling. I see unknown a few times. 731 and a 615. It's calling from 615 out here. Leslie says, I think he was already in there, like just waiting and preying on him. So kind of like the Axviliska murder house, laying in wait. Good speculation. I don't know. Laying in wait. They have him going on cameras, though, across places. I'm pretty sure on the way there. So wouldn't that defeat him being inside of the house laying in wait to kill them when they get home? Because he would have to know the route or the things that they're doing on this night. They would have to. Let me pull this up too. Invite anybody who wants to come up to. You're more than welcome to pop up here and you know, pop your shit. Hound Lover says, I believe the gap was because the fraternity kids were trying to decide what to do. I've seen that. There's a lot of talks about Sigma Chi too. There's a lot of speculation on it also. So what? I think Xana saw him. She freaked, ran upstairs. She woke up Ethan. He had trouble waking up and he proceeded to attack them. For some reason, I speculate that he ran across Xana dumping trash out in the kitchen. Because it kind of adds up with her ordering food. If she ordered food and got it and ate it real quick while there was stuff going on upstairs, was to say that she wasn't walking to the kitchen to throw food away, or maybe even trash in the room from the prior night that she may have set down. It could be a plastic cup. Who knows? But it just sounds like they came across each other's path, and maybe she got chased down into that room, because now if she sees him, right? Now she's now a witness. So that would make sense that he would chase her down into the room and kill her. And that's why I speculate that. Because again, if truly Maddie and Kaylee are those targets, I only see Bryan killing Xana and Ethan is if he runs into them in the kitchen. He's going up the stairs. He's going to come back down the stairs. He goes right out the back door. But what would lead you further into the house, y'all? A witness? Somebody you running into when you come to the bottom of the stairs, like, oh shit, she's seen me. And that's kind of what I'm thinking happened. And I could be absolutely wrong, but I'm just that it's what makes sense to me, because I don't think he went there to kill 4 people, y'all. I really don't. I firmly do not believe that he went there to kill Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, Maddie. I don't believe that. I believe he went up there to do something to either Kaylee, Maddie, ended up taking them both out. And when he came downstairs again, he came face to face with either Ethan or Xana, and he had to go walk him down in that room and kill him. Steffi says, I agree. I don't know. That's just my thought now. That's where this whole entire time of brainstorming this case and really thinking about it, that's my personal prediction on what's going to happen there. He ran into them downstairs at the kitchen because it just only makes sense to me. There would be no other reason that you slipped in that room. You're now on a clear path to get out. You killed your targets up here. Why would you go do some extra shit in the way back room when there's a victim in the room right here to the right? You could just stop there and get a little kill in. Think about that. You could stop right here, get a quick kill and bounce without going all the way down the hallway, without putting yourself into a situation where there's possibly somebody in that room sleeping with a strap on them and they pop your shit. So that's my thoughts on that piece. You said there was no blood found in his vehicle. I seen that, right? They ran the blood light over every inch of his vehicle and stayed. There was zero evidence. Okay, I get that. I seen that. But O'Hara, I got a question for you now. What about, did they do that with the victims? Was their blood mixed in with Bryan Kohberger's blood? Were they able to, swap those victims that are dead and match up blood to Kohberger from the victims? Was their blood mixed? Because I'm going to guess that there is, or at least blood from him on the ground from these stabbings. I don't even think he anticipated to go in there and stab 4 people. I really don't. And if you do, Why do you think so? I believe they found Dylan passed out after going into shock after seeing Bryan Kohberger. There was no blood. Okay, I did read that. Just making sure. Let me open this too. Let me open this back up and pull this up. Get back to my reference here. The defensive strategy, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be trash. But they're saying Kohberger's defense may argue that the DNA transfer was possible through indirect means, or that there was there's insufficient evidence linking him directly to the crime. They don't have a known motive, but yet he followed them on social media. So was it a sexual thing? It's hard to say that with just going off of a follow on social media. They would need something to link it to being sexually motivated, you know? So I get what they're saying with no motive. The knife slip theory, it says experts have speculated that Kohberger may have injured himself during the attack, which could explain additional DNA evidence. I don't remember hearing that, but I'm guessing that there was blood from him in that house from him cutting himself, possibly. Prior visits, it says cell phone data suggests that Kohberger had visited the vicinity of the victim's home at least 12 times before the murders. So again, Kohberger frequented the area. He was there 12 times before the murders. Now, pinpoint location, I can't tell you that, but it does talk about that. So he had prior visits in this area. Then you got the 911 call, obviously the gap there, which is like a 7.5, 8 hours. That definitely should play somewhat of a factor. They're going to bring that up. They're definitely going to use that. I see the defense talking about it. You have Murphy was at the scene. Media scrutiny. The case has garnered massive media attention. Yeah, we know that. I think that's telltale. I mean, I've already seen all that bullshit. People bringing up people on the big screen yelling there was IDs found, etc., but yet can't show me an ID, so I can't believe that. Now, let me spit this at you guys. Maybe you can answer these. I wrote some questions down. Do you think that the knife sheath DNA is enough to convict Kohberger, or is there reasonable doubt with that? What is your answer on that? Obviously, touch DNA. I don't know. I haven't seen or even got to hear the testimony of the person who tested it, or the testimony from the officer who found it. There's a lot that's missing there. So I really don't even want to come out with that, because what if it was a flake or some skin that came off the dude, the police or the officer that's working in there, and dude was doing something with Kohberger the night before, and now his skin or whatever, the skin cell is on the knife sheath. Now, obviously, I don't believe that, but I'm just saying in general, that's the type of stuff that they'll be talking about. Also, what do you make of Kohberger's alleged repeated visits to the victim's neighborhood? Was he stalking them? Do you believe that he was being stalked? Do you believe that he was being stalked? Do you believe that they were being stalked? Kaylee and Maddie. I see you, O'Hara. What's going on? What's going on? You hear me?
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, Rev, that they've already proven, and Ann has already stood in the courtroom. If everybody watched Ann during the the pre-trials and everything, the discussions, she already looked right at Santa and turned around and said, you guys have been sitting there saying that he was stalking the girls. There's not 1 ounce of evidence that turns around and says that he was, and that he had any communication or contact of any kind with those girls. And Santa stood right up and said, you are correct. There is no evidence that turns around and says he was stalking the girls. So, I mean, you can turn around and stand there and people are continuing that rumor.
Right, brother. Yeah.
But I mean, Santa stood right there in the courtroom in front of the judge on camera and told the entire world there is not 1 ounce of evidence to say that he was stalking them. I mean,
yeah, and like you can't. I don't. You would think that they can't really use social media to say that's stalking, because a lot of us follow people on social media. So if that person died, they could say that about every single freaking one of us.
No, they did not find any contact with his social media that turns around and says that he had anything to do with any of them girls. You know, that's
I think it's a theory that got out there and is now imprinted in a lot of people, or is planted in a lot of people's heads that hey, he was stalking them on social media and throwing the wording around a little bit different, and people start to believe that.
Well, and that's that the problem that we have in America is they turn around. They have kept so much of this under gag that nobody knows what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And even Steve Gonzalez himself said, they're keeping the family in the dark, and yet he's sitting on the camera, screaming and crying to everybody that Brian's the one. He knows this. They've given him evidence of this. They've given him it, and he has not proven 1 ounce of his evidence. Okay, his is all theories too. They have kept the gag order locked down on everything. And because nobody really knows what's going on, they're taking all their theories and putting them out there and saying these are facts. No, the only facts we know
is that he was near the murder scene 12 times before. So was there stalking going on?
Hang on.
12 times.
Hang on. He was in Moscow 12 times before that in 6 months.
Right.
And what most people don't understand, 4 miles down the road is a great big Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
He goes to Walmart and shops all the time. They turned around and only told you the 6 months because that's all they had the evidence for. But a tower reaches 25 miles.
Right.
So it doesn't mean he was right near their house. It means he was within 25 miles of that house or 25 miles of that tower, because
bedroom, I could see 2 females in a single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds.
I didn't try to play that.
I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side. All
right, there goes. It stopped it. I don't know why it plays that automatically every time you look at it.
Yeah, that's weird.
It does it every time. It's been doing that shit since like 10 months ago. Pretty crazy, but I appreciate you coming up, brother, and bringing up a good conversation here with I just say that 12 times because they're putting that in documents that he went to the residence, or not to the residence. Let me rephrase it. He went to this area 12 times prior. Where the direct pin location is, I don't know, but is that proof of stalking? No.
And that's what they are tampering.
But it does build to a motive if that's what they're running with, though.
Well, no, actually it doesn't, Rev, because what it does is it turns around and says they're trying to taint the public's opinion and turn it in their favor,
right,
by putting this information out there and allowing people to think what they want.
I got you.
Instead of giving up some information and some evidence to prove everything. I mean, we know the PCA is what started the entire thing. Right. They went to the grand jury and explained to them that they had all this evidence, and got the grand jury to turn around and say, okay, let's go ahead and get this guy in court. Let's get an arrest warrant for him. And they do all this, and then almost a year later, Santa stood in the courtroom and turned around and said, well, forget the PCA. It don't mean nothing. Dude, it's all the info you put in that PCA that you handed to that grand jury to turn around and convict this guy and get an arrest warrant and lock him up. And now you're saying it means nothing?
Right.
Because they can't do any of the evidence. And is still asking them 2 years later, where's the evidence? Where is all this stuff that you said you have? If you watch the pre-trials with Ann, did you see the one with Ray?
No, I missed it. When was that? Because I missed a lot. I started covering other cases, so I missed so much within this one that I
go back. Go back to. I don't know. I'll have to ask Lana. Okay, because Lana can give me the exact date because she timelines every damn thing. Okay. I mean, this girl is like the timeline master. Okay, she can tell you when you.
I like that because it brings to a good conversation when you have accurate facts or things that.
She is super intelligent. I mean, she'll tell me when you went to the bathroom last. Okay.
The T-REV went there 3 minutes ago.
Huh? Yeah, 3 minutes.
He might be taking a shit. He's still in there right now.
But I mean, she turned around. She'll tell me when Ray was on because I can't remember the date. But I mean, we were all sitting there watching him in the courtroom.
Yeah,
I
didn't see it. I definitely didn't see that. So I missed that.
Ray turned around and said, "Look."
Ann Potts talked about it though. Ann Potts did talk about it in here though.
Yes, and yeah, Ann definitely knows because Ann was there with us when we were all discussing it in the room, and she was watching it with us. Okay, Ann Potts is amazing. I love Miss Potts, but
I love everybody. Yeah, I see a bunch of familiar faces when it comes to Idaho 4, like Boigney and Aura.
Yeah,
there's a lot of. I see a lot of people that.
But when Ray was on the stand, he turned around. He said, I've asked them for the information that they have that they created their cast from. And the guy turns around and he says, I can't give you that information because I didn't even look at it till yesterday.
Right.
And Ray's like, hang on, this is a year later. And you're standing here telling me 2 days before our hearing and our meeting here, you put that you had a cast report that could prove he was there a year ago. And now you're telling me that you never even looked at the cast report Verizon, AT&T, or whoever it was sent you until yesterday?
What's his name again?
Ray. Syray.
Ray.
He runs the he's got a really amazing podcast. His is social media.
So hold on. I thought this was somebody in the courtroom. I got confused as hell for a second.
He was.
So okay. So it says in the defense of Bryan Kohberger, who was accused of the November 2022 murders, which we obviously know that, it says the expertise of Ray, a retired law enforcement officer and cell phone data specialist. Ray's role is to analyze and interpret cell tower records to support Kohberger's alibi. Now it says Ray aims to demonstrate that Kohberger's mobile device was not in the proximity to the crime scene during the early hours of November 13th of 2022. Now,
and he's going to.
He talks the findings in here is according to Ray's analysts, cell tower data indicates that Kohberger's phone was located south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho on the night in question. This suggests that his devices did not travel east on the Moscow Pullman highway during the critical time frame, challenging the prosecution's assertion that Kohberger was near the victim's residence. Wow, I didn't see that.
Correct. And what he did was he turned around. Ray sat in the courtroom. He sat in the courtroom with the judge, Santa, and Ann, and everybody else, and Brian, and it was shown publicly. And he turned around because the judge wanted to see who Ray was and know his qualifications. And Ray says they turned around, put a year ago in their PCA that they turned around, had the cast report that could turn around and prove him at that house.
Right.
And he says they didn't even look at the information AT&T sent them till yesterday. He says, I looked at it yesterday also.
What kind of hunky-dory shit is that?
In one day, they've only gotten 6% of the report done. He says, me and my analysts have gotten more. He says, and I can prove that Brian did not go east to Moscow. He went west. When he came down from WU, down that main road that goes into Moscow,
right,
he turned around and turned right instead of left.
So my
If he
thing is this,
determined,
what do you? I want to ask you this question since you're up here now, though. And what I read about those findings within Ray, like what him saying and challenging that time, who? I mean, if it wasn't him, who do we think it was? Was there a vehicle number 2? What's going on?
yeah, well, there in the PCA, you see, there's a vehicle number 2. There is over 22,000 white Hyundai Elantras within the circle distance of like 25 miles there that covers WU and Moscow. They're only like 10 minutes apart from each other. Okay. That's why a lot of WU students come down to Moscow and a lot of Moscow students go up there. They travel back and forth between the two colleges. And they said there is over 25,000 white Hyundai Elantras. It's a very common car in that area.
Artsy, welcome, Artsy Timur. Welcome to the stream. We see you, Lotus. Thank you for chiming in on it. Sammy says, caller, I disagree with you. That is the American justice system. But that was at 10:51. What time is it right now? 10:57. That was a minute ago. You said that. Cy Ray, I see that. Chris the fam, welcome. My man's laughing. What's going on? Oh, you talk about? You must be talking about the soundbite or something. Shelly says, Jeff was just saying he was in a public place, so he has his sound turned off, but he is reading the chat. He can come in more. He has the link in his email for sure. Vet, welcome. Nice to have you. Now, more with that was expert testimony. Ray is expected to testify regarding his findings, providing an expert interpretation of the cell tower data. The impact is his testimony is intended to cast doubt on the prosecution's narrative by presenting evidence that Kohberger's phone was not in the vicinity of the crime scene, thereby supporting the defense's claim of his innocence. So, yes. I mean, that's what they're aiming at with this whole entire gig here with the what is it? What is this data again? I forget what they call it. CAS data. Okay, I hear cell tower analyst, CAS. So I'm trying to just figure out what we're going to hear during the trial.
Cy Ray has been, I mean, and his wife is ex-FBI. Okay. So he's got, over 30 some years in criminal justice. He's turned around, done a lot. Right. He quit about 10 years ago, I believe he said. And he started his own company because cell data and cell information.
Was that the guy that called into the show here a while ago? I don't know. I had a guy that was a cell tower expert, and he would call in and really give, his pitch on it. But I don't know if that's the same dude or not.
It might be because Cy Ray is very, very much into because this is the first time he has ever done anything for the defense. He has turned around and prosecuted tons of people on prosecution, but he has never done anything for the defense. This is the first time he's done it. And I mean, he is the one that created the program,
right?
That almost all of American police officers and police stations and, labs and analysts and everything else, he is the one that trains them, teaches them how to use the program and everything. And he is the creator of it. And he sold that program, I think he said like 4 years ago.
Did you see what Boydney said about you? Not gonna lie, caller is presenting a better defense case than BK's lawyers. That's crazy.
Thank you, B.
I do got a lot to do. I got a lot of work to do. I missed so much in this case, but I do appreciate you filling in some of those blanks. You can keep saying what you were saying, because a lot of this stuff I didn't hear about because I moved on to other cases and maybe had missed out on sprinkled information that kept dropping out after the fact. So go back on what you were saying.
But yes, I mean, if you turn around, Cy Ray is so knowledgeable. I mean, him and his people are the ones who created the program to create CAS that everybody in America, all the police departments and everybody, FBI, everybody uses for CAS. And he sold it like I said, I believe he said it was 4 years ago. It might have been 5, but he sold it for, I mean, millions. Okay, I'm talking like way up there.
Well, what I just read, and that was somebody asked me, do I think that Kohberger is innocent, and I've been saying for days now. I think that he's possibly the guy, 100%, in my opinion. But when I read stuff like this, that's saying his phone's not in this route or the route that goes to this location, it's like throws me off a little bit. It makes me, making me look around a little more, like what the fuck is going on? Then who was there, a ghost car or something that I don't know about? Like, why did they even send down this route? Like, why are we even looking this way?
Well, they got two different white Hyundai Elantras. They got video cameras on the one that was like 4 miles from where the house is, and then they got one that was like right next to where the house is. And they turn around and they're like, well, the one that's 4 miles away, because it was on camera at such and such a time,
right?
It's the one that went over to the house. Well, no, that's 4 miles away. That car could have turned any damn where in between that 4 miles.
Transfer DNA.
But according to them, to make it look good, they're the same car. Not one car has a photo of the driver.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I was asking earlier. So for you, if you see in this trial that they don't have a shot of his license plate, could you for certain say that that's Kohberger driving in that white vehicle that's circling around, what is it, Linda Lane?
Right.
You can't really say that in case you see him.
Right. I mean, Rev, 90% of what they have done, they have kept it gagged, like I said, for the reason that a human mind will creatively create a situation. Okay? And if they can keep it gagged and just throw little pieces of data out to make you doubt that there is beyond any reasonable doubt it's him, they're going to keep throwing it out. And they love it when Steve Gonzalez gets on the podcasts and the news reports and 48 hours and everything else, because he goes in there, turn around, giving all this info that he knows this and he knows that and he knows this. But yet at the same time, when he gets in front of a straight court, they're not turning around giving us any information. Then why in the fuck are you out there putting out information of just theories and everything else?
And also, yeah, I've heard a lot of shit that could sway some people, and it did. I'm still questioning certain things. Like I heard about that ID that was allegedly connected to there, but I'm not seeing it in any paperwork where it's
there has been no report at all of any of the IDs they found that he had that turns around has anything to do with any of those people in that house.
I'm telling you this right now for the sake of, if they want to get justice here, then like I said, they would need blood mixed in with the victims of Bryan or something to really pin him.
They're not going to. There was none. They have already stated in the hearings with Judge John Judge JJJ. They've already turned around and stated openly that there was zero evidence found in his car, on his body, in his clothing, in his apartment, in his office. They went over all of them with the blue light for blood.
Right.
And they found zero evidence of any of the victims on him anywhere. And they found none of his blood in the house. They didn't even find a fingerprint.
Yeah, I read that.
They didn't even find a fingerprint. What they found was touch DNA. Oils, basically. The oils from his finger. I could walk into Walmart, look at a friggin' K-bar knife, and turn around and snap it open and leave, and turn around and stand there and leave, and 3 months later, somebody else might buy it, take it over and kill somebody, and when they turn around and check it, my touch DNA will still be on that thing. Touch DNA lasts a long time.
Why do I feel like that touch DNA is just going to be something in the trial that causes a lot of controversy here?
It is.
I feel like it's going to. No, and even in the end, I think it's going to, because it came out. We heard about it. They talk about, are you going to get it thrown out? Are you not? Or what if it ends up being the thing that they convict them? I feel like it's going to end with some type of crazy outcome. I really do.
See, that's the problem, because it's going to end up like the Karen Reed trial, okay? I am sorry, if you followed the Karen Reed trial, there is no way in hell Karen Reed is guilty, okay?
Yeah,
And
I don't know much. I can't say she's guilty or not, but I hear things about it. I do hear things.
Okay, well, I mean, to be honest with you, there's no way in hell she's guilty, okay? They turned around and they showed his arm. It is beyond it is totally impossible for anybody to look at his arm and turn around and stand there and say that's from a vehicle hitting him. It is clearly a dog biting him, okay?
Yeah, connected.
I mean, clearly, you know, and yet they turn around and stand there and they, you know, and that's for the second hearing. They're trying to get the nurse thrown out, who turned around and said she's been a nurse in an ER for 30 years, and she's 100% sure those are dog bites because she's worked on many of them, over 2,000 cases. And they turned around and stood there and said, nope, that's from him being dragged by the car and the light shattering and cutting his arm up like that. No, it is dog bites. You can see the mouth. You know, you can't mistake a dog's mouth.
Right.
You know.
This is my question as a person who's looking at this, because I you know, before, I do think it's him, but at the same time, I'm open and things can change my mind. One thing that has me batting an eye is what you just showed me, and another thing that has me like, okay, why is this dude in the kitchen, you know, moving around trash and putting it in the neighbors? Like, what's going on there? Why is he acting suspicious during this time?
He is OCD with a germaphobe problem. Okay, I'm sure you've heard of germaphobes. If you ever seen if you ever seen the TV series Monk, you'll understand about people with phobias. He's
my mom's got that.
Okay, he has an issue. He has a phobia, and you know, he turns around and he bags all of his stuff and, you know, turns around and puts it all into separate bags and then puts it in one big bag and, you know, everything else. And it's just, he doesn't like dirt. He doesn't like, you know, he believes in, you know, even Ann turned around and said, you know, why was he bagging like that? Because he is one that, you know,
you see the question up there for you? Says Loop wanted to ask you, do you think that there were other witnesses besides DM?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't believe their story at all. I never have. There is no way. I'm a United States military vet.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
That's funny as hell. I like that. I like that sound effect. We need more. We need to add other ones in there. There'll be some. But again, my thing is this. So that's the questions that I have for on that side with Kohberger, obviously with the trash, and maybe it is explained in trial because again, we never heard an explanation for it. We just hear about it happening. So,
well, I mean, I know people who have, you know, phobia problems, and you know, I mean, they don't try to hurt nobody with it, but yet at the same time, it can get very, you know, monotonous. And I mean, I got a friend of mine that does the same thing. He'll eat food, and if he scrapes his plate, he scrapes it in a little Kroger's bag, ties it up, and throws it in his trash can. He does that because if roaches or flies or anything like that can smell that food within his garbage can, then it draws them to that area.
Lisa, then she said, what if I touched a knife sheath before the murders? Then you could possibly go down for it.
You could go to, you could be Bryan Kohberger. You could be in prison. I mean, touch DNA can last approximately 4 to 6 months on an object.
It could have flaked right off of a friggin' officer for all we know. We don't know where it came, but it's there. It's there. Where did it come from? And that's what they need to try to get down to the bottom of.
Right.
Well, ask you a question. How does the caller know this? I don't know. What were you referring to about like knowing?
I know this because I turned around and did some research when this whole case broke open. I turned around and studied for months. Trust me. On
Well, I didn't know.
touch.
I didn't know what misbehaving was referring to, because you touched up on a few things. So I wanted to make sure that what I didn't know what she was asking. Hey, how did you know? How did you know this? Well, you made a few good points, so I don't know which one she was asking about.
DNA can stay on objects for a long time, and they can extract DNA for years off of clothing. I mean, somebody can commit a crime or, leave sperm or anything else on an object, and they can go back 30 years later and test it for DNA.
Right.
Touch DNA is an oil, and after a while it dissipates and everything, and you can't have touch DNA as long as you have.
Hey, you know who I think is innocent, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but in another trial that I've been watching on the channel with a few people here, Melody Walker Forrest, I believe that she's either possibly not guilty because of certain things that I've seen in that case. I know V kind of sees what I see in there, but she's more of because he's innocent, because Bryan Kohberger is innocent. But again, I do think that woman in that trial is possibly innocent, because the son got up on the stand and he goes, they were asking him about when he called the police, but he goes, they called me and told me. And he brought up some other things like, they calling you. Why would the police call you if you found your dad's dead body in a pit? You would be calling them.
Right. And I mean, it's just simple common sense, Rev. Right. I mean, that's what people are forgetting to use. They want to turn around. They want to have this case closed. They want to know who did it.
Yeah, we want the right person to
know. And we're taught as children, trust a police officer.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely don't want to stroke off the team without seeing how, you get what I'm saying? And I ain't stroking shit off, but I'm saying I definitely don't want to be like, yeah, these guys right here got it fucking right, but just by not looking at everything. And that's kind of the problem today, is that people will look at a case, but they won't watch the trial. They won't watch the evidence. They won't see the things that come out and how they got it, which could really make a big difference. It could make it or break it. And it's so important to pay attention to what comes out, because people are wrongfully convicted all the fucking time, and people live in a free world where they're not.
Yes,
it's not happening. It's not just a perfect world where people are getting caught for murder and they're 100% guilty. There's people sitting in prison right now that didn't have shit to do with nothing.
Right.
And it's happening a lot. It's happening a lot. So I get the questions, and I appreciate and I respect the different angles and ways, like what you just brought in. I didn't know that this phone that he had or didn't go down this path that they're claiming that he went down. So that just threw me through a loop right there. I'm like, what the fuck? I did not see this. So I appreciate you bringing that information up.
But prosecution's point is they have to turn around. They have to make you doubt that Cy knows what he's doing. Trust me. Man.
It's kind of blowing me away a little bit, because they portrayed that this is the way he went. But again, he has right here. No, it's in this cast that he did. So it's kind of that just effed me all up, because now I'm thinking that this is him circling around here. But if he didn't go through there, what other route would he have taken?
Right. But see, they're going by, they seen that white vehicle 4 miles away, and the time, that if that vehicle would have kept going towards the house, it would have got there a minute or two shy of what it would have normally been timed. But if it's a minute or two difference, well, we can make up for that, because he may have stopped at a light, or he may have stopped at a sign, or he might have slowed down, and here. So this all works out. Here's the route, and they don't know the damn route, because they don't even know where the hell he was at. Because if you remember, the one thing they don't want you to remember, it's like Ellen Jackson said in the Karen Reed trial. He said it perfectly. This is what we're telling you. Don't look over here. That's what they're doing. They're saying, well, this is this, so we can, don't look over here, and understand that, there's a cast report now that's made by a professional that's created the entire caste system in the United States and knows what the hell he's doing. Don't look at him. He doesn't know.
You know what I just figured out the other time? I was looking around at this video on another trial that I was watching, and I go through the comments, And I swear that 80% of these people are just blindly commenting without looking at everything. Oh, she looks guilty or he looks guilty. It's always this shit. And then they're making these broad opinions and they're talking about it. They're dancing, but yet they can't sit there and watch the trial. They skip over everything, but yet want to be biased and nail them to a coffin. That's why I'm watching the trial, because I want to see if these things that they're presenting against him that made him look so guilty to a public eye, in a sense, which is why I'm leaning towards it's him. But at the same time, I have that open mind, because people do get wrongfully convicted. People get wrongfully targeted, and it happens more than often. And I've seen on Dateline where this one dude, he did 21 years in prison because the neighbor across the fucking street said that he was putting a body in the back of his trunk. But guess what? A killer had just got released from prison 2 days prior, and that killer's fingerprints was on the friggin' door. Yeah. And it exonerated him. So here he sat 21 years because of this friggin' nosy neighbor, and he didn't kill his wife at all. So now you lost your wife, and then you're wrongfully put in prison for 21 years.
See, what jurors don't remember is they get in there and they start, they bring, like with different court cases, they bring like the families in, and the families start sitting there,
that shit's crazy.
Do you give permission for us to dump? Yeah, you can dump my phone anytime you want, Ducky. I have nothing to hide. I'm an old man. I don't have no give in this, but I will tell you now.
Just don't broadcast my pictures in there. You can look, do your thing.
What most people don't remember when they get into the jury is when the families get up there and they start crying about the loss of their loved ones and everything else.
I think the caller and
they turn. Well, here you go, crack a cold case. I don't work for the defense. But what I work for is the Constitution. Bing bang. And if I was a juror, I have watched many cases where the jury gets up in there, they start listening to the parents or the everybody else, and they start hearing how bad their emotional status is because of the loss, and they turn around and they say, we turn around, we feel for the parents, and they turn around and they feel for the parents, so they want to give the parents justice. Yeah. So they turn around and get back there in the courtroom, and even though they have doubts, they turn around and stand there and find them guilty. Well, see, that's a problem with our jury system, because the statement is, if they did not prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt,
right,
you are to find them innocent. And I'm sorry, that's our Constitution.
I got a question for you, because people are going to flip it and they're going to say things like this to you, like, oh, well, you're team BK and your team this. Well, I'm going to ask you this just so we can I'm going to get rid of that by asking you this question. Exactly. And that's why I'm going to ask you this question right here. And this is going to tell me everything. If they found Bryan Kohberger's blood inside of the victim's blood, is he guilty to you? I'm not saying that that's the truth. I'm just asking in general, like if you see it. Exactly. So again, we need more people like you that are going to be jurors or people looking at this. So there is,
I'm not going to
held,
Look, Rev, I'm not going to say he's innocent or guilty. Right now, I do not have enough information to say whether he is innocent or guilty, but I can say I have enough reasonable doubt that if we walked into a jury room right now, I would turn around and have to say not guilty.
Yeah, right now, if you walked in there with just what you have, you got the sheath shit, which is touch. Then you got what do they have after that?
Nothing, because they did the IGG report. IGG won't back it up. IGG will send nobody to turn around and stand there and be at the hearing.
It's good. I like to have these debates because I want to see, like, again, I'm trying to think everything that they've talked about or brought forward and said, hey, we're using this, and it's that touch DNA that really sticks out the most. And that right there, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know, we don't know the jurors or who they are or what are they going to believe or
Yes,
whatnot.
Sammy, I agree. As Alan Jackson actually said, "Look the other way," and yes, that was his most famous phrase during that entire thing, other than "I'm gonna knock you out," because he wanted to hit Proctor when Proctor was going through the phone looking for nudes.
I got a good
But
question for you, R. If Dylan picked him out of a photo lineup as being the one that walked by him on the back door, is Bryan Kohberger the guy to you?
I would still have some doubt
But you need to hear
because
his statement.
number one, it was dark.
Okay.
Number two, there's a lot of things that she has done and said, and the way her stories have changed,
Right.
that I'm not quite sure she knows what was going on. I mean, I do agree with the young one, I do agree with the one young man who turned around and stood there and had written in the texts, because I can't see chat now. I can't see it with the program you got me in. But he had turned around and said that, he had been cut his fingers or something off, and his body went into shock. And I'm a United States military vet. I've been 6 months in Guatemala.
Appreciate you serving, man. Appreciate you serving with it.
Thank you. I got shot in the leg, and the only thing I can tell you is it felt like a hot burning poker from a fireplace being shoved into my leg. I felt the heat, but I really didn't feel the pain. Because your body goes into shock to numb it because there is so much pain. So, I mean, I can't stand there and say if he'd have stabbed them. I do know that Kaylee had the medical examiner had stated it, that she had multiple defense wounds on her hands. I mean, cuts and slices where the knife almost cut through her hand.
Man, damn.
So, I mean, she was grabbing that knife hard, trying not to be stabbed to death. And during that time, I'm sure she could have let out one or two screams.
And I'm dropping this. I'm dropping a link in chat. If anybody, maybe you have something or a thought you want to bring up to him or me, you're more than welcome to join us up here and speak. All I ask is for people to be respectful and just have a respectful conversation. Have an open mind too. Open your mind up for anything when it comes to this case or any case in general that is going to be, obviously most of them have trials. Some people will plead guilty, but in trials, it's important to pay attention to that information. If you just look at and skim through shit, if you're really into it, you need to look at everything and listen to everything. Listen to the witness testimony. Listen to everybody who's coming up in there speaking, even the forensic investigators that, like on the trial with Melody, right? I had a problem with these investigators who were collecting these samples, showing it to the juror, but yet they didn't send the samples to the lab. So why are you showing this to my 12 juror here?
Right.
What do we got this picture up for?
Right. What are you showing them? I mean, nothing has been proven. So what are you showing them?
They're going, hey, there was specks of blood here, but yet no, we can't connect it to anyone. It is blood, but it's up here and we didn't send it to the lab. So
well, and that, I haven't followed Melody's, though you have given me the name and I have written it down, and I will go and I'm going to research this a little bit.
She's possibly guilty. You want that case made me want to go like literally back out of audio production that I'm going to school for and go to law school and try to, because it made me feel like she's not guilty so far. And I'm like, how did she get a guilty verdict when I just heard this guy who he failed a lie detector test? We know that they can't talk about that in there. I know that, but he failed a lie detector test. He's getting up on the stand. Shit's not making sense. He's talking about the police called me and told me, but yet you're the one who called the police about your dad being found in the fire. You're the one who found the body. So what? The police is not fucking calling you. They don't got telekinesis.
Right.
They're not in a UFO above. Like, yeah, call them now. That didn't happen. Then he said, he had 38 cal, like the murder weapon bullets literally in the drawer where he's staying. He was staying in the barn, second floor. They're in the friggin' drawer. And then he said his friend put him there, but then he goes, I put him there. He switched it to I and didn't even correct himself in the trial. So there was a lot there. And just with that, I got to find her not guilty, or, you know, I got to hear more throughout the 21 days because I've made it to day 6. But right now, as it sat, for me, not guilty 100%.
I mean, Rev, if you had gotten involved in the Karen Reed case, you would have turned around royally shit. I don't know how much you watched of it or how much you've seen, but I mean, when a police officer gets thrown 30 feet through the air and lands, you know, dead in another police officer's front yard,
crazy,
and they're going to come over and they're going to get the body and blame his girlfriend, and yet they never walked in the house to turn around and ask the police officer why this other officer is laying in his front yard. The other officer never came out of the house, yet there was ambulances and everything else in front of his house.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And you're not going to come outside to see what the hell's going on in your front yard?
I seen people saying he was killed inside. People believe he was killed inside and shit. I'm like, what?
Yeah, because the reason being is because the bite marks on his arm is from a dog. They had a dog named Chloe. He turned around. They believe they went down to the basement, got into a fight, turned around, and the dog was helping them defend themselves when they were beating on him, and the dog grabbed a hold of his arm, and then they carried him up out of the basement and around to the side gate and brought him down into the yard and laid him next to the fire hydrant, or the flagpole or whatever it was. But I mean, the fact of, you know, 9 police officers have already turned around and gotten put on, you know, got sent to different stations. 2 of them fired, even though they got fired with pay. You know, that 3 of them are under police or FBI investigation right now and everything else, which proves that there was just tons of corruptions that even the FBI could see. And
speaking of corruption, I'm glad you brought that up. And I say this to say this is that people talk about, well, corruption. I don't know. There is corruption. Did you see the dude from 60 Days In got arrested for stealing from his dead brother and buying shit on the Indiana's dollar? Literally, he was like the lead sheriff, and he's got all these cars. This dude's buying big ass sports vehicles with the police's money. And
I did see that. It was on Google.
Jamie Knoll, I think his name was Jamie Knoll, I believe it.
Yep.
Like, bro, like this, a lot of people were looking up to him. I've seen in the comments, and I'm like, what do you guys think now?
But I mean, Rev, you know why I understand about corruption?
What's that?
And I shouldn't turn around and give this information out. But partner, I live in Lexington, Kentucky. We are the capital. We are the capital of the bluegrass.
I'm in Tennessee. I'm in Gallatin, Tennessee. That's not too far from me.
Okay, well, have you ever heard of the bluegrass conspiracy?
Yes, I have, but I don't know. I can't speak on it because I don't know the information.
Our city was so corrupt it involved the chief of police, half the police department, judges, the mayor, and everybody else.
That's crazy.
And when the bluegrass conspiracy came down, there was tons of people going to prison, most of them getting 20 years or more. They never caught the main guy because he turned around and left for Switzerland with, you know, millions of dollars. But there was so many people, police officers, the chief, everybody that lost their jobs. And just, I mean, there was corruption everywhere in this city. Until the conspiracy, you know, so I understand the cops were crooked as hell. And we've still got a few here that are.
What do you think about this? Cops crooked as hell, right? I get that. And why I'm thinking about this, I kind of want to put this out there for you and everybody in the chat. I'm going back to what I was saying earlier. I didn't mean to cut you like that, but I just had this quick thought of, again, whoever went in here, committed the murders, they're saying that Madison and Kaylee were the targets. Well, if that's the case, when he went upstairs, I'm thinking because a lot of people are like, well, why would he kill Xana and why would he kill Ethan? Well, because he ran into one of them in the kitchen or coming out the kitchen, and now that's a witness that he has to get rid of. That's what that's my speculation.
Here's what I believe is they can't really say who. Okay, let's think about this. Okay, common sense. Ethan had gotten into a huge fight with his frat brothers and everything at the game.
I did hear a little something about it.
Okay, so if somebody from the game wanted Ethan out, they'd have went there. That could be reason one. Xana was having issues with some of her girls. You know, their boyfriends or whatever. Could have been number two, or they might have turned around, went after Xana to turn around, you know, send a message to Ethan. Number two. Could have been Kaylee. She was invited oddly by Dylan to be her number one, but Maddie was her girl. Did Dylan get pissed off and say, fuck yeah, I called you down here. You turn around and hang out with your girl. You leave me, you know, clutching it. You know, I don't know what's going on. So, I mean, that could be number three. Could, you know, why did they call Kayla back? You know, she was getting ready to go to Texas. Who was she going with? Because she wasn't taking Jack. You know, her and Jack had been split up. So, you know, could it have been Jack and some of his buddies? What did they tell Adam at the bar? Could it have been about the drugs going in and out of that house?
Right.
Because you can't tell me that there was not drugs, because I know there was. I know there was tons of alcohol.
We got Jeff back in the building. Tons of alcohol. We just went through Lexington. What's going on, Jeff?
You know,
Hey,
so
keep going. I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, you
there was tons of, you know, could have been the drugs. They could have called up. They could have said something to Adam about that.
Right.
Of course, Adam and Jack are going to turn around and get a hold of the main dealers and be like, hey, she's about to blow everything that's going on over there. They could have sent somebody. There is so many friggin' possibilities to the shit on why this happened and who was actually targeted.
So now we got to let the evidence lead us there.
Right. So now we have to wait. We have to turn around and see what evidence they have and see what the hell happened and see who, you know, because if you stab a knife into somebody, the medical examiner said, you just went through, okay, Tara, you just went through Lexington.
Hey, look, I do want to say this as you're going before, and I want you to finish this up after I say this. Like before, when I first covered Idaho 4 and everything went down and they got arrested and there was an arrest, etc. You know, I am a person that leans with, you know, fighting, of course, standing with the victims, but in general, like honestly, just as of recently, I realized how very, very, very important it is to pay attention to the evidence and not just skim through shit and have other people throw it to you. You need to go and look for yourself. You need to listen to the testimony yourself. You need to, if we're gonna sit here and cover things, we can't cover things half-assed. We got to cover every aspect of the crime if we want to really give a positive opinion about what we think. Now, that's why I'm taking the time out to watch this trial. That's why I covered it from the beginning, because now I actually want to see everything unfold and be talked about. I want to see what evidence pins him. What do they use to pin Bryan? Because they're going for the death penalties. So I'm thinking in general, damn, I'm looking to see some blood mixed in with their blood. I'm looking to see possibly something dropped of his own, or who knows. In general, I want to see this evidence that leads it to be Bryan Kohberger. Do they have him? Do they have his license plate turning in on this road? Do they? That's the things that I'm looking for. And I'm listening to witness testimony. I want to hear from Dylan. Dylan can make a big impact on me depending on how it's delivered. So
well, Dylan's going to be iffy with me, because I've already seen a lot of the things that she has said and heard a lot of the reports, and I watch very closely. I follow Lana Oriani on Truth and Transparency a lot, and she is huge on sending to the courts to get like body cameras, to to get all kinds of information.
I know the truth of transparency. I see her out there. You know, I see her.
Yeah, and she is one that she spends tons of money to turn around and get reports and things that you and me can't get.
Yeah, she shares it too. I've seen her come. She's came by here and shared some stuff a while ago. I'm talking about when we were first covering this and stuff was coming out. She came by. She made her rounds and had stuff. It had videos, had things of. I think she was the one or one of the original ones that dropped when the officers went to the front door and there was other people that were answering it. I remember her dropping that.
Yeah. And I mean, I look at all the info that she gets for people. Well, she gets for herself, but she shares with people. And I turn around and look at it. And, well, what was that comment about the dog? Somebody said something about a dog.
T-REV is back. Yeah, Trish Bender, you already know what time it is. I'm back. Been back.
But, you know, I thought they were talking about Chloe and the Karen.
I am back. And Trish, I need you to spread the word. Let them know that T-REV will outstream your favorite streamer any day of the week.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Rev, you look a hell of a lot different. You've lost a lot of weight and everything. I mean,
hey, bro, but you know, I do weigh about 160 now. I was 229 pounds when you guys see me. So, I mean, that's a big difference. I've been lifting. I work out in the gym every day. Like, I'm doing a lot of different stuff. So, I appreciate it.
I almost skipped past you because when you came on and it said live and I turned around and I still, you know, come through and I turned around and I was like, that's not Rev. Who in the fuck are these two guys? And I was like, okay, it sounds like Rev, but it don't look like Rev. And I turned around and I kept looking and I'm like, damn, he has lost a lot of weight. Okay.
Really? Okay. I've heard a few people say that. They're like, man, how'd you lose so much weight? What do you mean? I went through some crazy ass shit with depression and I lost a lot of weight then. And then I just said, you know what? Since I lost all this weight, I'm about to start working out every single day. And that's all I've been doing.
Well, congratulations. I'm very proud of you. How are you doing mentally?
We have, you know, I look at it like this now, like we got to take care of our temple. If we don't take care of our temple, then, you know, we might fall early. And I think health is important. And now I'm taking it a lot more serious than what I used to do, but obviously not because I've been up for about 3 days right now with insomnia, can't sleep. And it is what it is. I'm not about to just go look at the damn ceiling. So I'm coming in here to go live to talk with you guys. And,
right. You know,
that's about the most unhealthy part about me right now is the insomnia part of me. Other than that, I feel great.
Oh, I'm glad you dropped. I'm proud of you.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. But back to what we were saying, like I said, that, you know, you're not going to hear anybody get on here and say, oh, well, they could have turned around and told Adam about the drugs.
Hey, they got a question for you in chat. Before you jump back into that, he said, can you please ask the caller, misbehave it, I got you. Ask the caller, what has DM said and what was his source? What did you say about her? I didn't hear that part. I was reading chat and they were kind of insinuating that it was, I seen her say, well, her fault or what? I forget.
No, I didn't say it was her fault. What I've said is when DM turned around and stood there, she started saying that she had been asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But then she turned around and said that, you know, she had just gotten home. She had turned around and she had yelled at everybody to lower the noise, which obviously would have been everybody being stabbed. You know, she was up texting, oh God, what's her name? Bethany. And they were talking back and forth. And then she laid back down and went to sleep. But yet afterwards, she started saying, no, I had looked out the door and I had done this and I had done that. Everybody was asking her why she didn't turn around and make the call. And she was like, well, you know, I was in shock. Look, if I hear my roommates screaming at the top of their lungs and I'm asking them to shut the hell up, I'm going to go out. And I'm gonna say something. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
I'm not gonna go back to bed and go to sleep. You know. you have you ever been around?
No, I get that, and we've debated that a lot. You know what caused her to go in and go to sleep, especially if you came face to face with dude and you were in a frozen shock phase. So you were in a frozen shock phase and fell off to that frozen shock phase to
sleep. Right, it don't happen.
It is confusing, and I'm glad you're bringing that up because that's always going to be what I say.
It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
I got a question.
What's going on?
Yeah, quick question though. You had mentioned, because I like to have the discussion about this, because I think I might have a little bit different opinion on the Bethany and Dylan talking to each other. How do you know they were talking to each other?
And Jeff,
you made it sound like they talked a lot to each other.
I'm gonna put this out there straight up. Everything that you hear here is allegedly speculation. Law, if it's not in the paperwork, we are just discussing theories and we are speculating. We're not claiming that things are 100% fact. I am going to put that out there. So again, continue, Jeff. You're good. I just wanted to put that out there in the air.
Yeah, I was just curious what where you pull that from. I'm not saying it's not true, but I don't get it from the PCA, and I have the PCA up. I can read it, but because it might be from some other source that you get that you believe that Dylan and Bethany were talking on the phone together that night.
It's from their phones. Their phone data was actually checked through, and they were texting each other back and forth.
But how do we know they were texting back and forth and not just other people?
Well, they did text other people also.
Well, but how do we know they texted each other at all for sure?
Because there are text messages to Bethany and text messages from Bethany back to her during this whole incident.
That's what I've never seen. I've only heard I think some comments from Steve G. But I thought too maybe he could be speculating that they were talking to each other.
Glad to have you in here, buddy.
No, the police had actually stated it during one of their, talks. So I mean that much has been proven that they had been texting.
Well, I'd love to hear it, because here's what the PCA says.
They were both awake.
Right, both awake, but the combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen's phone, and a video of a suspect vehicle described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25. So they mentioned reviews of forensic downloads.
How's it a big ass gap? Didn't they say that this vehicle sped off at 4:23 though? Back when I was covering it. Okay, 4:21. Thank you for that. It was 4:21. Thank you for the correct. I said 4:23 earlier, but it was 4:21. Okay, I remember.
Here's what amazes me is think about this. Like I said, I'm a United States military vet. I was attached to 82nd. Went from there to Green Berets. Okay. I can use a K-bar knife quite well. Even during my military days, when I was much stronger, because I'm a pretty damn weak old man right now. Okay?
Tell me about the butt end of the knife too, because not enough people talk about that.
The butt end of a K-bar knife is the same as a hammer. Exactly. We use it for many things in the military. Okay, we use it for many things. You can take the tip, shove it into a can, slice a rations can open, and turn around and stand there and take and just cave the ass end in if you want. We used it working on tanks, jumping, cutting cables, everything. That thing can be used for a million things, and it is hard as it is as hard as a hammerhead. Okay, right. It's like having a hammer in the bottom of your fist, and I mean, you just swing it down and hit somebody, you're cracking their whole skull. Okay, right. Or punching a hole through it, one of the two. So I mean, it is a very strong, very sturdy, very secure instrument.
How many times does a human have to get hit in the head with a hammer to lose consciousness, would you say?
I think it would be force.
Once or twice, and sometimes it depends on where you hit them. Right?
Well, I mean, Jeff, I could walk up and tap that shit on your head 3 times, and you'll be like, "What the fuck are you doing, T-REV?"
Right, but I mean,
I'm not using enough force.
If you've got it in your hand and you turn around, you're standing there and you stick somebody several times and haul that thing back and just come in at the side of their head and you hit them in their temple, you're putting them out.
Yeah, so what's your
They're
ranking
going down.
rating? Ranking rating, and are you asking him as from serving? What's his ranking rating?
Who asked that?
Somebody said, "What is your, I don't know if this question's
Somebody
for
in chat.
O'Hara. I just trying
Oh,
to. I see some people have some questions. I was just wondering what ranking rating. I don't know how that works.
I wasn't an officer. I was, you know, still grunt. I mean, even though I did make sergeant, it doesn't, you know, doesn't stand there and lead up to anything. But yeah,
That's still awesome, though. I
rating,
commend you for that.
I don't even know what the hell a ranking rating is, so I'll be in left field when I seen that. I just knew. I thought it was that's to him. I just wanted to see if you ranking rating.
But
I don't know what the hell ranking rating is in there. I'm not a army
military,
guy.
but
I'm not a military guy.
Kathy, like I said, no, it has been stated that from the forensics, they turn around from the forensics of both of their phones. You know, you turn around. You know, the forensics said that their communication between each other. You know, so yes, they were texting back and forth. They were both wide awake. You know, I'm sorry.
You know, if you could, I would love it if you could find that where you heard that and with, you know, come back sometime and share it, because I'd love to document
this week,
that.
I think this week we should do a mock trial, a mock live stream trial. You know, nobody's doing it. I'm doing it. How about that? Bring everything in, see what we got. Just put what's out there now. I think it'd be fun. One and two, it will have us think a little bit deeper. And
I mean, you know, somebody had said on here earlier about Lana, you know, believing that Scott Peterson was innocent and everything else. I don't stand there and I don't always agree with Lana. I have my own mind. I think for myself. I try to fact check and double check everything I do.
Right.
But that's because I want to be informed. And you have a right to believe what you want to believe. I'm not going to take that right away from you because I'll be a son of a bitch. I fought for you to have that right.
Right.
I just ask that you turn around and accept that I have the right to be different also.
I don't know why that's funny, but it is. Right. Kohberger had a big arm reach with a long knife. That's hard to escape when someone tried stabbing me. Huh. I don't know where you got Kohberger at, but damn, I'm like,
yeah.
Okay, said it. There was info leaked from the grand jury to the dad about them.
This guy stinks.
Texting with each other. I mean, I'm not like saying it's impossible that Bethany and Dylan talk to each other, but I would love to know for definite, because if they weren't talking to each other, it's kind of a different story than if they were. Because if they're talking to each other in the same house, that's like me. My wife gives me a hard time. She's like, I text her while we're in the same house. She's like, why are you texting me? Why don't you get your butt up here and look me in the face and talk to me?
Gives you a hard
text
time?
me in the same house.
I have turned around and done the same thing to my son. He'll be laying in his bedroom and he'll turn around and stand there and he'll text me something. And I'll be like, why don't you just get the hell up and walk into the living room and ask me what the hell you want? Don't stand here and send me text messages. I'm in the middle of a damn movie, you know?
What you ought to do is just walk over to him and just be counting like 1,
I am judge.
2, 3,
I am the
4.
I'll be the judge.
Like, what are you counting for?
There's my
That's how many
judge's
steps
name
it took
right
to get to you.
There you go, right there, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, I should. I might use that.
Is that a Papa Sal quote?
No, that's my judge's name. I'm a fucker in charge of you fucking fucks. I have a real gavel too. Where's it at?
I turn around and I look, and like I said, I'm not going to say he's innocent. I'm not going to say he's guilty. I'm going to say right now, in my mind, with all the evidence that they have turned around and done, and all the in evidence that they have turned around and shown, because Ann's been asking for evidence for a year, and they still haven't given it to her.
He says, what are we learning?
Well, do they consistently say they don't have any more to give at the moment? And does it benefit her to keep asking? The headlines get written. The prosecution seems to be.
I want to see what the kind of people who would be down
she does
this week.
it for intentionally, to be honest with you.
I'm trying to see who would be down this week. We could do that. I'm actually down to do that if people want to do it, like a mock trial where we go through.
Yeah, I mean, Rev, I'll turn around, I'll jump in. I mean, I'd love to see what everybody's opinions are, because their opinions matter. And like I said, how many people, Rev, if you turn around and heard come on and say they said something to Adam, and Adam said something to the people pushing the drugs, and they turn around and they might have went in the house. We don't know who went in that house. We don't know. There are so many scenarios of how shit could happen. Right. Who was the target? What happened? We do know that even Steve Kinsella said things are going to come out about his daughter that not.
I got a question for you. You said Adam. Is Adam's name in the paper somewhere? Is there something that I'm missing besides what we've seen on camera?
No, don't you remember? There's a video where they're walking down the sidewalk and she turns around and says, "What did you tell Adam?"
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, that was big. That was everywhere. But other than that, is there anything that's in paperwork with Adam's name?
I don't know. I don't know what the police have.
I just want to make sure I'm caught up on the things that I did miss, because you brought up one of the things that I missed, which was the cast evidence or whatever.
Right.
I didn't see that. So
like I said, they turn around and have the video of her saying, "What did you say to Adam?" And she says, "I told him everything." What we don't know is, what did Adam do with that information? What could that have caused? What problems could that have been a situation? What did she tell him? None of us know. That's all up in the air. So I mean, there may be a channel going that way. There might be another channel going towards Jack, even though the Gonzalez said that he wouldn't touch him. Well, whoever went into that house, they opened the bedroom door where the dog was at. The dog didn't turn around, bite him, or attack him. So, who's going to go into a house they don't know with 6 people in it and turn around and go through the house that they don't know in the dark?
But it is a small house, and if you're
not actually
to look,
small.
It's not, but it's pretty small. If you're going through the back sliding glass door. And your target is on the floor above you. The first stairs that you see going upward, that's all you need.
I think that he ran in. I think that he ran into Xana or Ethan and went in there and eliminated the witness that seen him as he was leaving the house. I have a feeling about, or whoever. I have a feeling that's what led him to that room. Why he wasn't there to kill them two. Why would you do that when you could go in the next room right here and just take Dylan out real quick and then bounce? If was the case.
That's very possible. And I mean, I'll agree with you, Rev. I mean, that makes a lot of common sense. But like I said, who knows who the actual perpetrator was? Yeah. So we don't know. Exactly. Like I said, could have been Pratt brothers who went up there, because I'll tell you right now, there is no friggin' possible way. The medical examiner said there was like 16 stab wounds or gouges. Okay. There's a difference between a stab and a gouge. And that, one person had like 16, one had like 15, one had like 18, and one had like 25. And Kaylee was the one that was stabbed the most.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
Which, what do they say about people who have the most wounds? That they were the initial target, or were they angry? There's a lot of different controversy that's brought up around that.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So we don't even know if she was the main target. Like I said, it could have been the people, but they did state that the wounds were not consistent to be just one knife.
Damn.
So, I mean...
What about this unknown knife that they collected that is allegedly there? I keep seeing that in the paperwork as I'm breezing through. And what is it there for? Why did they collect it?
Nobody knows.
It's an unlabeled knife too,
right?
So I'm just trying to understand why they collected it. Was there blood on it? I mean, if there was blood on it, it'd be in paperwork already.
Well, right, but they might have taken it to turn around and see if there was blood on it. So I mean, when the cops walk in, they're taking shit that they're not sure what they're taking. This is a friggin' massive crime. Those rooms, they said that the walls on in that room and the bedding and floors and everything else had so much blood on it. It looked like somebody just walked in with cans of red paint and just threw it everywhere.
So the thing though, when you actually makes me think of when you talk about the amount of blood, it makes me think of, well, just instead of using a metaphor, I mean, it takes a little while for blood to exit the body. I mean, if somebody stabs one person, it takes like less than 30 seconds. They move on to the next person. They didn't hang around and wait for all that blood to come out and get on them.
Right.
And I think like Tom Van is a former Marine or Marine. And Tom Van said, you make sure you're behind them and you stab them around to the front.
Well, he was wearing a shower curtain.
You don't get the stuff on you.
I think that's crazy as hell. I think he was wearing a shower curtain. Like I just don't see it.
I'm saying, T-REV, to turn around and stand there and stab somebody 15 times. So each person was over 15 times, not under. And to turn around and put, let's see, that'd be at least 60 stabs repeatedly into the human body. That takes some force. And to do that, it's going to tire you the hell out. And in reality, they say that the guy showed up at 4 o'clock to deliver the food. They said they seen what's his name's car, Kohberger's car, go down to the end of the street.
Making up so much stuff. What did he make up? Did I miss something that he made up? Like I don't get that comment. Like what? Did you make something up or something? I didn't hear it.
I know of.
He's stating hearsay as fact. Sean Mullins is okay. I just wanted to catch what he was saying. I didn't know if he overheard something that I didn't hear.
No, Sean. I'm turning around going from the police, the hearings and everything else that are live broadcasted.
Yeah, this shit's crazy, man. This whole entire. I think it's going to be one.
We don't know, Kelly. We don't know, Kelly, if there was a transfer of blood. That information they have never given us.
Yeah,
I'd like to know because I would like to know whose blood is mixed.
I'm laying it out there right now. I'm going to say it. I'm predicting that his blood is mixed in with the victims somewhere, and they got it. I'm just for some reason my gut isn't lying. My gut never lies to me, and my gut's screaming that shit.
Well, I mean,
but
there is a high probability you could be right, Rev, because I mean they have given us no information on, if there was any blood mixed together and whose was mixed with whose. So we don't know who was stabbed first, who was stabbed second, third, and fourth. Okay, and I mean, I'm sure they should have it because they're making the statement that Ethan was stabbed first. Well, if he was, then his blood would be his blood only. Right. Xana's would be his and hers. So I mean, depending on how many bloods in each person, would stand there and let you know if it was one person with one knife. But to actually stab through the human body.
I'm glad you brought up the actual stab wounds too, because I'm telling you this right now. If he stabbed 60 something or 60 plus times, the chances of him cutting himself or coming across like like Kaylee with the defensive wounds, etc. The chances of you cutting yourself are high.
Yeah, they're high. But at the same time, it's going to take more than 8 or 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to do that in 8 or 9 minutes, 60 friggin' stabs and gouges and everything else. Okay? That's going to take some time. And then you got to turn around and think about the fact that then he has to get out of there, get his, jumper suit off, get whatever he had on his feet to cover his shoes off, because he didn't want to transfer none of that to his car and everything else. You just can't do that in 15 minutes.
And chances are that he took it with him because they didn't find it anywhere.
Chances are Jeff heard the trunk get shot and he proved it.
Do what?
Well, I don't know if I proved it.
I had to throw a curveball in there. I seen you was talking about something.
That's something I've never heard.
Jeff pull it up right now. I mean,
my theory is that, and it comes from an idea another guy had, that a big plastic bin in the back of the car. I mean, you step into that bin, strip into it, put that bin in the trunk of the car. The trunk is probably clean because the bottom of the bin is clean.
Why he's finger fucking everything at that point though, Jeff? Where's the blood at on the car? Does he have gloves on at this time?
Right. When he gets into his car, he might have a little blood on his face, but that's about it. Everything else is in that plastic bin that's in the trunk of the car.
I'm just saying, because
he's isolated.
Think about yourself taking gloves off and clothes off. Who's gonna be able to take all this shit off so smooth that they're able to do it in such a concrete time where you're just you're out in the middle of the road, you just murdered 4 people.
Yeah, I mean,
well, I think that's something he's practiced. I mean, I really think that the reason there's his DNA on the knife sheath is because he was practicing at home while he wasn't wearing gloves, and it got up under the button snap, and he forgot to clean the sheath inside.
Yeah, his DNA was from touch DNA. It wasn't from actual blood DNA.
Right. So, yeah, I think so. It's probably the night before, earlier in the day, maybe he was practicing. Like, okay, these are all the things I got to do, and all the things I got to do quick.
Yes, there is a lot.
I'm going to knock him. My opinion is this: I'm going to knock him unconscious first, just like Ted Bundy did with his victims.
Shout out to Linda
Use a hammer. We know where he gets a hammer from, right? Knock him unconscious, slice him up. Knock him unconscious, slice him up.
There you are, Mike.
My very quiet crime.
You're good. Go ahead.
The crime is quiet, and it's also not messy to himself.
I just wanted to say hi to the people that I see, like hi,
yeah, sure, no problem.
And Cheryl and Mike and Steffi. I see people that they're
Crack a cold case. Crack a cold case. You are absolutely 100% right. There are so many documents on that site if you went to look at them, and you can read them for free
for days.
But if you want hard copies of it, or copies of the video of the police cams and everything else, then you have to turn around and pay for that shit. And trust me, it is expensive. Okay, they send you 200 pages. You're going to pay way more than $200. Okay,
I'm good. I'm printing that shit out.
Yeah,
they got no time. They got no time to be doing. 1,000 people call them up and ask for that.
Right.
That's quite a workload for them.
Well, what about him connected? I want to know okay. Also, I will have a question for the people on the panel, one, and also in chat. What if they're able to prove in court that Kohberger's phone connected to the Wi-Fi there? That doesn't make you, a murderer.
No,
but
no.
What does it do for your mind in the aspect? So now you got the cast. It kind of contradicts the cast, or does it? Or
no, it contradicts the cast because you have Wi-Fi's. Even if you have an extender connected to your Wi-Fi,
right?
A Wi-Fi extender can give you a longer signal, but you're still not going to get but a house or two down the road. Okay, if you turn around and check your neighborhood, and you walk a block, you're going to pick up totally different. You'll lose some of the ones in your block, and you'll start picking up others on the other side. Even with a really high intense extender, you're not going to get more than a block away. So if his phone connected to their Wi-Fi, he's fucked. That's it.
Is it going to show the date and time as well?
Right. It'll show the date. So
you're telling me if it shows that, you're shutting the laptop, you're done. He's cooked.
Right. He's cooked. It's history. He's going 100% to death row. Okay. He'll be standing in front of that firing squad 5 minutes after he gets out of court.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
There's emotional
damage. I had to do that. All right, you're good. I love my sound bites. I don't care. People be like, man, your sound bites are fucking annoying. Well, then no fucking be here then. How about that? I love my shit. I'm gonna run my shit the way I want to run it. If you don't want to be
my
here,
grandson said that just today. He's like, what? Emotional damage.
That's funny, man. You got to add a little humor in here, but when you get to talking about these cases, it's kind of hard to bounce off of the things. You're hearing these. Let's just face it, they were brutally murdered in the comfort of their own home, at a time where you're supposed to feel like
you're safe.
Exactly, you're safe. You're comfortable.
You're safe.
This is the time where you get comfortable and you're relaxing, but you have somebody so viciously come in and just stick a blade in each one of them 15 to 20 times a piece.
Oh yeah,
that dude cut himself.
About the atom.
I bet my left testicle he cut himself. Get out of here. There's no way he did not cut himself.
I'm sure he
the house on it.
He had to have some marks. I mean,
I'd be willing to bet that there's something there, bro. There's no way these people are like gambling. Like, well, they're so adamant about the death penalty, right? So what do they have concrete that is gonna pin them there? It's gonna be stuff like I said, the blood mixed in with a victim or blood of his found on the ground from a cut,
or the Wi-Fi.
Exactly, Wi-Fi, shit like that. And I'm
shit
willing
like that, yeah.
And I'm rolling it all. I bet my left testicle they got something like that.
Oh, there is no doubt in my mind if they turn around and said he connected to their Wi-Fi, there is no doubt in my mind I'll turn around and stand there and close mine and say, case closed. It's over.
Yeah, dude, I am capped. If you want to come up or do you want to call? Like which one? What are we talking about, my guy? Let me know. I'm down. You can come up. Anybody can come up and talk to us. I just don't want to have where we're all speaking over each other. I just, time respected, but yeah. Right. Or you could call in and if you want to chime in too on that, Captain Jenks, anybody can call in and leave a voicemail. I can play it for the whole entire live to hear. You got 3 minutes to speak. So we could do it that way too. That way the anybody on panel can chime in on what you're saying and we can kind of all pick at each other's brains here. That's the whole point and why I do this, because I want to learn more information, or I want to hear what your hunch is, because your hunch may be something that I didn't think of. I mean, Jeff has the most craziest shit. He had a bucket. He put it in the trunk.
Shower curtain.
No, but I'm saying like I hear the most craziest shit, but then at the same time, like you can't rule that shit out. Jeff, he had a bucket. He had this fucking. He came in with a shower curtain, man.
He rode the dog like a horse, Murphy.
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing we can put out of question right now, and the only problem with that is the state has turned around and just, they have turned around and kept everything gagged to where everybody's mind in the US can just run wild and create theories and push it across to everybody else. And if it sounds good, everybody's going to jump on it. But like I said, I don't care if he's innocent or guilty. It's one or the other.
We used to talk about that shit though. If they talked about it on News Nation, I brought it up on the chat. Like for instance, the IDs, and I'm looking at it like this too. It's here to say until I see the ID or see it in paper and see who it's connected to. But right now, I don't even know if it's real because it's being said by Cuomo, and who's Cuomo for me to believe Cuomo? Wow, just because he's on TV, I have to believe him? Absolutely not. I need to know who told him that, one, and two, where's the proof that this is tied to somebody at that residence? So to put something out there to the mainstream or people who are watching this from their home, there might be some old people eating eggs in the morning and they catch that. They're like, oh, that guy had a fucking ID. He's guilty.
But
and they're like, you know what I mean?
That's what they want. They want the public tainted so that they know they can turn around and have their best shot at getting a guilty conviction, because people are going to say that, they feel for the children and they feel for Ethan and Maddie and, Xana and everybody. And they feel for the parents for losing their child. Well, I'll tell you what, Rev, here's the reason why I don't give a shit about it, because I lost my fiance and my daughter, 4.5 years old, in a car accident.
Oh, God bless you, man. That's rough shit right there.
My fiance had a brain aneurysm. She had a brain aneurysm. We didn't know nothing about it. We used to take our daughter down to Florida every year to turn around and see her grandma and let her spend 30 days with grandma because grandma couldn't come back up north. She had gotten sick from deer ticks and stuff, and she couldn't come back up north. So we would take her down and be like, look, here's 30 days, just you and your granddaughter. You can do whatever you want. You be a grandma, let her play, have fun, get to know grandma. And we'd take her down every year. Well, she turned around and left to go down. We took her down, dropped our daughter off. 30 days later, she went down to pick her up. I was working, so I couldn't go. And on the way back, she had a brain aneurysm. She was dead instantly. The car went across the median into oncoming traffic, and they hit the car and ended up killing my daughter too. I had nobody to help me. I had to deal with it on my own. I had to take that responsibility, and I had to turn around, stand there, and become a cold son of a bitch. But at the same time, I didn't do like Steve Gonzalez and get on there and, throw up a GoFundMe and be like, I need $250,000 for a funeral. And when I reach the 250, say, well, I'm going to make it 300,000 or 400,000. They've been doing nothing but sucking money off of this. Feel sorry for my child. There are 1 million children a day that die. Yours is not the only one. So I will sit there and have
somebody calls in. Let me know if you could leave a voicemail. If somebody does call in, let me know if you could leave a voicemail, because you got 3 minutes and you could chime in and I can play it over top to where we all hear it.
I personally think, though, if I could speak on the Gonsalves family, I personally think they lost their daughter in a horrific way. Mm-hmm. If the community wants to give them $5 billion, so have it. So be it. I'll help. Yeah. I've already helped twice. I'm saying I'm fine. I'm fine with it. But I mean, a lot of people use that to say they're crappy people or they're doing awful stuff. You got 10 members of your family. You get one chance to go to the trial of the guy who slaughtered your daughter. Right. The trial of the slaughterer, you get one shot to see it. A lot of people say they should just stay home. You know, they should just mind their own business. No, they deserve to be there to see. Jeff, I agree. You know, but I'm not saying that you're coming down on them, but a lot of people do, and I just want. And it got real popular. I know it gets clicks and views for a lot of YouTubers, but it's like, man, and then there was a guy who was wanting a GoFundMe of his own right after days before was putting them down for doing a GoFundMe. It's like, what's your purpose for you're a YouTuber? You need a GoFundMe. Oh, you just put down you send your child to college and she comes back in a box. That person deserves a little money coming their way. Nothing's going to bring her back. Nothing. Well,
here's my feeling. Here's my feelings. Whoever wants to give to them can. I won't turn around. Like I said, I lost my daughter and my fiance at the same time. I mean, and we were together 5 years. But I will have empathy for the children, but I will not stand there and say that I am going to send a person to death if there is reasonable doubt. I am going to obey the law. I am going to follow the Constitution. I am going to hold better judgment and say, if I do not know 100% sure, I am not going to convict.
Well, I gotta ask you this: what's enough to convict somebody for life, but not the death penalty to you if you're a juror? I mean, what's gonna set the difference there? Like, I mean, I feel like if you're gonna get him with that, you might as well just slam him with the death penalty.
Right. To me, you can give him life or give him the death penalty. To me, it's all the same. Okay. Right. You know, neither one is going to matter one way or the other.
I don't know. My thing is this and I know it's a rough subject, but I still like to have the conversation. Eye for an eye, motherfucker. Hang them in town square. Get rid of these people who are molesting children and going in houses like this and stabbing people to death while they're sleeping. And it's crazy as hell. Execute them right in front of the public. Get rid of them. Bring it back like old days, and maybe some people will learn some fucking lessons.
If they put him on the death penalty, he's going to sit in prison 30 years before they ever take him there anyways. There's going to be so many,
he's chauffeured up anyways.
Right. But I'm with you. Okay. I agree that, if you steal in the old days, they cut your hand off. I'll guarantee you, if I take your right hand and cut it off, I'll guarantee you're not going to let your left steal a damn thing. They turn around and say, oh, well, the death penalty is inhumane. And I'm like, okay, walking in and stabbing 4 people is not inhumane? Mm-hmm. What the hell are you talking about?
This is for Lisa. Here, Lisa, you could join. You should be able to join with this. I see you've been trying to she's been trying to say something, so I want to see what she's talking about. Here you go. There's a link for anybody really who wants to come up and join and chime in. But yeah, I'm just, I don't know, man. Like, we waste a lot of our fucking tax dollars on this goofy shit. It's like,
right.
Let's cut the bullshit and let's get to it. Why are we?
Yeah, I mean, they get a roof over their head. They get meals.
They get extra time in there. They get to beat their wanky a few more times. Nah, they need to be their joy needs to be ended as soon as the result comes through. That's how I feel about it.
And I agree with you. Anything dealing with children, I will tell you right now, I am sorry. I believe every city should have a great big hole in near the garbage dumpster.
Oh, these
You
people are
just
getting
take
back
them over.
out. They're getting back out, and they're getting 2 years, getting back out and re-victimizing other families. Like or it's crazy.
Put them in the hole, set them on fire, burn the body, say all you have is ashes. You don't want to take up much space, and turn around and stand there and fill that hole with all the pedophiles. I'm sorry. I do not like Chester molesters, and I never will. Don't ever turn around and strike a child in front of me.
Pisces, so let me add you on here. I see you down below me, but it was about to let me add you, and then it just stopped. So I don't know what's going on. If you got something off.
It's been 27 years, Angela, and I still deal with it. On the date of their death every year, it messes me up bad. I don't talk to nobody for a week.
I see 843. 843 was trying to get through. Let me see that. I see that. You can't leave a voicemail. Is that what we're saying? Matter of fact,
Captain.
You know what? I'm calling whoever this was. I'll call you right now. Hold up. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up.
I love this. Did you see Captain's? Yeah, I'll DoorDash Kohberger a bacon pizza with extra pepperoni.
That's crazy.
That's messed up.
Yeah,
but like I said, it's none of us know, and I'm not gonna let my wild thoughts or anything else run wild. I'm gonna turn around and take the facts. I look at like the old Dragnet show. I don't know if you remember that, Jeff.
Yeah.
Dragnet
Friday and
yep. Yeah. Okay, and what was Friday's most famous phrase? Only the facts, man.
Right. Just the facts.
So they said somebody called me and said they need to know how to start a true crime channel. Get on and start talking, and make sure you get the right documents.
Yeah.
Make sure. I mean, you got to bring your own spin. I can't tell you exactly what to do, but it's very easy. Explain.
Earlier, you guys were talking about the what did you say to Adam? One of the things that I think about though is like, because I was trying to imagine what you're saying, like if Adam is involved in something, and
let me add.
So you're saying would Kaylee and Maddie would know that whatever was said to Adam, oh boy, now we're in it. This is drug related or something. Now we're in it. We're in trouble.
Well,
the thing is, though, they didn't seem to be like two girls acting like they were in any trouble. Mm-hmm. Even the driver that took them home said they seemed like they were having a great time. I didn't see any evidence. I did see evidence that would suggest, oh, what'd you say to Adam? Oh, well, I told him that you were thinking you'd like to get back together with with Jack, and that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff seemed more plausible than drug cartel.
I'm just saying.
When I hear country music pumping out of that house too, I don't know. Maybe it's just a stereotype. Lisa, okay.
But I just don't. Lisa, you've been trying to get through. Hold on, I'm gonna play Lisa through here. Can you hear me?
T-REV. What the hell? I can't get on that.
I'm looking at you down below right now, but it won't let me add you.
I don't even know why, because I have I went in the other day and opened all these things that were blocked.
Yeah, that's the problem, and until you fix that, it won't let you.
I know.
And you got to usually use like Chrome or whatever. But I did see you in the comments. I know you had something you want to say, and they can hear you right now. What's going on? Talk to us.
No, at what point? At what stuff do you want me to say? I know there's.
I mean, whatever you want to say. I seen you see like 4 or 5 times in the comments. It was like, I'm trying to call through. So
what are your thoughts on it?
I want to give you that chance to speak, and they're asking what are your thoughts on just the case in general and what they got.
I need to take you out to lunch, breakfast, lunch, or dinner.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 2 or 3 hour conversation, isn't it though?
Where are we going? I'm hungry.
No. We're going from the beginning. I've been with you from the beginning.
Are you close, or what is it, like a remote lunch?
I'm sorry?
I'm just joking. I was like, are you close or something? What are we talking about?
Okay, so I lived in South Carolina and I moved back to PA where I originally, grew up.
Mm-hmm.
Where at?
Yeah, where at PA?
So I started the case of the Idaho 4 with you. And it was about...
I think I know who you are.
Where at in Pennsylvania, honey?
Yeah, he said we're at in Pennsylvania.
Okay, so a lot of people say Pittsburgh because it like there's a bunch of cities that like come up to Pittsburgh, but
Baby, I know what you're talking about. I'm from Squirrel Hill.
I'm in North Virginia.
Yeah, I'm from
So you're
Squirrel
in
Hill.
Huntington?
You said you're in West Virginia?
North Huntington,
Okay,
PA,
North
Yep.
Huntington.
PA, Pittsburgh, PA.
Yeah, no,
Yep,
I got my dad's from Pittsburgh, PA, for sure. Allegheny.
Well, Rev, see, here we go. You're in Tennessee. I'm right here in Lexington. She's in Pittsburgh. She's in, West Virginia. I was raised almost my entire life up in Squirrel Hill, Pennsylvania, and it's a suburb of Pittsburgh. And when I moved to Lexington,
I know Squirrel Hill, yeah.
everybody got pissed off because I just turned around and stood there and said, Lexington is like 250,000, 300,000 people. And I'm like, you guys are a bunch of hicks. And they're like, we're a big city. And I said, you're not a big city. Our suburbs, Squirrel Hill's 450,000. Monroeville's fucking almost 500,000. Pittsburgh's got 3 million if you count them all together. I said, 3 million to 250,000.
You say, hold on, you said, I see someone, Jack the Traveler said, Drip Drop has Idaho 4 on lock. I know, he's here right now.
Welcome to the True Crime Circus Codes. My name is Drip Drop, and I am your host here.
That's how that boy sounds.
That sounded more like Kermit.
I can get him right. I'll tell you, I just got to hear it one time, and then I'll lock right in.
I love Drip Drop.
Drip Drop being there.
I don't know. I mean, Drip Drop is, I don't know. He don't work in the office, so I don't know if he's processing all the evidence or he's just throwing out theories. I think he's throwing out theories.
Yeah, Drip Drop does make a lot of valid points, but I mean, I'm
gonna be honest with you. I like Drip Drop. I mean, Drip Drop always, he's just like all of us. He's got a mind of his own too.
That's it.
And he's good at presenting. He has a mind just like every single one of us. The difference is he's putting out a visual and giving you guys the content, and he's good at that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's very honest and authentic, and I don't think there's any reason for him to actually get on there and just like blow smoke up anybody's AWS. But you know what I mean? Like, it's just, what's the reward? Right. There has to be a reward for when people do something and they react or act. There's always a reward.
Yep.
Good or bad, negative or good, whatever.
Have you? I got to ask you this because I think that you're someone in my head, right? I got you pictured as somebody that's been on panel with me before like 10 months ago plus. Am I wrong or right?
No, when you started the Idaho 4, I was right there.
Okay. But did you ever come up on panel? Because you sound like someone I think, but I don't want to, call you the wrong person.
I called in like a lot.
Okay, I got you. Just making sure. I think when you got somebody pictured in your mind and then they come up and it's a whole different person, like I could be absolutely wrong. So.
No, from the beginning of the Idaho 4, I called a lot. Not a lot, but I called.
A lot of you did, and I appreciate that because there was a lot of people that just had different theories or seen something, or it was crazy as hell. I remember that. It was one of the literally couldn't even at some point for an hour and a half straight. I couldn't even answer phone calls without shit, or these people were getting hung up on within 15 seconds. It was like do. There was so many different people calling. And the fact that there was over 120,000 to 110,000 phone numbers, I would go to sleep, wake up, and as soon as I got back on it, the phones were already ringing before I even hit live. I was like, damn, what the hell is going on? Are they watching this shit on their TV thinking I'm still live and calling on them? They called 24/7 around the clock, and it didn't stop either. Literally.
Real quick, Cheryl, to answer your question, Cheryl.
said what?
Bethany they have said that Bethany has exculpatory evidence. The reason why the judge, prosecutor, victims' families, taxpayers, and everybody are not looking at it is because what they're not looking at is what you had at the end. The work and the money that's been put into this.
I don't know why
they must solve this case, and they must prove it. If you follow the money, the biggest area down there for 80 miles in every direction.
Yeah,
I've seen it. It shows
it's
that
about
you did call, but it didn't.
the money that the universities make.
Send you to the voicemail.
When I call you, it's like ring, 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 ring.
Mhm.
Disconnect.
I got you.
I'm calling and you're saying
Right, you call, leave a message. I see you, High Priestess. You can join too if you want to come up. Like honestly, come up and debate with us. I know she's got a lot too. I haven't talked to you in a while. I call her Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh in the building.
Because I'm Pittsburgh too.
Yeah, that's my whole dad's from Pittsburgh. My grandma, my grandfather, my great grandmother, everybody on my dad's side, all Pittsburgh, Allegheny.
From Pittsburgh? Okay. Allegheny or Pittsburgh?
Well, I mean, I have to look. I might have to ask my dad. I don't want to put it out there and it'd be wrong. You know what I mean?
Because Allegheny County covers Monroeville, Squirrel Hill, Irwin.
My dad broke records at the high school, wherever it was, though. He was the fastest dude up in that bitch for 30, 40 years. He held the record in that joint. He still has it up there. I think it's third, but still crazy.
Oh damn!
You have to find out where he was going. I can't
remember the name. I don't remember the name of the school. It's been a minute. I got brain cells are fried.
Even I'm way older than you. I'm 55, going to be 56.
You're 55.
I'm going to be 56. Yeah.
You don't sound like that. You sound like you might be 30.
Yeah.
You know what? I am going to take that and I'm going to run with that and be like, I'm just going to be like that.
No, you do sound young.
You sound young. Yes.
You sound young as hell. I've heard people who just hit 20 that sound 50. This is different.
Really?
Yeah, I would have guessed you were 28, 30.
I will take that and I'm going to send you all kinds of presents.
Well, damn, you're 18. You're 19? That's crazy.
By my boy?
I'm 17.
By my boy's Rev, how old do you think I am?
That's right.
I know, right?
You said that's a nasty picture. It is a nasty picture. And it just reminds you of how gruesome this crime was. This picture on the screen.
Yep.
We're talking about somebody in the comments said that's a gruesome picture, and it is. The blood seeping out the side of the wall. They're speculating that it's Ethan's. A lot of people are.
But don't you remember when we were talking about that? And it was oh, isn't that flower or that kind of
I'm trying to remember who you are. I swear you came up on panel before.
Okay, so I moved back from the South.
But I got a question for you. I wanted to say that to say this because I want to know, for you, after all this time of sitting on the information, you've been here with us damn near since the beginning. Where is your mind at now? Do you think Kohberger did it, or what? Are you on the opposite side? Where you at with it? I gotta know.
This is like a lunch, dinner, and late night.
Well, I'm waiting. Where are we going? We get seafood or what?
I know, right? I love seafood. But the thing is that most importantly, I came out at the first beginning. It was like a drug thing, a drug conspiracy thing. Do I know that he did it?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what. Have you heard about the Showalter thing?
Absolutely. I know everything about this case, damn near, as far as what happened in the beginning, the players, the people, all that shit. Yes, but
did you know that Showalter was related to Kohberger?
I've never heard that a day in my life.
I'm telling you.
Hold on. Objection. I'm just playing. I never heard that, seriously.
Never, ever.
Never, ever heard that even one time. Oh, I never once heard somebody slip out and go, Kohberger is related to Showalter. That is a first for me.
The only reason that it's connected is that if you look up Showalter, he was living at Kohberger's parents' house at one point. Okay? Now, he would have the same DNA. And he had opportunity, and
I'm here to tell you right now.
Everything else. Like, I mean, Showalter is known to be related to Kohberger, which they would have the same DNA, right?
Right. I don't know nothing about that. I can't even say right. Yeah, nothing. I'm gonna sit in silence because I know nothing about Showalter and them being connected.
I'm waiting on the evidence to come out on that though, because there is a report that says that Showalter and Kohberger both lived together in Pennsylvania, or that Showalter had lived in like address that Kohberger had lived in.
Can we get some documentation on this? I need some documentation. I need some documentation. I need some type of corroboration.
Nobody's stabilized that. They brought it up and they mentioned it in several places, but they haven't turned around and stood there and actually confirmed it yet, as far as I know.
Or Nicola or whatever.
Nicola. Huh.
Nicola, there's a girl on YouTube that came up whenever you like on YouTube, and like it just like you.
I'm like totally in left field right now. I'm waiting for the pop fly to come out so I can catch it, but I'm like, it's about to hit me in the head because I can't see. I'm so lost. Like I'm serious. We got Showalter connected with Bryan. Like please send me some documentation, something to read, or so I can look into it. I'm not saying that you are. I want to see this so I can connect everything properly.
If I can ever find a confirmation, I'll send it to you.
And just scroll up and down.
Right. Oh, I see. I see Pittsburgh calling it. I see you, Pittsburgh. It rung for Pittsburgh. It's ringing right now for Pittsburgh.
Where?
Right here. Remember you said you tried to call? Pittsburgh just called, and I can hear it coming through.
But it's not me.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
If they are related via bloodlines, I don't know. Well, Kohberger, guilty, innocent. What do you think before I move on to another call?
So at one point you were on the innocence trial. But not trial, trail. You know what? He's probably guilty, but there's not enough evidence for me to actually say he did it. There has to be more. OJ got off with, if the glove doesn't fit, we must acquit. Well, he actually, afterward, he actually admitted that he did it. So, it's like, was he set up? Was he an informant?
Right.
Was it like, if you don't do this, I'm going to kill you?
That's crazy.
I can kill you. Put your cell DNA, put your whatever on the knife sheath, whatever. I don't know anybody that's a killer that would be like, oh yeah, I have the sheath here. I'm going to pull my knife out of the sheath. This is stapler.
Dang.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, I know you've changed your mind.
No, I think it's Kohberger, and so I've thought it was Kohberger, but I see these things that people are pointing out, and I definitely have an open mind to it because it definitely doesn't make sense, and I definitely want to hear the explanation. So
yeah,
wait, when you changed your mind to him being guilty, what was it that you actually?
No, I've always thought he was the guy, but You know, I do hear these things. You know, like I said, I got to hear testimony and certain things to that nature for me to be able to fully come out and be like, damn, these people are pinning this shit against them like they're saying, or it's just delivered correctly. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it's exactly what I thought. But I've always thought that he was the guy. I've never switched off that to say, yeah, this Bryan Kohberger is absolutely innocent. He let him out of fucking prison right now and bring him right on him. I've never once said that a day in my life. I still won't. And if I did, but if I see something that made it that way, I would though. So if something came out to where there was like video evidence showing somebody, obviously he's not the guy, right? Or I need to see something that has him not at this scene for me to be like, okay, yeah, this guy's not guilty. You know?
Okay, like what is your motive theory? Like why?
What do you mean?
Like why would he? And I mean, I know Bundy did it. Ted Bundy did it, but he was in law school,
right?
But like, why is it that this guy, he goes to DeSales University, then goes to Idaho, and I don't see it because
you don't see what aren't you seeing?
I don't see why, and I don't see how. Because for me, I have so many different theories on like, so why didn't he do this? And then I go, well, if he did, this, and this, and this, and this should actually be shown.
Well, I mean, I'm still looking. There's still certain things like I do lead towards he's being the right guy, but also I'm looking for things like, is there again blood mixed in with him, or did he cut himself? Is there blood on any of his anywhere on the trail on the way out to go down? And who has who's got feedback? Oh, that's O'Hara. You got crazy feedback right now, brother.
Sorry.
Nah, you're good. You're good. I was just letting you know so you can fix it, because sometimes people won't tell you, and then it annoys everybody. I don't want you to be getting cooked up in chat and shit, you know. You know, but Lisa,
yeah, maybe I mute myself when I'm not
my personal opinion on this is that I gotta wait. I gotta watch the trial. I can't. So far, right now, I do think he is possibly the guy with some of the stuff they're saying, but they're holding shit back. So again, for them to be so confident, I'm gonna go out on a limb and give the prosecution right now the benefit of the doubt. But if they come out doing some weird shit, they're gonna lose me right away. So it depends how shit's delivered. I can't really sit here and say today, like, damn, they're about to pin him, because it's gonna go to trial, and you never know what the hell is gonna happen in a trial. You never know.
Yeah, what evidence do you have?
But I do follow evidence. The thing is, I follow evidence. If somebody, it's pretty much common sense. If there's two people there, a husband and a wife, and the wife is the one alive, and she got the gun and shot him, I go off of the evidence and where it leads me. That's just where I'm at with this shit. I don't know though. Today, I do think that he is the guy, but again, I'm looking for other things to connect him.
But I don't.
Other evidence. I mean, did this guy fucking walk on water and he doesn't drop shit and his ass is a vacuum and it picks up crumbs that he's dropping and he's pulling it up into like a vacuum? Because I'm not seeing shit. We're not getting blood in the vehicle. So we're gonna say that this guy is like this perfect Houdini who was able to just like, let me just pull this shirt off that should have blood on, and he didn't get blood on him anywhere. There's no blood in that vehicle. So that's the part for me. But Lisa, I appreciate you. God bless you. Lock your doors. Stay vigilant. Shout out to Lisa. We appreciate her. You know what I mean? Salute her. Salute her. I appreciate her calling in. Great questions. Hold up.
Salute, Lisa. But I mean, what you're trying to say is you want that actual real blood evidence. But I mean,
looking for
at the same time, like Lisa was saying, what was the motive?
Yeah,
because
I mean,
in reality, if you stand there and stop and think about it, who's going to do a crime that is going to be so time sensitive? And like you said, no blood in his car, in his apartment, on his clothes, in his office, in the house. everything else. I mean, I think that if he is guilty,
right,
and they had the proof, and what they had was decent proof, I think what they're doing is screwing the case all up because they want to make it so airtight that now they're actually going backwards, adding evidence as they find from things that didn't really happen, that it's making everybody confused. Because there are so many shortfalls in this case on the way they have handled it. It seems like they picked a person and now they're trying to match all the evidence to make it him. And if
I think
it really
they're just being
was
careful. I mean, they're just patient. They're waiting for the trial date. That's when the fight happens. Ann Taylor is, I think, using this time to cause doubt, and all these documents can be seen as statements to the public in a way of her opinions on things.
Right.
And didn't we hear her say something like, "My client is completely innocent," or
absolutely?
I mean, she's making statements like that. And meanwhile, the prosecution's like, our day's coming.
I mean, he's innocent until proven guilty. So yeah, technically he is innocent right now.
Right. That's, you know what? I never thought about it that way. That could be all she means.
Right.
Is that she doesn't think never thought about that. She doesn't think he's innocent, but she's standing in a court of law when she said it, which is where he's the place where he's presumed innocent. He's not innocent.
Right.
He's presumed he's innocent.
Proven fucking guilty. Get it right, Jeff. If you're going to speak on this guy, you got to have all the information.
All right, Nancy.
Right in line, okay.
I mean, that's what I was saying. I mean, right now, he's presumed innocent until they prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I mean, if they can't turn around and make the records match the talk.
Yeah, we haven't heard all the evidence. That's a fact.
We haven't. I think they got it. I think they just they're just being patient.
I think a lot of
if you look at the hearings where
just was what happened
with the hearings where Brett Payne, Brett Payne, I think a lot of people think Ann made Brett Payne look kind of like an idiot, and Detective Mowry look like an idiot. I think they're fine with looking like idiots now because they know what they have when the trial comes. There's no advantage or reason for Brett Payne to offer up any additional information other than what Ann asked him in those hearings. And I think that's what, she didn't ask him about every single possible route in that area.
All of them. Every single one of them. I'm believing the evidence that is presented to me. And I want to hear these people because I've been seeing a lot of forensic people get up on the stand and just shit can everything. Like, Dan, I tested this and I'm testing this and I'm going to show the jurors these pictures, but I didn't send it into the lab. I got nothing tested, but here it is. I want you guys to look at this and let it manipulate your mind for 5 minutes. And now you're going to be, he's guilty. Like, it's weird that they do this weird shit in court. That's why I said it's important to watch the trial.
It's like a tennis match. I mean, expert will hit it over the trial. And then the other expert will hit it back. Trying to piss on
each other's feet the whole time. They're going back. You know what I mean? Like, it's depending on what trial it is, of course. Because some people just get buried quick, like the Lake and Riley trial.
But in the end, the jury is the one that they're going to decide. And if the experts come across sounding like they don't have it all, but they're trying to convince you of it, the jury's going to pick up on that.
That shit's crazy. Oh, Monarch says,
"Hey, T-REV, do you want to, for Leslie's sake, and because I need to go to bed in a second here, do you want to play that audio clip that just what we were talking about the other night?"
No, I want you to carry
Come on, Papa Sal.
ass to bed. It's fucking sleep time there, Jeff, you little prick.
What do you know about sleep, T-REV? You never slept. When's the last time you slept?
Papa Sal, I'm telling you to go to fucking bed, Jeff. You've been up too late. You're talking a lot in my fucking chat.
No, it's yo, Papa Sal is funny. I'm sorry. I got it. That's classic. Yeah, that's definitely.
You guys take it off on me? Wait till this You guys take it off on me? Wait till this
Is that what you hold on? Is that what you put up?
Yeah, that's it. Is
that what you put up, Jeffrey?
So it's 3 times. There's a play. It first plays at 100% normal.
I got you.
With audio cleanup, I removed some noise, tried to make it so you can hear it better, put some compression on it. So the first play is 100% speed, then 75% speed slowed down, and then I think 60 or 50.
This is a good noise. You
There we
guys
go.
take it off from me?
We
Wait,
appreciate
let me
your good efforts.
start it over.
Great
All right, here we go.
work.
So if you weren't watching the other night, that's the words we're looking to listen to or listen for, right after the officer says dispatch, and then what does the other guy say? I don't want to taint by saying anything other than that. So just listen for that.
Yeah, let's wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me?
So what's now? Who's the other guy on panel? I don't know. What
That
to
is
call you.
I call him O'Hara.
O'Hara?
Because the first part of his name is Deracantanda. Whatever. I don't know what that part is, but I know O'Hara. So I'm gonna roll with what I know.
Rev, my name is D'Artagnan, named
Okay,
after
there
the
you go.
leader of the Three Musketeers.
We got my man
Oh, yeah,
D'Artagnan in the
D'Artagnan.
building. You know.
So D'Artagnan, what did you hear in that clip? You want me to play it again?
Yes, please. I was trying to listen.
All right. So yeah. So the officer says,
You guys
we need to
taking
wait.
off on me.
The officer says we need to. The officer says we need to wait for dispatch to come back. Then what does the guy say in response?
Yeah, let's wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise.
Okay, hold. Wait till I heard. Wait till dispatch something. DB bye-bye boys. That's. I mean, I don't hear the rest.
No, that's But what do you hear right after that? That's what we're listening for.
I don't
He
know.
said something about, "Are you coming back for me?" or something.
I got a question though. Does it tell us if Kohberger's the guy?
This is interesting because a lot of people hear not what I hear, but hear what the other guess. The same thing that
It sounds like I'm
Leslie's
going to
guessing.
play Pokemon and
let me play it again.
Blastoise. I could make it 50 different things, man. That shit sounds crazy.
Let me play it again. It sounds pretty. There you go, Monarch. See, Monarch and I are hearing it the same way, and I hear it like very clearly that's what it is, and it makes total sense too.
I hear it my way, Jeff. You understand me?
Yeah, let's wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me? Wait till dispatch comes back.
Not the you guys taking off on me. That's the cop. We're listening for the guy that the cop's talking to. What's he saying after the cop says, "We got to wait for dispatch to come back"?
Yeah, let's wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me?
Bro, I don't know what the hell that Blastoise.
So I mean, to me, it clearly says he just answers the cop. He just says, "All right, no worries."
There's my guy. Blastoise.
We got to wait for dispatch to come back on that. All right, no worries. It doesn't sound clear. I mean, I know I got good
like
headphones
German
on.
to me, for real. Like in case I got headphones.
Yeah, let's wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me?
There's a brother from another
Wait till
Clarence. Nice to
dispatch
see
comes
you, my
back and
boy.
says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take
No,
that's my guy, Clarence. Clarence is
at least you got it. You got it preserved in your live stream for people to listen to.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. That shit that makes me. It just sounds like German. Like what I'm part of it. Obviously it's English, but I'm saying in general, it sounds like.
But I mean,
mumbo jumbo.
If I was
like he's on a Percocet.
I was there standing next to him, that's what I would hear. He's like, "Oh, that other guy said, all right, no worries."
Nah, man, I ain't taking off on you. We're here all night long. 12 hours long. We restart it again at 12 hours and rerun it again. We're running it right on back.
No, that's what I heard too. I heard we got to wait for dispatch, and then I heard, "Are you guys taking off on me?"
Yeah, that's the cop. We're talking about the other guy's voice. He kind of says, "All right, no worries." In my opinion.
Yeah, let's wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good night noise. You guys take it off from me? Wait till dispatch come back and says you're getting noise.
Wait till dispatch kankanjagakigakois. I'm
Okay, you're
not getting
listening.
that, dude. That dude needs to.
No, that's the cop. You're listening to the wrong person.
Yeah, but that
No wonder you're
I
not
know what I'm saying in general that he's throwing me off with that weird demonic blastoids. That shit's throwing me off.
Well, but the two guesses that seem to be popular, at least, well, maybe popular
You
just
gotta
me and
remember, I
one
don't
other
have
person.
headphones on. If I put
is,
headphones on, I'll hear the damn ant take a shit in the middle of the road. I'll be fine, you know.
But some people are saying, like the cop says, we got to wait for dispatch to come back, and then he says, "Did you hear that noise?" or something like that, which I just don't see it making sense. Because then the very next thing the cop does is talk to the other guys and say, "Hey, are you guys taking off on me?"
Yeah, I don't understand.
It's like as if he does. Is he not acknowledging the guy says noise?
Angelica, what the hell does this have to do with anything? What is this?
Here's what it has to do with.
It's going to be groundbreaking for Bryan Kohberger.
Well, what people are trying to say is that Saeed is saying to the officer, "Did you hear that noise?" As if that was the murder happening, and the cop is just ignoring it,
but yet
and going to the other guys.
He hears it, and they're just standing there. It's like, yeah, oh, somebody's getting murdered. Okay, we'll get back in our cars and just, you know, we'll continue to go about our night.
It's kind of falls into the same category. There's 4 people that walk by in the background, and it's like, oh, they were covered in blood, and the cop said, oh, it was 4 people covered in blood. It's probably nothing, you know, that kind of notion.
Imagine you hear like screaming and somebody get murdered. You have to just get back in your whip and dip. That'd be crazy.
Let me play it one more time and see if you can't hear. I hear Saeed saying, "All right, no worries." It's what you would say to what the cop just said.
Clarence, man, this boy Clarence.
Wow. Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're getting noise. You guys taking off on me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're getting noise. You guys taking off on me? Wait till dispatch comes back and says you're getting noise. You guys taking off?
I don't know. I think maybe it's like that. Remember that thing that was going around the internet where it was like some people heard Leslie and other people heard, what was the other word? Oh, man. Let me see. Let me Google it. What do you hear? Leslie? I think Leslie was one of the words.
Yeah, my speakers suck because I didn't hear nothing. All I heard was the 2 comments by the cops.
Okay. Yeah, you got to. Yeah, because the guy is not responding like with a lot of air coming out of his mouth. He's just like, all right, no worries.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. That, like, to me, it just, I feel like it has no value.
No, I just
like,
told you what the value is.
No. I hear you, Jeff. I'm just saying in general, I feel like it doesn't make or break shit because they didn't follow up on anything, even if it was. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. Even if they said, yeah, oh, did you hear that noise? They didn't follow up on the shit, so it wouldn't even matter at that point because they didn't even go take a look.
Yeah, it just proves that there's cops not doing their jobs. That's all.
That's what I'm saying.
See,
Jeff,
that's what it is. That's when that's what happens though. You
with
mishear something and then you say the cops are dirty. Mm-hmm. That's what I don't like to see. Because the cop didn't dirty because a guy said, all right, no worries. You know, that bothers me a bit.
I didn't say they were. I didn't say they were dirty. I'm just saying they're like, you know, they're not paying attention and they're not doing their jobs. I mean, if they hear something.
But if he says, "All right, no worries," he shouldn't do anything. If Dylan hears what sounds like somebody playing with the dog, she shouldn't do anything either. Should she call the police, call 911 because it sounds like somebody playing with a dog?
Jeff, the thing is, I couldn't even use that to even speculate like that because they didn't even go check where that noise came from. So now, you know.
But there is no noise. That's
I know,
the
but
thing.
I'm saying, no. I was going based off of if they said what you were saying. Like it wouldn't even matter because he could have said Charizard was flying to the sky and hit the roof over here. Let me go check, but he didn't go check shit. He got back in his vehicle and dipped. That's what I mean. I don't care. I'm just making an example.
Well, it's unfortunate because it's about the best I can do. I mean, I only mess with it for a little while to improve the audio.
You do good all the time on all of them that you do. And I want to see that trunk one real quick. Can you run that for me?
Yeah.
I like
which
that
one? The
trunk one. It gave me a good perspective because you could hear it sounds just like a trunk. So I want to know if that's what it is. Yeah, I don't know why. You know, I'll be using corny shit. You said like Xana changed her locks. Was it? Oh yeah. I do remember that too. I do remember that being talked about, Rachel. I definitely do. Carrie, what's going on? Nice to see you, my friend. You said when.
Better get the wrong video. No,
you know how I always got to get this on. When Brent passed away, he said, "When was Papa Rogers' last post?" Papa Rogers' last post was back in 1966. Pick up sticks. I don't remember. To be honest with you, I haven't looked in such a long time that I couldn't tell you, and I don't want to mislead you either. Is that it, Jeff? Right here?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize.
So this is my friend's got a 2016 Elantra. I know it isn't perfect science here because we're looking. Bryan Kohberger's got a 2015, but because he had an Elantra, I'm always bugging him like, hey, let me shoot some video, record some audio with it, see if it can reveal anything. Anyway, on the
saying, can we please hear it again? For all right, no worries. I got you. I don't know if you were talking about the last one. Is that a link to is that a link to a video, or was that just on the on your computer?
It's just on my desktop. I exported it out of Adobe Premiere earlier before you're live.
I got you. Because I was gonna say if it was a YouTube, you could just toss the link out there.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if there's interest, I could always put it on my channel. I haven't put anything on my channel in a while.
Yeah, if you have anything that you need, I'll share it out there too, so people can actually.
Most of the stuff on my channel was on your live and then ended up on my channel.
T-REV. Brought to you.
All right, so here's
Courtney.
So on the Linda Lane footage at 4:21:01 a.m., I faintly hear what I thought sounded like a trunk. So that's why I wanted to compare it to my friend's 2016 Elantra trunk.
Bing bang.
If there was any similarities. So,
gotcha,
here
bitch.
We
go. What was that? Was it long time? I've seen you. You know what time it is, my friend. We don't hear it. We don't hear we don't hear the sound. Jeff. Hey Jeff, we didn't
Hold
hear
on, there
it.
should have been sound.
There was no sound. I did not hear it.
Let me try sharing it again.
Stalky Pickens. I'm gonna get that boy on the scene, and he'll handle this. Can I get the sound guy, Stalky Pickens, come on in here and fix this for Jeff? No, just fine.
Are you hearing sound now?
No, sir. Absolutely not. I hear absolutely nothing.
That is weird. Let me take down the Saeed thing. Maybe that's interfering somehow.
Claire and Claire's parents had a real good.
No sound
parents.
still?
Huh? No sound still.
Does the tab have to be in the same
No,
window?
this is what you got to do, Jeff. You got to end it and then redo it. That's what I have to do every time. Like take it completely off the board. If that makes sense. Like stop screen totally and then bring it back up.
Yeah, just refresh.
Did you see what they were? Did you see what they were saying?
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care. Jerry.
He's a Jerry.
Oh my God! Shut up, bitch.
If that don't work, like my dad used to always say, yell "fuck" 3 times.
Oh, here we go. I see what I've done wrong. I wasn't using the Chrome tab column. This should do it.
Let's keep this train chugging, boys. Hey, I mean, I said Lawrence. Listen to me, Clarence. I'm on a damn spree right now. Like I think I've did 6 to 7 lives without sleeping, and they're all like 11 hours.
All right, it should work now, TV.
I'm running on pure passion. You know.
Damn.
Here it comes.
And no, my name ain't Fish. Ooh, that's the same shit I'm hearing. It sounds like a trunk being shot.
Yep, that sounds. I mean, they sound like the exact same thing.
I'm gonna open up let's do this. Let's open up a vote. Do you think that was a trunk shutting? And I'm gonna pull up the vote poll real quick. I'm gonna come into chat. I'm gonna create a vote poll and see what you guys think. Yeah, let me do that.
Out of hell, yes for me. I mean, that was.
So, I'm putting it up right now. Let me see if it want to show me. Okay, let me open this up for you guys. Do you think that this was a trunk shutting? That's the Linda Lane footage, right, Jeff?
That's from Linda Lane. Yeah,
Is this
421.
okay? So my question, I just wanted to word it right. Is this sound a trunk on Linda Lane footage? Okay, just wanted to make sure I got that right.
See, that's at 42101. 18 seconds after this, you hear a car speeding away. So my theory was that he put, like I said, the plastic bin or something to contain the bloody stuff in his trunk, close the trunk. 18 seconds later, he's speeding away. Because it screwed with me, because when I first heard this faint sound, I thought that was a car door closing, like the killer's leaving.
I'm glad that you went and did a little thing. That's because it's creative.
But the 18 seconds didn't make sense. Why are you leaving a murder scene, close your car door, and sit there for 18 seconds? Now, if that's the sound of a trunk, I can understand. You got to get into the car, you got to start the car, and you take off. 18 seconds is about right.
So we got the poll. Everybody's voting. I said, is this sound a trunk on the Linda Lane footage? 17 votes right now, 85%. 22 votes, 82%. And 50-50, 17, 20. Damn. I'll check back there in a minute, but it looks like people are leaning towards, it's being a trunk. It sounds just like it, to be honest with you. Like right on the money.
The beginning of this video compares the sounds of all 5 passes by the car that I believe is the Elantra. So check this out.
There's Jolie. Nice to see you, my friend. Jolie. He was running over gravel and black.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
I didn't. I'm glad to be on that. Thank you, Colleen. I appreciate that. You know, we're here. We're here, you know?
So, I mean, it's not the most scientific thing in the world, but, you know.
They want me gone. They want me out of this community whatsoever, but I'm not going to fucking place. I'm going to be here all up in your face. I'm not going anywhere. It's like, we don't want Trev in true crime. Well, get the fuck over it. If you don't want me here in true crime, why are you here looking at my damn face, you goofy? Get the hell up out of here. You know?
I mean, the whole reason I did that right there is because, you know, it's hard to compare the sounds of 5 cars that are separated by, you know, 15 minutes here, 15 minutes here. So I put them back to back just so you could hear them one right after the other and see, like, okay, do they sound? Because they could sound drastically different, right? But to me, they kind of sound the same. Does it necessarily prove without a shadow of a doubt that this is the same Elantra each of the 5 passes? No. But if it was like a pickup truck and then an Elantra and then, you know, you'd hear some differences in the sound. Well, that's the reason I did.
But I am glad that you thought of going to get this, you know, the trunk of, you said that was your friend's Elantra?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, the story.
That's some shit that they would do in the courtroom. So I mean,
the story with that Elantra. I mean, this is a friend of my wife's friend from high school. We were driving out to her house. As we pulled into like off the main road, right, I saw this white Elantra turn before me. So now I'm behind this white Elantra as we're heading to my wife's friend's house. I was like, oh man. And she's like, enough with the white Elantras. Every time you see a white Elantra, you're pointing it out. So we're driving through the neighborhood. I'd make a kind of a left that kind of bears off to the left, and the Elantra kept on going. My road then curves back around to the right, and now I'm coming past the white Elantra. The white Elantra is having to wait at a stop sign for me. Now the white Elantra is behind me. And I was like, oh, this is freaking me out. We've got this white Elantra on our tail now. What the hell? And then, so we get to the corner where her friend lives, and now I'm going to do a U-turn and park in front of her friend's house. The Elantra does a U-turn and parks behind me. Now I'm really freaking out. And then, but shortly after I figure out it's her friend's fiance.
Right.
And so he's going to the same house. It just happens to have a white Elantra. So that's how I first discovered he had that's how I discovered he had a white Elantra. Kind of freaked me out.
Yeah, I'd have been like,
really
Kohberger's behind me.
Right.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Hold up.
Right. I've been watching your YouTube videos. Right. I'm on you.
Man, I'm tell you what, with this case, man, you just it'll never get old until the trial's finished. And then it'll even be talked about after that. But damn, there's so many different intriguing aspects of this case that you got. The exculpatory evidence is one of the ones that I think about the most, though. That's the one that I constantly like, what the did they have with Bethany? What was going on there? I want to know what, like, exactly what was exculpatory to them, because it threw a wrench out there. That's like saying, yeah, we got a fucking ID to the person over there, but it's invisible. You see the name on it? You know what I mean? Where's this exculpatory evidence? Or was that just some bullshit? Was that a puzzle move or a chess move by the defense to pull that and call that out? Oh, we're meeting with Bethany next week. We're going to get our guy exonerated up on out of here. It didn't look like it worked.
But the problem with that, Rev, is it wasn't the defense that brought that out to us to start. It was actually the prosecution that turned around and stood there and said that they had statements from both, but Bethany's was exculpatory.
Right. And I'm just trying to understand a little bit of what was so exculpatory about it that they put that out there like that. It's always been a question that I had since then. And
it seems like they let that issue kind of go away without much fight. I mean, fought for the change of venue without any
gritty of the trenches of what a lot of people have believed at one point. They believed that there was another person involved, and you guys you're gonna know that name right off the rip, Bryan Kohberger. People bring that up all the time. It's been a point that people have argued about. Do any of you think that? Is anybody in chat? I haven't seen him really mentioned tonight at all, which is pretty weird because usually somebody mentions it by now. Do you believe that guy was involved, or because it was weird? Like, his boy did come up on the channel. I don't know if you guys seen it, but I interviewed him and he said that the police factory reset Bryan Kohberger's phone and set it on the freaking kitchen
counter. Was that Darren, right?
Yeah, Darren. Yeah, Darren. It was Darren.
I wondered if Kohberger wanted to leave this world, whereas our other suspect wanted 4 people to leave this world, or maybe it wasn't 4 in his original plan. So I think there's a difference in the type of situations with the people. But is it possible when you want to leave this planet and maybe you want to die by cop, I guess is the word, the phrase, is there any possibility you'd reset your phone just to not leave anything? Or maybe if there was something that...
What are they going to jump at? They're going to arrest your soul? You know what I mean? Like, you're under the arrest of the... Like, you can't. You're gone. You can't.
It's like you want, but if you want to go by cop and you want them to, maybe there's things that he had in his phone that he didn't. He's like, oh, people are just gonna talk about all the porn that I had in my phone and not talk about me as being killed by by SWAT. You know, you see what I mean? So he just basically, to be sure that the only thing they talk about is the cops taking him out, and not what was in his phone, what kind of stuff he was into, or what that kind of stuff.
I'm sorry.
I showered.
Funny. I love that.
Showered. What do you mean?
Jeff's like, damn, man, you're picking on me? No, I'm just fucking with you, man. In general, like, though, it could.
Hey, you want to play that Saeed clip one more time?
What if there was some shit in there? He's like, damn, my mom's gonna see that, you know. It could be anything. It could be anything. You're right. It could be something like that. But I don't think I'm thinking about resetting my motherfucking phone if I'm about to die. I'm not worried about my phone. My phone, I'll throw that bitch over to the right. I'm about to die. Like, this phone don't mean shit to me. I want to see the people that I love the most when I'm dying and you know, say goodbye to them. I'm definitely not worried about factory.
Or what if it's
the age that we live in? Hold on, let me play this last tablet golf game real quick. It's like, I don't know, man. That's crazy.
Is there any possibility that maybe, because he had like 2 roommates, right, that were he was threatening them?
Well,
what if a friend of one of those roommates or one of the roommates like reset his phone to F with him, and he got pissed off, and that was like the straw that broke the camel's back. He said he went and got his pistol or whatever he was using, and it's like, you bastards, you just
threatening them.
Reset my phone, you mother, you know.
I'm trying to remember the story because I remember he was fighting with the roommates, correct?
Yeah, he was threatening to shoot them. That's what I guess one of them called, or somebody called.
So your face, not your weight.
In.
Pippi Longstocking, you know.
I mean, I know a lot of people want to connect it just because it's proximity to another crime, but crimes happen in proximity to other crimes all the time.
You got to also remember and go back that to that pool over in Indiana that they mentioned it in there. So they were like, oh my God, yeah, he's connected in somehow. But in reality, I need some connection to be there. I can't just say, yeah, the UFOs told me that it was connected. You know, and it doesn't work that way. You got to show me a connection. You got to show me that these dudes were true, like friends, and they hung out. I need to see some pictures of them together. And then maybe I will go out on the limb and be like, damn, they might have. Yeah. I don't see them shooting pool together or anything leaking out there with Kohberger and Brent Kopaka. Nothing.
I think as crazy as that situation was, if he was involved, he would have said something. We would know. He would have spilled the beans. He would have said something to, knowing he's about to leave the planet by FBI or by SWAT. He would have like, hey, before you shoot me, go look into that Bryan guy. You know.
What did he say? My thoughts exactly. He didn't want to be known by what's on his phone. Oh wow, I thought that was like something that just Jeff thought of. You got Angelica.
I did. It just came to mind now. I didn't think of that before.
I'm not thinking about deleting shit on my phone, but then again, I can't just be narrow-minded and say everybody's gonna think like me. But definitely, I'm not thinking about that phone. Go ahead, I'm gone. So whatever you find in there, you can't punish me. I'm already gone.
Now maybe he's got a computer too. I wonder if that was wiped as well. Maybe then that could show that he was intentionally doing it. I don't know.
I do get it though. Yep. I get it, but it's like weird to me because it's like that would be the last thing I'm thinking about, man. I want my family holding me down, and not like holding me down, but around me when I'm going. I don't want to be thinking about a damn phone, man. That's adding stress to my death.
Well, see, being a vet, I can stand there and say that his point is actually pretty damn good because in reality, Kopaka was a military vet. He was in the military.
Yeah,
and one thing military don't do is we don't ask for help. We don't turn around and stand there. I mean, we're raised and trained and taught to protect others.
Right.
But we don't ask for any help. That's why so many vets kill themselves. And with him saying that, if he was going to kill himself, he might erase everything that was on there because he only wants to be seen as a protector, a good person, not as somebody that, had everything on their phone or their computer.
Erase it out your mind, or are you going to do people think about factory resetting their phone before they go if they're drunk?
As a military soldier, yeah, you want to be seen and held in the highest esteem.
I see you, High Priestess said, when did prosecution start the what? Exculpatory? Is that what you're talking about? Exculpatory evidence. Defense was hunting for her. Then they said she may have exculpatory evidence. Let them interview first. I don't even know if they even met at this point. I mean, I've heard so much about it, but didn't hear shit about what was the resolution because obviously it didn't exonerate their guy. He's still fighting for damn death penalty right now. But whatever it was must have been some weak shit because he's still there. Anthony has stuff that'll exonerate my guy. Well, he's still up in that bad boy, so it obviously didn't mean shit. That's all. I just wanted to know what it was, though, because remember they were going to meet, sit down. It was such a big thing. I remember people were cooking for 2 days. The defense were coming up in the chat like, yeah, they were getting it in like, yeah, bitch. So I'm serious.
But it sure seems like they're going to try anything and everything.
It felt like, damn, like I'm playing sports against some of these people. They were talking literally like, yeah, they came in your face, hit me with the emails. Yeah, Rev, what you got to say about this exculpatory evidence now? I'm like, nothing. I just want to see justice be played out. I don't know if they got exculpatory evidence, then I want to see it. And I still haven't heard shit about it. I hear about, it could be this or it could be that. It's hearsay, just like the fucking ID, until I hear what exactly was talked about. Like we know they met or whatever. I don't even know if they met. Where's the proof? But still,
you're talking about the idea, and Kohberger was a teaching assistant, right? Is there any possibility you have IDs for people that you give to temporarily? You're the teaching assistant. Okay, if you want to use the copy room, you're going to need an ID. Right. And then he'd give IDs to people to use a copy room or whatever resources there that they had over at WSU. And then when they were done, they'd have to turn their IDs back into him. I don't know. It could be nothing. Could be nothing at all.
It could be just be a smoke and mirrors with the defense just trying to throw stuff out there. And I would get that, and I understand it because you have mainstream media that was damn near running, something on it every single day, and it was more about what was to make him guilty rather than just what, certain little things. And it did look like that. It definitely did, but I still think it's him. I don't care if they, show whatever. You can show me whatever. I still think that this is the guy. I think that something's going to tie him into it. And I've just always had that feeling, and I'm sticking to it.
I think, personally, I don't think Bethany's got anything. I think they were
texting during the
Dylan's
murders.
already.
We
don't know that for sure.
No, that's what was talked about. And I
Yeah.
actually heard it from JLR first because he was like, man, I heard that they were texting during the murders. Well, maybe they were texting during the murders. What were they talking about during the murders? Could it have been, what's that noise? Or, oh, that was just the door shutting, or whatever it may be, right? I don't know because we haven't heard it, but I guarantee you in this trial, they're going to bring up a lot of the stuff that we have talked about. And I think some of the stuff's going to be answered too.
Yeah, well, it should be answered because it does mention in the PCA that they looked at the records of both phones. So we might find out that Bethany called this friend, Dylan called that friend.
Oh,
I'm still
Amber.
not convinced that they talk to each other.
Amber, there's okay. I'll explain it to you so you understand, because I get what it is. I get what it feels like to be out in left field and not understand what people are talking about.
Hey, T-REV, before you start, let me jump off of here. I gotta get to bed, man.
I appreciate you, brother. I enjoyed.
I appreciate you having me up.
We got a lot more to talk about on this ball.
Good to meet you, D'Artagnan. Cool name.
D'Artagnan. Appreciate you, Jeff.
Y'all have a good night.
Man. Thank you too, Jeff.
All right,
thank
love
you for
y'all.
playing
Bye.
those videos. Thank you for being a part of it, brother. God
Anytime,
bless
man.
you. Sleep right.
Anytime.
I hope you sleep well, my man.
I'm gonna sleep right. I'm gonna sleep left.
I'll shoot you
even
some
on my
text
back
tomorrow. I'll shoot you some
All right.
text tomorrow, brother. God bless you.
Cool, man. God bless.
That is my guy. But you know what? At the end of the day,
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
I'm just playing. That's my guy. I was just messing with him. We used to butt heads all the time. We were actually with the war before, like just going crazy. But shout out to Jeff. He's a good guy, man. He's got a good, and he's a good video editor too. And sound, he's like what? Scared the living shit out of me. Whoever just called. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play it through. Hold on 1 second. I got you. Oh my God, you scared me. Hold on 1 second. Hello, how you doing there tonight? Can you hear me? 9:08. It's never too late. How you doing tonight, my man? Is this Chris? Hold up, Chris. Let me get you. I gotta get your sound right. Mic check 1 2 1 2 so the people can hear you. Give me 1 second before you say anything. Ready, set, go.
Yep.
Go ahead. Talk to us, Chris. What's going on, man? Glad to hear from you, by the way.
You can hear me now, or what?
Absolutely, I can hear you 100%. You're loud and clear, Chief. Talk to me. Where we at? What's up, my man? I miss you, brother.
This guy's too, man. I just, the case is crazy, right? And I think one of the things you got to consider is, you look outside the box, right?
Absolutely.
You know me. I always like to look outside the box a little bit, and but it's this guy Kohberger, right? Everything's going wrong for him. He gets the death penalty denied, right?
Right.
The evidence, DNA evidence denied,
Mm-hmm.
right? Change of venue was accepted because everyone had enough over there, I think.
Right.
Before they moved it over, especially the judge, right? So they moved it to another judge, and he's pretty. This judge is much better, I think. In my opinion, right?
You're not the first one that I heard say that.
You
So
got-
it's definitely an opinion floating around for sure.
But you got to consider this. You got to put your shoes on his feet, like once in a while. What would you do, And if this guy, Kohberger, if nothing's going right for him, what would be the best thing for him to do right before the trial comes? Is send a letter to the judge and tell him, I want to fire my lawyer.
Right.
Right? Now just this is a scenario, a theory, right? But I think this is possible.
Did you say that in
Maybe
chat?
not probable, possible, right?
I thought I read that
But,
in chat too. Did you say that in chat, Chris?
yeah.
I thought. Okay. What's your screen name in chat? So,
Captain Jenks, man.
dude, see, I always friggin' I don't know how I forget what your name is in chat. That's crazy as hell. As long as you've been here, I should know it by heart. That's crazy.
You gave me the name.
Well, I remember somebody was like, "Man, that dude sounds like fucking Captain Jenks, bro." I didn't know you changed it to that, and I forgot. But I was just like, "Damn, Captain Jenks sounds familiar," and you just literally filled in the blanks for me.
Yeah, I see OJ.
But go ahead, continue to cook, Chris. Continue to cook.
Yeah. So if I'm in this position, right? So I'm stewing in this jail cell, 24/7, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would be my kind of scenario of what I would do right before that trial, a month or whatever before that trial goes into August? It's supposed to be August now. Hopefully they stick to it, right?
Right.
So I can't.
11th, right?
So,
August 11th.
Yeah, August 11th. I think 25, right?
Yes, sir.
So,
And they picked the jurors on the end of July, I believe, on the 30th.
Right. Now, just think of this scenario. If he cans his attorney, Ann Taylor, all of them, right? He tells judge, because nothing's going right for him. Getting denied this, getting denied that. So now it wasn't like in the beginning where he's getting everything he wants, right? So he goes, I don't want my attorneys no more, right? I want new attorneys. The judge is going to have to, accommodate him with that.
Correct.
So they get new attorneys, right? And the new attorneys go, listen, we want to walk that crime scene. We need more evidence from the crime scene when we want retested.
Right.
And things like that, right? So what does that leave you? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So now everything starts over the circus again. You know? And if you think about
it's definitely been, dude, this you've been here. It's definitely been a circus, a back and forth circus. For sure.
But if he did that,
mm-hmm.
It would cause so many problems. It would cause so many problems. It would be delayed again, and then it could be delayed another year or two. And some of these cases I've seen, I couldn't believe this until I started watching the true crime. I actually started with you, dude. And like what, 2-3 years now, right? So
yeah, dude. It doesn't feel like that. And I do want to say, for somebody who's been here watching me, I appreciate you rocking out with me. You've been rocking out with me solid for a long time, and I do appreciate you, brother. For real, I do.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
It might even get worse though, Chris, because
I don't think he can't hear you. But what were you saying to him?
It might even.
You take that you take the. You fire your attorneys. Judge got to appoint new attorneys. Got to delay everything.
Mm-hmm.
New attorneys come out. We want to walk the crime scene, right? So, say you have a the floor, one of the floors in the house where one
Yes,
one
sir.
of the victims was.
Right.
Right. So,
Yes, sir.
So it's 30 inches by 30 inches,
mm-hmm.
right? Law enforcement came in there, cut out a 10 by 10 square, took it into the lab, found this blood, found that, whatever. Said no, we want the rest of it.
Yeah, crime
we don't
scene
trust
is
that.
gone.
We want to retest it.
I can't believe it's gone. I can't believe that damn crime scene's gone.
Right, Mittens. That's what I was just about to say. If he fired his lawyers,
can you hear him? Can you hear him talking? Guys, I know it's going to be hard to hear him because it's not like crossed in with the audio. But
I got like an echo, bad echo. But
it's a bad echo.
Yeah,
My bad.
No, I shut the stream off so I could hear you better. But
That's
I
good.
got a
That's
little
good.
bit of an echo. But yeah, so say the new attorneys come in.
Mm-hmm.
Now Ann Taylor and Thompson, they agreed to take down the crime scene and all that. Remember I called in on the stream when they were taking down the crime scene? I was effing everybody. I was like pissed off, and you're like, yeah,
I think
you're
we all
like, yeah, I'm gonna hang up on
bro.
you, dude,
I
right?
think we all felt like a certain type of way when that happened. There was a lot of stuff floating around on that, so I get it.
Yeah, I sure did too.
Can you? I mean, it's just a theory, something I think that might possibly even happen as a mess, because this guy's facing a death penalty. There's no plea deal, nothing for him. They want justice over there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's
so they're,
then they must
they're-
got something solid, Chris, like mixed blood in it. Like, again, when you really sit back and you look at it, you start to think with common sense, and you look at trials and you start to compare these other trials where a knife was used, right? A knife was used, and these victims were stabbed over 15 times or up to 15 times. Do you not think that the perpetrator or the person doing it is getting their hand all fucked up by this blade? At one point, maybe they cut themselves once or twice, or sometimes people cut themselves and don't even know they cut themselves. You got blood leaking. So I'm expecting some blood to be mixed in with the victims, or at least of his own somewhere that possibly they tested.
Yeah, the one thing is, Jeff was showing you the K-bar, right?
Correct.
And we went through this before. We went through this when we were playing the video of behind the house when she talked to the cops, came in about the noise complaint, and then Jeff came in. He started talking about the knife sheath and the DNA and stuff, and then we were talking. And then I called you. We were talking for a while.
Correct.
And one of the things is that K-bar is made for doing that. It's not actually a survival weapon. It's actually a killing weapon. It's a combat weapon. So it's got so that handle has the hilt, which your hand slides down and hits that hilt. Now, the like, I hate to keep bringing back up OJ, but OJ, they assume that the knife that he used was called a stiletto. And if anybody doesn't know about OJ, because I grew up during all that trial and everything, right?
Right.
The stiletto does not have that. Your hand will slide right down it, but it's super sharp, super perfection. So his hand slid down and cut his finger. With this weapon, you're going to hit that hilt. Your hand is supposed to bang off that hilt,
Right.
And, he probably had the Dickies on, and then, he probably stripped the Dickies off, threw them in a bag, threw the knife in the bag, left, and said, "Oh shit, I left the I left the sheath behind." He's driving around trying to find it, and he admits to driving around there was his first alibi, which is horrible, which is bullshit, right? And then his second alibi is he was stargazing.
What? Yeah. Stargazing. He went on rides and yep.
That stargazing thing is like the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. Like,
correct.
Did you find a lot of telescopes when you did the search of his apartment out in Pennsylvania? There's a lot of telescopes found. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, listen, Ann Taylor is doing the best she can. She's pulling out everything she can. And her bringing up the death penalty and trying to fight that before the even trial shows guilt. In my opinion, fighting the death penalty before you even went through trial, because that's an appeal thing, right?
Absolutely.
So, and that's the state has to approve that death penalty thing. That's already that judge that's doing it now. He can't take away a death penalty. That's got to go through Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court, from Idaho. So by her doing that, that's actually it's showing guilt to me. Like, we're not going to really win this trial, kind of thing. That's my opinion, right?
No.
Why would you say your client is so innocent and then say, "Oh, this is cruel and unusual, punish the death"? You're talking about something that hasn't even happened yet. You're talking about.
I got to tell you something, man. I'll tell you what this does to me already. Just sitting here thinking about all this shit, it makes me smoke. It's like back-to-back cigarettes. I'm over here chain smoking. I might have lung cancer by the end of the trial, because it's like, damn, all this stuff we've been pulling our hair out for the last 2 years over the different stuff that's been coming out on this case. And it's like finally getting closer to that resolution, right? But we still we're coming around that mountain. Here we go. We're coming up to that end part, right? It's like,
yeah.
But how long do you think that this trial is going to be? Is it going to be 20 days? Is it going to be 30 days, 40, 50? I'm just trying to understand where they're going with it. What evidence do they have against them? Because right now, in the paperwork, we see little crumbs and things. They got this gun over here in Pennsylvania. They got all these little gloves here. And what are they insinuating with some of this evidence? Are they using any of it? Do they think that he used any of that in the murder? Like, I'm just confused about some of the stuff that was collected, right? He had a gun, correct?
No.
He had a gun, yes.
Where does
The
that
gun
play?
was-
Where does that play into this? Why did they show that? Did he subdue them with a gun in the house? I'm confused. Like, that's the type of shit that where I'm seeing all these different things that are collected. And I know they do this all the time. I'm just trying to understand the articles of clothing and the gloves and the different. Wasn't there about something about a card in the box or something like that? I can't remember exactly what it was, but I know you remember that, Chris.
But the Glock that he had, as far as I know, and then correct me if I'm wrong, it was found in PA when they did the search in PA. And then they're fighting because the garbage, once you put something out the garbage, that's public. So when the police went into garbage, Ann Taylor was fighting that. Is there any DNA? And we got the father's DNA traced up to the knife sheath with the thing under the snap, and he panicked.
Hey, Timmy.
If he's wearing Dickies, there's no belt, so he didn't have a belt on to hold that knife sheath to him. So he messed up, and then he drove around how many times with the car, and it came back. What was it? Remember we were watching that? You had that footage going for a couple days. When the news reporters were out there, and we were trying to figure out.
Oh my goodness, the launcher that went around in the back, or it looked like a launcher in the background.
In the background.
Yeah,
the
I
white
absolutely
launcher.
remember that.
Yeah, and we're trying to figure out. We're like, is that a white launcher? Is that a white? And it was
Bro,
like
I
a
could
blur,
never
and
forget that.
Yeah, and
You know what I mean, Bob?
remember I told you about similarities between criminal cases, because this is what this guy studied,
Chris,
right?
here, we miss you here in the Rev Gang family, you know?
Papa Sal. But that creeping, I call it. Remember, I used to call that house the creep and crawl house, the panty raid house.
Yes, sir. You did call it that all the time. And you know what? Was he the one that broke into that vehicle over there? I'm curious about that too.
No, that's one thing I wanted to tell you, is because Jeff did great work with the Linda Lane footage.
Right.
He did some great work, and the trunk thing. I had the accounts with all the airports, Newark,
Yes,
JFK,
sir.
all that stuff, Hertz, Avis. I fixed 1,000 of those
Damn.
launchers. I never heard one sound like that.
Really?
But when he did the trunk open and close, and you could say, well, it's against the building there, so the wall should get an echo.
Yes,
that
sir.
thing sounds like a Dodge Ram 1500 with the 5.3 Hemi in it. That's what it sounds like to me. But everything else matches, kind of, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
So maybe that can be explained. But the one footage I'd love Jeff to look into is that it came out on that girl. She shows like these small clips she did it a while ago. Was Plunder, I think her name was. And she got the footage. She got the footage for oh man, do you remember when she called the cops, that girl in that neighbor's house that's right next to, very close to where you could see the
he did.
1122 address, and the cops were there, and the FedEx truck comes by, and you see a white small car. It looks like a Hyundai Elantra. It pulls up the street, and it sees the cops there, and then it just there's like a little side street. So if you're looking out, it would be turning to the right and just go slowly and stop, and then slowly turn down the right of the street on the right side street.
Right.
I don't know that area. I've never been there, but that house. And then she said that her furniture was rearranged, which is that creep and crawl stuff that I talked about for the last couple of years with the Charlie Manson thing. And then, you know, how they would rearrange furniture to get used to getting in people's houses to, you know, and later on they would go out and do the killing, you know. But that car, I would like to know if someone could look at that car and tell me if that's a Hyundai Elantra. It's got a little bit of blur to the front.
Can you email? Can you hit me with an email so I can take a look at it myself, if you don't mind? When you got the time, you don't have to do it right now. I know you're in your zone and you're focused in on what you want to say, but definitely if you can email it to me at some point.
God, that was on Plunder. One of those. Plunder.
I'll find it then. Then it's
was
back
probably
around is it back around between No, you know, November, what, December and January?
Oh man,
That it dropped?
I'm not good. There was a FedEx truck kind of blocked it a little bit, and the cops were facing right out towards it, and the car came up the road. It was a white Hyundai. To me, it
You
looked
are
like a white
fake
Hyundai
news.
Elantra. I fix a lot of them, but when you're fixing, a couple hundred cars a month going through your place, and they all look the same after a while. Honda Civic, Honda Elantra,
Hey,
everyone looks the
Chris,
same.
I gotta tell you this. Carrie said bedtime stories. Why don't you wake her up a little bit?
What's that?
She said bedtime stories. She said, hey, caller's putting me to sleep. Well, I said, why don't you wake her up a little bit? Something that you remember.
No.
What sticks out the most to you when you think Idaho 4, Chris? What comes to your mind right away?
Nah, I think, listen, in my opinion, I think the guy's guilty. He's got a track record. He's got a track record of not being good with the women, the opposite sex, right?
Right.
And I've been to those. There's a couple particular bars over there, sports bars and stuff up in PA, which I have been to.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Put him on a list to keep him from coming in there for the way he's talking to women and stuff. It's very rare in those places. Because I've been to them. I even know a guy that owned one. He just sold. He built it. It was like a couple $1 million. He built this fucking beautiful place. He had his own brewery and everything. He's moving out of the state. He had one over there. I've been to those places for years. I have friends live up there. I go up there. I go upstate New York. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And for them to put this particular guy on a list because he was so bad with the women in there, like
right.
Like talking down to them and all the other stuff. So it's
some wild shit, dude.
And that DNA on the knife sheet. That's if the guy had any freaking brains, because they already have the receipt, from Amazon, right?
Mm-hmm.
That he bought that knife. So they're trying to get that thrown out of court too. I think it was Amazon he bought the knife on. He could have just said that thing was in a bag in the back of my car. And I went to the car up one day, it was gone, and a couple days later I said, I had a little bag back there, some notebooks, and I had a cable knife I bought a while back for some kind of, school presentation or whatever, and said, I don't know where that knife. Someone stole that bag. I just didn't report it. It wasn't a big deal to me, and I didn't have the time to call police and wait for him or make a report, so I just let it go.
So I gotta ask you this too: what makes you think that he is this guy? Is it just the sheath that makes you think that, or is it other things too, like the news clip that we watched, and all these other things, and him coming to the scene 12 times? They say that he came to the scene 12 times beforehand, so before it happened. Does that show proof of, or possibly he was there stalking a woman, etc.? I think that's what they're insinuating with those 12 times that he was there before. Did he go in the house though? I kind of think about this like this dude was willing to walk into a house where there's 4 vehicles, 5 vehicles, whatever, 6 vehicles. It doesn't matter. 4, 5, 6. It's in the mix. Regardless of the fact, this dude walked into a house where cars are parked out front, and you do not know what's waiting on the other side of those walls. You walk into my motherfucking house, I promise I'm gonna blow your wig off. You walk into here and you think you're gonna come up in here and start cooking and stabbing people. I promise you, I'm awake. I got a loaded gun and I'm shooting the fuck out of you. Straight up. And I'm not talking to you. It's bang bang. So did he know that there was no bang bang and he went up in this house? Because it just gives me those type of vibes, Chris. I know for a fact that you wouldn't just walk freely into a house without going and scoping everything out. That's what bothers me here, is that he was so freely to walk up in here. Okay, if you went there 12 times before, you definitely could have went inside the house a couple of them 12 times. You know what I mean? Like you could have went in there 4 of those times or 2 of those times. But either way, let's just say this. He knew where his target was. Obviously, if you're going to go into a place to kill somebody, you obviously know where your target is, or you're going to be looking for them. But and I also think this too. He went. I don't think he meant to kill Xana and Ethan. I think that he ran into Xana taking trash out to the freaking kitchen, and now she's a witness. She runs into the room. What does he do? He kills Ethan and her, allegedly. Now, this is just my speculation, but that's what I truly believe. I don't think that he meant to kill 4 people. I think that he meant to hit his targets up top, or one of them, and that was that. Other than that, That's where I'm at with this case, man. I don't think that he meant to kill all 4, but he did anyways.
Well, it happened right after the DoorDash delivery, pretty much. So who's getting the DoorDash? Ethan and Xana. So Xana's probably, it's either Ethan or Xana says, all right, they left.
Dude, I think that she was so innocent that she just called. She walked into the kitchen at the wrong time, but this guy was coming down the stairs, and I truly believe that. I could be absolutely wrong, but that's my thoughts on it, because if he was true, if Madison and Kaylee were truly, and we don't even know if they were really truly the targets. That's insinuated a lot, but through the trial, we should really learn who the targets were. But at the same time, again, I think that he walked into a witness and he had to remove this witness. Whoever, he had to remove this witness. This witness seen him. But guess what? While he removed the witness, you have somebody who walked out or literally was about to walk out their room, went into a frozen shock phase. He has bushy eyebrows, but did she really pick him out of a photo lineup? That's another part where I'm like 50-50 on believing that possibly she did pick him out of a photo lineup. And that's what nabbed him. But again, they're not putting it in the PCA. They just say bushy eyebrows, and it's throwing everybody off. I don't know. I got a lot of stuff when it comes to this case, and I can talk about this shit 24 hours and keep rewinding it over and over and over again, and we can keep going. Because it's one of those cases that moves you. And I know that you're one of those ones that were here from Jump Street. And what did we come together for? Because 4 people got absolutely slaughtered like animals. And the most comfort where you're supposed to go lay down and you think you're good. You don't think nobody's going to come in and do these type of things to you. So that's why we all ended up being here together. But at the same time, we also need to look at this trial, watch it, because I'm going to be streaming it here. And I'm just curious about all the testimony and everything that's been talked about. It's all going to come to fruition in this courtroom when things are starting to be delivered now. And that's what I'm kind of waiting for, because there's so much shit talked about in this case. And it just throws your mind into like this tornado of thoughts. And it does to me, man. It really irritates me when you start. Hold on, 916. Is that Papa? Oh, no, that ain't Papa. I know who that is. That's Fluffles.
You got the DNA on the knife sheet. You got the
exactly.
You got the video footage, and we don't know if there's video footage of until it comes to trial of him going in and out of that house.
Chris, we don't know what witnesses they have. We don't know what video camera footage they have that they're going to be using in the courtroom. Okay, watch this. This looks like Kohberger walking into the house. We don't know what they have, but I want to bring this up to you too, because this is another thing that sticks out to me that I'll never forget and I'll always remember. I don't care how long I stepped away. Kaylee's mom said that she was able, or they were able to verify that that they both got home at a certain time because they seen them on that camera. What camera were they talking about when they said that? That just it made me think like, damn, if they seen that, then they probably definitely seen this car pull up, person get out, walk. If you're seeing them get home.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's that panty raid house.
Mm-hmm.
If she called him, my furniture was rearranged, someone broke in here. All right, I'm going to come set up the cameras for you and all that. So he'll know the Wi-Fi passwords and everything to work those cameras, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch that old video, you could see that the house shows the 1122, and where does it show? Right to their freaking window, the big window.
Right.
So on the side of the house.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't it be easy for him to aim a camera that way and then run it off the Wi-Fi because he has the password? And see what's going on there before he heads that way.
Did you notice that we don't hear about this camera? We hear her verify that they got home with this camera, but it's pretty odd that it's not in any of the court paperwork that I've seen when it comes to you get what I'm saying?
A lot of terabytes.
Right. And think about this too.
Terabytes.
That he might have been caught snooping around that area on some of this camera footage that they have. We don't know what they have, so I'm just speculating as I say that. Don't take that and run with the bank and score a touchdown. I'm just saying in general, how do we know that they have stuff as far back as some of the 12 times that he was there on a certain camera that his phone pinged in the area and they were literally watching him surveil the area on this camera? I'm kind of looking for stuff like that too, because it can come up. They're like, well, look, 12 times his phone was pinned out here, and guess what? We have camera footage that shows his car driving on the street. And They may do that. They may show that. And it'd be interesting, but I think they're going to do that in that trial. I'm calling that out also.
You know, there's one other thing too. If you go to that grub truck, right? It's always the same night, the same video, the same time, right? The grub truck.
Mm-hmm.
Now, imagine if you had that video from 2 weeks before, a month before, 2-3 months before.
Right.
And the girls are always going there. That was their regular hangout. Go hang out, have some drinks, and then we'll go home. You know, we'll grab something to eat at the grub truck. Now, can you imagine if the LE has footage from that grub truck from like a month ago with him walking around, stalking them, creeping them? That's never been shown. I don't know if it exists.
Right.
But it's a possibility, right? If they have that,
everything is, man.
Have that held on.
You got to keep open mind with it until everything gets brought out, Chris. I do have an open mind to, you know, because again, I don't want to just go and convict them and be like, yeah, fuck that, and be that poor Debbie Downer that's not paying attention to any of it because I want to be ignorant and I want to see him as guilty, and now I'm not paying attention, and I'm gonna pay very close attention to this whole entire trial, just because there's been some weird trials in our time where things weren't presented correctly, people were fucking up, and it's important to really listen to the testimony and see what they're saying that they have against them. And if it makes sense to you, then it makes sense. If it doesn't, we're going to talk about it. And I feel it. And again, hopefully you're here when we stream it, because I'm going to stream it, right? I'm going to stream the trial. And then after, we'll do like a I'd say about 2.5 hour, like all call-ins talking about what happened that day, kind of recap, see what everybody's thinking there. And then we'll get off, get back up, and rinse, eat, sleep, wake up, rinse, and repeat.
It's gonna be very interesting to know.
For sure.
Once that trial gets going, it's gonna be really interesting to know. Like, here's the footage, right? Here's the video footage, and then here's him going, you know, from here to here, and then here's him, and stuff like that. And everyone's gonna be like, "Oh shit," you know. I think you're gonna get that moment.
Right.
That oh shit moment, right?
Yep.
With a video footage, and this is coming out. We might not be. They might blur that video out for the public, but it'll be in the courtroom, and they'll be talking about. But you're going to get it later. You'll get it later on, you know. But there's going to be, because they gag that stuff.
So you're leaning towards the side of this is the guy, but you're definitely going to be paying attention to that evidence. You want to see what they got against them. 100%.
I don't see any other place for it to go. I don't. And
gotcha.
People that do this kind of stuff, they might take a 6 month, a 1
Bing
year
bang
on and not do anything, but they would do it again.
Hold
and
up.
Nothing has happened again.
Yeah.
So
this is crazy.
You know, you got to think of like a Ted Bundy, which was in that area. He actually was in the Washington State University.
Right.
He actually took lives in Idaho, Utah, Colorado, and then escaped again and went to Florida. And this guy's studying these people, right? BTK.
Right.
He was. I think he was even.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you're touching up on that. The whole thing. Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm glad you just brought that back up.
He was writing and communicating with BTK in prison. You know, and it was for studies and everything. And I could, if he was on the legit side, but his demeanor, his whole thing, and the way his whole thing, his background with the awkwardness with the women, it all comes together as circumstantial evidence. But when you have DNA, you have the car, you have the video footage,
right.
Stuff, you know what I mean? That's why they're trying to throw out their DNA so bad, because that's damning. You know, people been put to death, everything for the same DNA footage that they said, no, he never. And all he had to do was say, hey, I bought that knife. That's my Amazon thing. I had it. I was working on a study for my.
Did you hear what he said earlier? Did you hear what he said earlier? You're saying something right now, and I'm thinking about something earlier. I don't know if you were in here. I did see you in and out of chat, but they're saying, you know, this cast evidence, wherever, that's placing or takes Kohberger off the trail on the way to get there. So I don't understand it. I'm looking at it. I see that they're saying he didn't go down this way, but yet claim. So I'm trying to understand what that's all about. This cast GPS bullshit, whatever it is. I don't really know much about Cass, so I can't speak on it. But they did say in this, and I can't read it right now because my damn phone just died. But it did say in the paperwork that he didn't go down the path on the defense side. By the way,
are you talking about the phone ping?
I'm talking about the travel to King Road.
Oh, the travel.
A place that they, claim that the way that he went, they're saying that he didn't. Cast, I forget. I don't know if he's an expert. I think he is an expert. Cy something. Can't remember his name right now.
Cy Ray.
Yeah, Cy Ray. Thank you for that. Cy Ray. He said that, or he did some digging into the case, and allegedly he didn't go that way. He didn't go the way that they're saying that he went. His phone don't ping to that or whatever. I forget exactly what the words is. I can't. I don't want to fuck it up and continue to just pile onto it. But it's definitely something that everybody needs to go read word for word, so you're not getting my half-assed description.
The way that Cy Ray does it. The way that Cy Ray does it is he turns around and takes like.
You're talking about
there's like
the way he went back and forth to the house.
Right.
1122F.
No.
Yeah, there's different ways you can get there, and
I can't hear you.
There's different ways you can get from where he was at the university from Washington University to there. So there's probably a bunch of different ways, and he probably explored them all.
Right.
He's been watching that. He's probably watched that house for a while.
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. That's why I'm like, Chris, I know you wouldn't walk into a house blind. What do people mostly carry around in America? They mostly have a gun. Most people have a gun in their house. Some people don't. I get it, but a lot of people do in present day. So I'm telling you now, if you walk in my shit, I'm blowing your wig off. I'm laying your ass down. You walk up in this house, you best be right. You better be popping first, because I hear somebody come in that ain't supposed to be here. It's curtains. I'm letting it ring. I'm asked questions later. You're not coming in to hurt my damn family. I got my son here. I got my girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, none of that shit's happening.
Yeah, those kids, they didn't, those are young, outgoing kids, and they trusted everyone, and they're young, and whatever, and none of them carried or probably had permits or anything, so they never, but yeah, he come in the house and then something's going on. They pulled out one of those girls downstairs, pulled out a freaking rod and then wiped them out. Yeah.
So Chris too, and I say that to say this too. You should definitely hop up on panel sometime, and come up whenever you get a chance and you want to come up and kick it, because we're going to be having more debates, obviously covering other stuff.
You really want to see my ugly face?
Yeah. What do you? Well, I want to see that ugly face, man. Nah, I want to hear. No, I want to hear you come up and pick brains, go back and forth, debate, be able to have a conversation, go over some of the stuff in the paperwork, and really just kind of maybe trade notes, get your notes, bring them up, whatever. I like that shit. So definitely encourage you to join up for sure.
Chris, I don't have my face up.
He's saying, you don't have to have your face up, brother. As long as I know it's your face, not your weight, I'll pull you up. You're good.
I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you, Rev. On the fact that
click on a link and it comes up, and then you just go right in, or you got to sign up for another app.
Chris, I appreciate you, brother, calling in. Missed you, man. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that I heard from you. I'm glad that you got through. Thank you for being a pillar here with the Rev Game family, and really just speaking your mind when it comes to these cases, because you do that all the time. You've been rocking with me for almost, I gotta say, over 2 years. I believe you've been with me over 2 years. So I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate your commitment, following me, believing in me. Thank you. Captain Jenks in the building. God bless you, brother. Lock your doors.
God bless you, man. Take care. Thank you.
Talk to you soon, Chris. Come on, don't be a stranger, man. Shout out to Chris, man. I love that guy. That dude's he's been around here for a while, and just much love to him, man. I really do. I love that guy. Just like Papa Sal. Some people that they become family, like, on here to me personally, like, to the point where I'm like, damn, where have they been? Like, I ain't seen them in days. Are they all right? You get so used to a lot of these people in here. It's like a family unit. It really is. And people be like, man, get the fuck out of here. This is the internet. Ain't nobody your damn family. What? Don't tell me how to call my family. Oh my God. Shout out to him, man. I appreciate him calling up. He's always got a lot to say. I'll tell you that much. He's got a lot to say, and I appreciate it. Even if you think he's annoying, you're going to bed, whatever. I'm sure people think that about me too. But shout out to him, though. I encourage people to do that. Some people don't have the balls to call up, and I'm just going to be honest with you. Some people don't have the balls to call up and say anything that they think. A lot of people type. I encourage people to call up. I encourage people to say it. Nobody's gonna gang up on you like they used to. Back in the day, you used to get crammed if you were like, yeah, well, Ann Taylor, you're a BK fanboy. So that was a lot of that was getting thrown around back then. Not no more though. That shouldn't be thrown around. People should have their right to think, because at the end of the day, what you and I think isn't going to change the outcome of what these 12 jurors are going to have to say while we're watching this trial. I'll tell you that much.
100%. You could not have said it any better.
You were about to say something, and it sounded decent. What were you about to bring to our attention? It's like killers. You smell jealous. What is going on, bro? Where you been at? It's more like where I've been at.
I agree with you on the fact that, it's there is a very good high possibility that you are accurate on the fact that he did go around, did inspect the house out and everything else. What I don't want them doing is misleading somebody and making it to where they are saying that is exactly what happened, because like I said, that cell site reaches 20 miles. He could have been over.
I don't know what it is. You might want to go back out and reset your mic. It's a lot of feedback going in that bad boy.
Okay, let me reset it.
No doubt. What's going on, Fluffles? It's Fluffles? 916, you in the mix? What's going on? What are we doing tonight? Talk to me.
Hi.
About time you got through, right?
Yeah, 100%. Number one, I want to say hello to everybody, and frankly, I'm so glad to be back.
Thank you.
A lot of it, me and Teddy talk on this side and whatnot, and we adore you. Okay, we're happy to be back, and that's all I'm gonna say. Okay, now, so I was watching this and this trial. So you guys probably have seen that they're trying to say that they're going to throw out all the evidence that was obtained by way of the search warrant, because it's fruit from the poisonous tree. Hence, the poisonous tree was how they obtained the reason for the search warrant, which was because they went in the trash, got his father's DNA in the trash, and they were able to go on to like a 23andMe and cross-analyze that and figure out that this is him. What they're saying is that was illegal. Now, I've been watching a lot of this stuff, but however, and they're trying to say because of that, anything that they obtained within that search warrant, including what was the search for his car, the search for Amazon, the search in his house, the search for his parents' home, everything and anything that was in the search warrant that they obtained in order to indict him, they're saying is extinct. It's not. I don't know about extinct. It's not admissible.
Right.
And so what the other attorneys are saying, I was listening to this show on, I don't know, like Law and Crime or something. I don't know what it was. And there was a couple of attorneys on there debating it. And he was saying, yeah, the thing is, she's very good. And I appreciate that this attorney, is doing all this. And she's doing a lot. And she's kind of kicking ass. But
yeah, she's not. She's not leaving a few cups in the dishwasher. She's trying to make sure all of it's done.
100%.
That's how I look at it. She's doing what she should be doing, and if you know what, if she makes a name for herself right here, she can earn bigger bucks. I guarantee that's how she's looking at it.
Guaranteed. But you want to know something else, T-REV? The fact that she's doing such an excellent job leaves very little room for him to have an appeal, because of the fact that his defense attorney, crossed her T's and dotted her I's. So let me tell you why this is not going to work for her. And I was listening to these other attorneys debate it, and that is because, number one, there is no right to privacy. You don't have an assumption of a right to privacy whenever something is posted onto a public platform, including that would be the 23andMe, or if you were to put something on Facebook.
One of those were just hacked. You know that? Did you hear about that? One of these DNA companies were just literally hacked, and all their
that has nothing to do with it.
No, I'm saying it's crazy though, right? Like the fact that you put your trust into a company and now all your information that you filled out is now in the hands of the black market and on the dark web floating around somewhere, and somebody may be using your information. That's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
No, but you're cooking though. I didn't mean to take you off your game. You were cooking, and I simmered you down real quick. I didn't mean to.
That's okay.
But I was just thinking about that because when you mentioned 23andMe, I was literally reading an article the other day where I think it was over 1 million people, literally their information out there on the dark web now because of a company like 23andMe. It's just wild.
Well, to be frank, there's just so many hackers out there nowadays. It's just, deplorable. It's, oh my God. That's why I have a VPN. Forget about it.
Always have, and even a VPN doesn't guarantee us. I mean, it's good to always have that, and I'm glad you do have that. I encourage people to use a VPN, but I also encourage you to maybe run a double VPN. I'm dead serious. Run a double. It goes through one. Make sure you have RTC on, web RTC. Make sure you have that on so your information is not leaking. If you don't have RTC, web control on, like if you don't have that on your, you can put it on Google Chrome. Make sure that's on so your information is not leaking out and hackers aren't being able to grab that, because some companies you could run a VPN all day, but sometimes your information may leak out here and there or every minute, or it just depends. It depends what you're using, how your internet is, but it does happen.
Fair enough.
Seriously, it happens. Like Michaela's information was on the dark web. Like,
well, hence, let me just say this. By the way, let me just finish this sentence.
Yeah, you're good.
But let me just say this. But do me a solid. I'm going to say this and then bring me back to this. But I want to talk about this really quick. What I'm going to say to you real quick. But I want to talk about it at the end of this this point of focus, and that is, there's a reason why, in my opinion, Kohberger reset his phone. And so let's talk about that afterward if you're open to it. But right now, I want to finish this train of thought. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what they're trying to say, this big thing that came out was like, oh my God, he could walk free. Not even kind of. But she's doing an excellent job. And so we should all be really happy about that, because what she's doing is that she's going to make it almost impossible for him to win any kind of appeal. Anyway, the bottom line is the number one, they have two arguments. The first thing their first argument is they want everything rejected that they obtained by way of the search warrant that was based on the evidence collected from the trash that linked his DNA by way of his father's DNA in the trash to the 23andMe. And then they were able to, they figured out who he was. So number one, that's not going to fly. It's not going to fly, because anything that you put, as I already mentioned, or probably don't need to repeat myself. So all of that's going to be admissible. So eat a dick, fuck off. All that's admissible. It's not going to work. El numero uno.
Yeah, she came in Papa Sal style tonight. Yeah, I don't blame. Hey,
they tried to.
Glad to have you, Fluffles. I know you always pitch it right.
That's right, yum yum.
You've been around for a while. So.
Since Kylie Roddy, I remember watching Adventures with Purpose, and they were trying to search for her. And I'm in far north California, and of course Truckee is right in my backyard. So that's how I found.
Have you been okay, by the way? I sometimes I think about you. Like, damn, is she all right? Is she finally came around?
I was a West End girl back in the day.
Are you doing okay lately though? Everything's been good with you?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
That's good.
I'm good.
That's good.
I'm good. I have a big family, and I'm very blessed. My sister's the president of the board of bail. My brother's a doctor.
Yes, ma'am.
Like, he's a CEO of a hospital. My sister's a director of nursing. 45 nurses under her. I'm a very blessed woman.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a family that adores me, so thank God for that, huh?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. Number two.
Bing bong.
Number two. Their second argument that they had was, it's going to be a problem for how the police entered his home based on the search warrant because they didn't knock and say search warrant, and so they didn't give him an opportunity to come out and allow himself to be arrested, like give himself up. So number one, that's a Pennsylvania law. That's not a federal law. But number two, that's not going to be a federally admissible issue. That's what he has there is maybe a civil lawsuit, but it's not going to have anything to do with their warrant not being admissible. He could maybe sue civilly if he feels like they entered his home in a way that, didn't say knock, knock, search warrant.
Yeah, blew the hinges
That's
off.
a civil lawsuit.
Right.
But per the Pennsylvania state law, from what I understand, listening to these attorneys, that's a civil lawsuit. He's not a federal. That's not gonna have any impact. So we're gonna fuck this guy up. Damn! He's going down. But as far as Bryan Kohberger, I think there's a few of us that agree in chat, and maybe not everybody. But in my opinion, I think this is very separate, T-REV. I think he's very separate. I think that this guy was a very disturbed, probably depressed individual that was dealing with some impact. Yeah.
I agree.
He was dealing with some impact. Now, also, if you've ever been to Moscow, one of my brothers lives in Idaho, and I just got back from Boise, and over there, that's where my mom and my brother live. But Moscow is a very small town, and it's also like dark and dank. It's just dark, dank, cold.
Right.
If you've ever lived up in Humboldt, one of my brothers went to Humboldt University, and it's nothing but
that's where the good
rain.
smoke is.
100%.
That's where they got that's where you go there, you take one hit, you feel like you're damn in outer space out there or some shit.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm telling you, that stuff out there in that county ain't no joke. They know what they're doing out there. They're cooking.
That's some homegrown.
That's where that's where Fishbowl Billy's from.
Well, there's 6 of us in my family. There's 3 boys and 3 girls. We're all 1 year apart. So that's Luke. Bottom line is what I'm trying to. What was I saying? God damn it! I lost my thought.
You were talking about Fishbowl Billy and his methed up habits. I'm just playing.
No, I was talking about Bryan Kohberger. No, the bottom line.
Talking about Bryan Kohberger, and you don't believe he's involved, and neither do I. I absolutely don't think that he played any hand in anything. It's an aspect that's brought up by the people. So when you have people who mention it to you, I want to make sure I bring it up and we could talk about it. That's why I asked what people's thoughts were in the chat. I definitely don't think he's involved.
I love. There's one thing about you that I know that. Chatty, I hope you're not mad at me for divulging this, but she and I adore you. And the one thing that we always talk about is just how you have a real gift, and there's just something about you and your channel that is, I don't know, it's healing. And whatever the fuck everybody's upset about, I get it, but let's just.
Hey, that truly means a lot to me. I don't, all the other shit I don't care about that. I care about the positivity. You know what I mean? Like we're supposed to uplift each other, and not only that, we're here for a reason. We're not here to fight each other and tear each other down. So I appreciate the kind words. I really do.
But the bottom line is it's time to move on.
Absolutely, 100%. Say it again.
It's time to move
on.
It's time to move on.
Absolutely.
It's time to move on.
And
all of us,
and I did that.
Always have our little things that we could learn here and there. Trust me, I learn things. And if you have something great, it's private or maybe not, maybe it's nothing.
Right.
But it's time to move on.
Move
on, and
just
time to move on, guys. Let's get back to what was good.
That's exactly what I've been doing. Hopefully, it shows. That I'm moved on 100%. Yeah, I may make a couple little comments here and there, but I'm 100% moved on and pushing forward. Like I don't, if people want to badmouth me, that's up to them. I don't care. I'm here to talk to the people who want to, engage in the content and really be a part of the idea and have say so in here. Because again, I can't do this all by myself. And if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be right here. And I appreciate having every single one of you, and I enjoy it thoroughly. I might clown off, put sounds and this, that, and the third, but I really do appreciate the people who take the time to look at this stuff and come up here and really speak. Because a lot of people don't speak. They're just in the chat typing, and you know what I mean? Like you don't get to really, but when you call in, you get to really engage and get all your thoughts off or at least what you can. And that
Well,
way,
I wanted,
courage.
and I wanted to say this to you, and that is I went to college and I went to a university, and I actually got an A in argumentation and debate, if you can believe it. But the one thing about, I got an A, of course. Oh, come on, forget about it.
Yeah, forget about it.
You know what I mean? I'm proud of you, Fluffles, like I've always been.
But the one thing about your channel is that there's a level of intelligence that you encourage, and that is with you encourage discussion. And there's a level of emotional intelligence and intelligence that comes with that. It's about discussion, about not overreacting to one another, not attacking one another, but rather hearing and then and debating and discussing and
I'm glad you're mentioning that, because I'm going to be honest with you. I've learned so much just as a person doing this, from just the research that I do and the things that I'm looking. I've learned so much and really educated myself too along the way. And it's hopefully it shows in some way that I speak. Like it's helped, it's helped me in every direction. I mean, just look at it. You take it back 2 years, and then you take it up to now. The progression should show. Like, again.
Oh, listen, I know you from the big. I don't know you from. I remember you when you had 28,000 followers.
Right.
So I go back that far.
Right. We're going backwards right now, and it's all the haters leaving, and I love it. I love it.
Bro, but I gotta be honest with you. When I was West End girl, I was a little spicy, and I've grown up since then.
You seem more at peace right now. Like, honestly, your voice, your Getty, right now, you sound happy, and I'm happy for you.
I don't drink as much anymore. I don't smoke anything cigarettes.
I'm happy for you.
But I'm also like, I don't know. I'm also went to the doctor and got on hormones. and I'm at an age that you don't need to know that. I'm 49, so at my age, it's like, you got to get on. You got to get your balance right. Like,
I'm happy for you though. I'm happy for you, because I remember you would talk and you were upset, obviously drinking, and I'm not about to sit here and bash you in any type of way, but you would get stuff off your chest, and it just is what it is. You sound way different than what you did then. Like, you sound like a new person, and I mean happiness, like the happiness. I can hear it in your voice.
Thank you. I appreciate that recognition.
You're welcome.
Man. Really quick, I want to say, and I don't want to take up all your time, but about Bryan Kohberger, I want to offer this suggestion that potentially, how do we know? And somebody tell me, how do we know for sure that the police officer was the one that reset his phone? And the reason why I'm saying that is because, frankly, when I was struggling in life, I would have reset my phone before I was going to do a cop by suicide. I wouldn't want everybody to see the shit I was looking up, because maybe I didn't want my family to be disappointed in me or something. It wouldn't be like horrible, but I wouldn't want them. I just wouldn't want that shit. I just want you to remember me, not what I was going through. You know what I mean? Right. So I would have reset my phone too. But so I guess my question is, how do we know that he didn't reset his phone, or his roommate didn't reset his phone? I guess that's my question.
Oh, you're speaking about Bryan Kohberger with the whole phone thing. Yeah. Darren did use the words the police factory reset. Now, again, I don't know. That's just the wording.
Don't you think that he could have factory resetted his own phone?
Yeah, absolutely. Why?
By suicide?
Absolutely. Anybody could have done it. Him, the cops, whoever. I just don't understand why the cops would do that. The cops don't usually pick up a phone and hit factory reset.
That's why I think my question is how do we know for sure that the cops did that? Is this hearsay, or is this actually what happened?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I personally sound like hearsay, even through Darren. It sounds like what he heard, secondhand, thirdhand information. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that we should all kind of reset right here with that entire level of that conversation, like that is actual fact. Because I think that I remember Darren saying that, and all of a sudden it got kind of implanted in our brain that happened. And I got to be honest with you, in my opinion, I have a friend that's the chief of parole here in my city, and big city. There's not a chance in hell a cop's going to go in and factory reset. somebody.
Chief of parole, is he dealing with, so is he like a probation officer? What is he doing?
Well, he's the chief of parole.
So he's seeing the
He's
people
the
coming
chief
out of
parole.
prison.
Right, but not just probation. He's parole.
Mhm.
He's the big yum yums.
Yeah.
He's the chief.
I got
He's been in there for 28 years. He's a really cool dude, man. His name is Tony. I'm not going to tell you anything else.
Well, you
His
should
name's
pick his
Tony.
brain and, see what,
Oh, I do. He and I are dear friends.
That's good. That's good. At
But,
least you got somebody with some law that you can pick their brain whenever you like, hey, I got a question.
Yeah.
He either can answer
But I
it
also
or he won't be able to answer it. It's just 50-50.
But I also want to say just two more things, and that is number one, and all my heart, with all my heart, I believe that Bryan Kohberger is guilty, and I 100%. I mean, for me, I'd have to be delusional to think that he wasn't. Okay, that's just for me. I'm speaking on my own behalf.
Right.
To me, this guy is guilty.
I'm even there too. I even think I'm leaning in the direction of him being guilty, but I'm also not closing my mind down at all whatsoever. I want to hear that testimony.
But that's what's so cool is that's what I'm trying to say is that what's so cool about your channel is that you spark thinking and debate. And so long as it doesn't get ugly, I used to kind of get
Like Regina, to just
Oh,
talking to
oh,
people
yeah,
like they're
so
pure shit, like
yeah.
the shit on shoes. Yeah, I remember that.
It's funny that you should mention that because I know that's what you're talking about.
I don't like that. That's not, and I've apologized to Annie already because I used to I'm guilty of it. I was like, yeah, you BK loving ass. Like, you know what I mean? I was like that. So I was like, man, I'm sorry, Annie, for the way that I came at you or talked to you in that way, because again, we need to be able to have these conversations. We need to be able to have conversations, and you shouldn't be, I prejudged you and said you're, pro Kohberger and all this. And I don't want, that's actually rude as fuck for me to do. And I'm glad that I'm growing and able to see these things, because damn, that's ignorant.
Absolutely. And by the way, I'm growing too. And I've also made similar changes as you have. And that is learning to actually appreciate and actually have fun with listening to other people's perspectives. It doesn't mean that they're stupid or I'm stupid. It's just a perspective.
Right.
And that's what this channel really is about. It's kind of about discussion. It's about case discussion is how I would put it.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to pound a narrative in your brain and make like, damn, if you don't have this narrative, get the hell out of here. That's not what we want.
Absolutely. And you don't, though. You never have done that, frankly.
I don't want to.
I mean, maybe if you feel like you slipped up a time or two.
No, I have. I'm guilty of slipping up a time or two, especially with this case, because I always think back to them going to lay in their beds and getting absolutely viciously, savagely stabbed to death and murdered right there. So when I think about that, that always amps me up and it gets me going. But at the same time, I have to be able to open my mind and listen to every direction, because some people aren't on the victims like that, like I am. Some people are looking in this paperwork and they're finding little things to talk about. And it is an interesting aspect because you're going to see it in the trial. And to close my mind up to that, then I'm just looking like an idiot. How am I supposed to grow and learn anything if I'm not willing to hear this? Or, you know what I mean? Like, I can't just be picky and choosy. I got to be able to listen to every single little thing and take it in and decide for myself.
Yeah, but you're also, you know, to be honest with you, in my opinion, your channel is so important because it's expanding our people's minds by way of all of us learning to have what's called argumentation and debate in college. You know, it's called, or case discussion. You know, if you're going to, you know, I was accepted to law school. I didn't go, but so this is like something I love and understand. And it's having case discussion. It's having argumentation and debate. But also, you know, just understand people will sometimes get emotional, and it's not bad, but they're learning, just like you and I did, T-REV. Like, remember you and I used to get emotional and we'd like,
yeah.
So I was probably worse than you. But now I'm growing and I'm learning, like, okay, that wasn't necessary. And maybe I was drinking sometimes, like, a little more spicy when I was drinking. And I still drink, but not like, I don't drink as much anymore. But But it doesn't matter. The bottom line is that what the platform that you're putting down for everybody is important. Does that make sense to you?
I mean, that's why I do it, right? That's why I do it, and it's up to me to either let it fall apart or make it better. And I'm trying to choose to make this better. I want people to call in from all angles. I don't want people to be like, well, oh, this is a bias ass channel. I'm out of here. I can't even speak in here without getting slayed by 50 different other people who are just, jumping down your throat. I don't want that. I hate that. I can't stand that. And the fact that it's been like that in the past is why I'm like focused on getting shit right and being able to hear everything without getting sour about things, because you got to be able to
keep
hear
pushing that narrative.
You can't pin a guy guilty if you want to let you hear 3 things and you're like, no, I don't want to hear that. There's no such thing. In the courtroom, they're hearing everything. So you got to hear it all.
Well, and I hope that you will push that narrative on your channel. Like, listen, guys, listen. One of the things about being a really intelligent person, or emotionally intelligent, or just intelligent, is listening to both sides. And you can feel something in your heart. You can even get heated and your face can get red, right? And you can feel something, right?
Right.
And you can argue and debate without insulting one another or without ganging up on one another. You can just say, in my opinion, this is how I feel. But that's really good. And that, to me, that's healthy, that's intelligent, and this is, I just think it's a really good thing. I really, really, really do. I really do. But my opinion is that this guy is guilty, and I think that I agree with you. I think that he was probably in the house prior. I think that he already snuck in the house probably a few times.
Yeah, because come on, Fluffles, they're walking into this house just so freely, not knowing if somebody's on the other side with a loaded gun. It's just that's the part that's like, yeah, okay, he scoped this joint out. And he knows where somebody's sleeping. Maybe he even went in and stood over the victims while they were sleeping just to see how close he could get a couple nights prior. That's speculation, but I'm just thinking, damn, like you had to know something.
Oh, I agree. But let's all remember that their door was always unlocked, and they were party kids, and there was people coming in all hours. And for somebody to be there at 4 a.m, their only comment was like, "Somebody's here." You know what I mean? It's 4 a.m. I'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, that's
who's here? Who's coming in? But I also agree with you 100% that Xana and Ethan were collateral damage.
And possibly witnesses, or maybe one of them was witnesses, and when he got in there, it was like one was getting hurt and the other one woke up, and now he had to take both of them out.
Do you remember? I want to say this, and then I'm going to let you go so somebody else can call in, because listen, I'm so happy to be back, and thank you for welcoming me back. And Angelica 1411, thank you for gifting me the membership. It means a lot to me, frankly.
I'm glad you're back. I don't want to be a person to hold grudges. Grudges ruin good people.
Yeah.
If you hold grudges and you're angry at the world, then that's just going to ruin who you are as a person. You got to be able to just let shit go and move forward. And if you can't do that, you're going to be stuck in that same position until you decide to do that. So you better do it quick, learn how to
100%.
control your emotions and move forward. Stop going backwards. Just keep moving forward.
Yeah, you've never done anything to me other than me getting kicked out of Discord a few times. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, I know shit can get, I spoke about that the other day in there, and I was like, you know what? I apologize for people who felt like they were against each other and etc. Like, I don't want that to ever be like that again. I want it to be what it is here, like it is here right now, right? Like that's how it should be.
Me out of Discord. If all I have to say is, if you're gonna kick me out of Discord or one of the mods are, just talk to me on the side and say, hey.
No, all of you are more than welcome to come back to Discord. I don't have no problem with that whatsoever.
Just don't kick me out with me, like, without talking to me. Hey,
yeah, absolutely. Have like, hey, Fluffles, this is what's going. Can you calm down or something? I said this the other day. I was like, man, I'm not gonna. I feel bad because I should be the one in there, literally making sure shit's cool and people are okay, and that there's not animosity between people, because sometimes there can be, and it can be fixed so easily if you just say something. And I gotta pay attention and go through and read and say something if I see it getting like that, so we can avoid all that. I want it to be that place where we can have discussions and we're not at war with each other. And you're like, oh, this person came in, I'm out of here. I want everybody to feel comfortable. Of course, everybody's not going to like each other, but at the same time, it's easy to be kind. It's free. Right?
Even, you know, I have a thing in my bathroom. It says, what does it say? Be kind. I'll have to read it. It's been a second.
Be kind, be something.
But I wanted to say this before. I was going to say that, yeah, I think that he went in the house. I think that he scoped it out. And then I was going to say something else really quick before. I think I guess that's about it. I think that you're exactly correct. I think that he scoped it out. He probably stood over them. And by the way, I just want to say, Jeff H., I appreciate his things that he puts up, because that guy is really talented when it comes to that.
Yep, I told him.
And I appreciate
I told him, I was like, man, I hate the fact that you had to be in between that toxic DJ shit. You know, I apologized to him. I was like, man, I'm sorry you were in the middle of that. That was like the worst timing ever, but it wasn't your fault. And that's what I told him. I was like, man, it's not your fault, and I want to apologize to you for that. And we could erase that up off the board. I like it. I do like his spirit, the positivity to it. That's what I want. Why would I get rid of positivity and bring in negativity? It just doesn't even make sense. That, like,
I think that Jeff H.
You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate his perspective, sense of humor, and the fact that he's willing to listen. And he's not arguing with people or anything like that. He's just an outgoing guy. And that's my type of people.
And he's a gentle soul. He's very gentle. He's a gentle soul. The guy doesn't, in my opinion, I don't think he's got a bad bone in his body. Like, he's just, like, he likes the true crime community. You know, he wants to go in where maybe where he fits in or where he's accepted, but that doesn't mean that he's got a bad bone in his body.
Sammy
but anyway,
Hollis was the worst to me. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. Hollis was the worst to you. I seen stuff go down, but it's like hard to really be like to come out and start, flipping the hell out on people. Like, I don't want to disrespect people, so I got to sit there and think about what the hell I'm going to say. I don't want to be like, bitch, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Are you talking about RW?
Yeah, I just don't want to, in general, when I see stuff going on, I don't want to sit there and just jump to flipping out. I want to actually be the conversation and diffuse it without being angry and mean. You know what I mean?
Well, when you're a Mensa and you're having dyslexia, you might not be Mensa. That's all I'm saying. And also, but part of being Mensa is that you have a bright enough mind that you're open to a conversation and debate. You're not going to be so one way and emphatic about your viewpoints. She was very bright, but I don't know about Emmy. I'm about Mensa. So, that's all I'm saying.
You know what? Like, whatever. Fuck them. They ain't here. You know? It is what it is. Like, hey, I wish them well. I don't have no grudges with anybody. Wish you well. Pray for you. Have a great day. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I'm looking at it.
Those the ones that we're speaking of, because we know it's just time to move on from them, because there was a lot of intensity with them and negativity.
Well, yeah, and they wanted to control things and come in and control the narrative or control people, and that's a big no-no.
Like, you need to know this is how it is, and let me explain to you how this is, and like explaining. No, and that's how I felt too. That she was saying this is what it was, and she came in with so much information. And you know me, I'm already like writing down things and looking it up. I'm like, that's actually not accurate. That's fake news. So I would debate her, and it wasn't really received well, but I don't really care. Whatever.
Well, I do want to put that out there to people, because I know people had came in Discord and maybe had a bad experience, and I personally apologize to all of those people who maybe came in and had a bad experience. There was a lot of people in charge that really just took things differently. Not Delane. I'm not talking about Delane or Leisure. I'm talking about others that just made the atmosphere crazy. People fighting and talking and doing weird shit. It's like, come on now, I'm not here for that. We're not here for that. None of us are here for that. So it's like, I just want us to all be able to get together, use our brains, and be kind. It's free to be kind. We live in an ignorant world right now where there's a lot of ignorance, and when we do shit like that, we're just adding to the ignorance.
I just want to say, I know that everybody will remember this. When I was in Discord, I was the gift person. I would go in for an hour and a half, and do my gifts and just laugh. Was I a little bit, pushy with my gifts sometimes? Yeah. Maybe we could do a sub tab so we can do gifts on the side or something if it's annoying. But I just like to come in and laugh and do the gifts. That was my heart.
Bella said,
Really
why talk to one person for so long? Not fair to
Oh,
others.
and she's right. I'm gonna let you go.
That's okay. It's okay. I'm not gonna sit there and do that because I'll be on a lot. So in general, there's gonna be a lot of chances for people to come and speak
No, but
and come
she's
up
right.
on panel, etc.
Just so she knows, whoever said that, she's absolutely right. We go so far back, and this was kind of a little bit of a healing conversation. And
Well, I'm glad it was
going to
healing
get off
for you.
all of it, talking to you and just seeing the difference. It was this for me feels like our friendship, our relationship, everything with this channel has turned like right. You know what I mean? It's gonna.
Well, it makes me feel that
90
much better and
degrees
helps.
switch.
It's great. I'm glad that you feel that change, and it's just confirming things for me now, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely. I'm gonna get off, and I hope that somebody else will call in because I'd love to hear your opinion. Bye, guys. Thank you, T-REV.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Fluffles. We love you.
Okay, love you too.
Shout out to her. Good person. Good heart. I know some people may get annoyed with people when they talk, but in general, I appreciate people with a good heart. Period. I'm cool with that. Let me see this. It's open. You said other people. Like it's literally. It's not ringing. What 212? Let's see. It's 2626 was in the mix. They were trying to say something, but they never got across. Let me put this up real quick. Great caller for sure. She's been around for a while. He said, Bella, why can't T-REV talk to someone for so long? It is what it is. People have their opinions. I respect it. And I pay attention to it. It is what it is. And I'm not going to get bent out of shape over it.
You know what I mean, pal?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I wanted to bring up something and I literally can't even think straight. So that may be the sound of the trumpet. No. Yeah, this is me right now.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. we don't care. That's just funny as hell. I'm sorry. But yeah, 219-885-9693. Those phone lines that you were talking about, they're open right now. They're wide open. I mean, you could hear it right now up literally at the top of the house, going up towards the space, whatever. I don't even make sense. I'm so damn tired, right? I've been up for like literally 4 days. Can't sleep. Every time I lay down, my brain starts dancing. You know how you just lay down and everything just turns on, the light turns on. It's like do 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 do. I'm like, damn, I'm just gonna get back up and go live again. You know what I mean? Oh, we got us a caller, y'all. 626. You're in the mix. How you doing tonight?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing tonight?
Is this really you, T-REV?
Yes, it is.
And you could say, you could call me Nani.
Nani. Like that name?
Yes.
What's going on now?
Nani. I'm part Italian, part Latina.
Ooh.
So that's why the Nani. But I'm also could be your grandma.
Really? You sound young.
No, mijo. I'm out here in Southern California, and I'm really glad I'm talking to you. Yes. I know you heard my message or you read my messages regarding family. I'd like to, when we can talk on the side for that.
Yeah.
I have a number for you.
Absolutely.
I didn't forget that. I did hear you, but I didn't know how to get a hold of you.
Thank you for being kind and doing that too. I appreciate you.
No, my son went through the same thing that you're going through, and he also has an elder daughter now that's over 21. So, she did come out looking for him on her own at 18 years old.
Right.
But as a grandma, great. That's why I call myself Latinas. We say nanas or abuelitas, but in Italian, We say nonas
Familia?
and nons. I'm sorry?
Familia? I've been hearing that a lot. What is it? Is that how you say it? Familia?
Familia?
Yeah, I see that right there. I see Monarch said it in the chat. I don't know how to say it right. Like some things I can say, some things I can't.
Do you have Latin blood in you?
Hawaiian, Indian.
Hawaii. Okay. Okay. Well, I have that Southern California accent out here. So
I have to look though. I did get a test, and I have a few different things of it, but mostly Indian and. Yep.
Can you take my number down privately right now?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then,
Hey, hold up. The number that you call from right here is this the number? Because I'm looking right now.
Yeah. With the 20 at the end?
Yes, ma'am. I'll save it in. I'll save it. And if it's okay, I'll text you from my actual person.
That is me. That is me. And you could call me Nani Lupe. Oh, abuelita. I see the word abuela.
Thank you. I do want to say this to you because people like you warm my heart that will do the things that you just went and did. You went and looked at all this stuff and did research, and now you're coming back and helping. And it's actually, I appreciate.
I don't know if you were calling me out or not. People coming up here and not calling the line. So, but after
hell no.
No, after hearing you last night about your familia, your family,
the situation with my daughter, correct?
Totally understand you from the heart, as a parent would do for a child. This is what I want to do for you.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much for that.
Okay.
That means a lot to me. It really does.
Grazie. And I thank you, picking up my call.
Absolutely.
I know you have other people out there ready to talk to you too. I've been watching you since Kylie. Just like the way that you speak to your family out here. You don't pound us on the head with your convictions, or you let us speak. You let us think from the heart. And some callers get a little boring, but you give them a chance, and I thank you for that patience, because everyone does have their own feelings,
right.
Their own,
we can't shut people down. It's just not right to just shut people down because we all have different thoughts. That's a fact.
We watch these real crime things going on, in Southern California. I've experienced a lot in my years. The reason I put in a lot about, I worked for the federal government in the past and other family members. That's why I know a little bit about, they take your physical when you're going to go get a government job. They really look at your background. So I don't know if I'm in the middle. I used to think it was KB all along but I have to be open. I have to sit on the fence, hear both sides. My heart wishes it was him. I'm going to be honest. So we could put peace to some of these families, but I'm on the fence because I've known police officers as an auditor, and they're human beings. They're not all honest. They're not all up to par as they want to be. But there are the good guys too. So there's 50-50 in every job.
I think it's just, humans in general, right? Like it's just a human thing.
Exactly. We're just humans here to pass the time for a little while, and then.
But I want your opinion on this. I want you, as you mentioned, officers, and I'm thinking this in my mind, and I've been following or studying these kids that are out here killing each other in the streets for the last 2 months straight. These officers that live in these certain areas, it seems they're there to collect a paycheck, and they're not there to help the community because these kids are killing each other.
Yeah, they're not there for the kids. They're there for the paycheck, especially with all the money cuts that they've been doing in Los Angeles area out here.
Mm-hmm.
There's too much money floating around on the streets. That's a lot easier to just line the pocket and not even report.
Well, I say that I was saying what I said, right? To say this, we need true leaders in our country because they could get out there with those kids and make a difference, but they're scared because they think they're going to get shot and killed by these kids and they're not going to make it home to their family. So personally, those type of people shouldn't take the job if they can't handle what comes with the territory. Period.
I have 6 brothers. We grew up in the East Los Angeles area.
East Los Angeles?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly clear. You said grew up in the East Los Angeles area.
We grew up in the East Los Angeles area.
Yes,
and,
ma'am.
I have one of my brothers is actually giving back to the community by doing what you were talking about. You know, he took himself out of a life of crime and put himself to give back to the community on a nonprofit organization that gives back to kids that are on the street.
That's why I opened the one I opened. I'm sure you heard me talk about it.
His is called, well, I won't give out his name. I won't.
But it's good work though. It's good work and it helps people. And sometimes people don't know that those type of resources are there.
Yeah. For COVID, he had lines and lines of people while he was giving out, you know, the grocery bags and you know, my whole family was involved. And you know, you got to give back from where you grew up. You have to. You can't forget where your roots came from.
That's a fact. I agree.
But you also have to put where I grew up, and I was also
where I grew up, everybody's haters.
Yeah. You know, I grew up as a letter carrier out in my own community, and you see the good and the bad. You know, you see the good and the bad. So
that's true.
You know, while you work out and, you know, trying to give that back to the community, there's some that are trying to either kite your bag or give me a check.
You know, when you say that, I see people like when you said it's good and the bad, you get out there. I see flashes of those people who were bad in my head. And then I see the flashes of those good people that I know. You know what I mean? Like I've seen both sides. I grew up seeing that shit. So it's like, as you said that, it was like I don't know, that's crazy.
Yeah,
it was kind of crazy.
That's why I love
these people.
That's why I love hearing your story.
That gave me chills, actually. I literally seen the bad people, as you said, it comes the good and the bad. Like I literally seen the bad, standing with the bad and the good with the good. Crazy.
That's why I think that sometimes when you stay up, just and now I'm being your nanny, okay? If you stay up too many hours, it could damage your psyche, bringing you on some of those funky demons you've been fighting. I've been through that. You know, I'm also stay up all night, you know, because my job was, you know, at nighttime sometimes. So, you know, and it's quiet at night, so you can hear the cryings out with your windows open. Just my opinion.
I mean, I hear sirens come by all the time, and shit. I'm in the country right now. Like you know, I'm from the city, grew up in the city, so I was used to hearing that. But out here, I'm hearing it a lot too.
Correct. I mean, you know, it's up to us, parents, grandparents, to align our children, our future.
You're the sweetest woman. You know that, right? Did anybody ever tell you you're one of the sweetest women? You got a great attitude, positivity, and just you I don't know, the way you talk is infectious. So I appreciate you calling in and just being a voice here tonight.
Thank you, Ren.
People who need that. I'm one of them.
It's love.
You know, I'm one of them for sure.
Yeah, you got to give love to reciprocate love. It's the only way.
It's a fact. Yeah. I would, you know, for a while, just the past couple months, I've been taking in just nothing but negative and not looking at positive, and that can ruin the best person.
Yeah, I missed you. I really missed you because, like I said, you have the coolest voice of all these commentators out there, and you're not judgmental.
I caught myself being sometimes, you know, like I caught like with Annie, for instance. That was one of those ignorant, you know, that's ignorant. And if I think that's part of just growing.
But you took accountability.
That's what it's about. That's what it's about. And I've seen it. I'm like, damn, that's like I was really rude.
I've seen you grow up on this line. Thank you. I've seen you grow up. I've seen you grow up on this.
I still got a lot of room to go. You can't grow too much. You can never grow too much. There's no such thing as growing too much. There's always going to be something that I learn.
It's called overload.
Yep.
And then you got to give yourself a kick in the butt. I mean, a kick in the, and reboot yourself, you know?
A lot of people go, they be like, Rev, you know, your stuff's helped me so much. And well, what if I told you it was the same exact way around? You guys helped me so much. So it's just it's a blessing. It's a blessing to have that. And shit, I've grown so much just from being around it, because a lot of you are very positive people, right? And before, my life was filled with negative people. I'm talking about years ago before I decided to make changes. And when it's such a true statement when they say you'll become what you surround yourself by. So if you surround yourself by 5 broke people, you're going to end up like 5 broke people. If you surround yourself by 10 winners, you're going to end up like 10 winners. You know what I mean? It's just, it's a true saying.
Beautiful aura around you now. I see light around you now.
I'm feeling great. Like I told when I came back the other day, or not came back, but just got back on live. I'm like, I really felt, I don't know. I just woke up and said, you know what? I'm putting my spine in my back, and I'm not just gonna cover up and shield. Like I'm gonna walk forward with my spine intact. If I need to defend myself in any way, I will. But you know what? The main focus is the people who are there that care and are gonna give you genuine feedback on anything, no matter what it is. Those are the people that you want to pay attention to. Those are the people that will help you. But when I was paying attention to all the negative in this dark stage, like, man, I want to beat this dude's ass and smack this dude. Like I was getting wild. I was ready to wild out. But I'm glad I caught myself.
Papa Sal used to put you in your place too. So
that's why I love that guy, man. I love that guy, you know. I love that guy. That guy's I hope he's doing good. I really do, because he was fighting a lot of sicknesses.
Yeah.
He was sick a lot, and I heard it when I talked to him, like coughing, and so I hope he's doing okay. I really do. I know he smokes cigarettes and stuff, and I'm praying for him. If you hear this, Papa Sal, at least let us know you're all right. You can hit me with a text message saying you prick or something, you know?
Yeah, we love that man.
I love that guy, man. One of a kind.
So he was just a tough old guy, you know. I pray he's still listening, at least, you know.
Absolutely. West Virginia. He's West Virginia too. Thank you, Mom.
Okay.
He's from West
Well, I'm right outside of the Los Angeles Lakers, and Dodgerland out here. So, you know, like I said, there's a lot of crime and good times out here too.
Cali, yeah. I've been watching following a case, Little Dirk out there in Cali, Beverly Hills, they committed a murder for hire. That was crazy. I followed that. I follow a lot of different stuff that maybe you guys haven't looked at. And the stuff that I've been following the most is I've been watching these little hood vlogs, right? And I'm seeing these little 13, 14, 15-year-old kids. They need somebody. They need a leader, and nobody wants to step up to be that leader. Instead of being a leader, they just want to continue to pat them on the back and say, yeah, you're doing good by killing people.
I know. We're their parents.
Crazy.
Probably locked up and stuff, and these kids don't care.
Yep. Dad's in prison. Mom probably is just hanging out. I don't want to put it out there because I don't know mom. But in general, all I know is what I'm seeing on camera, and what I'm seeing be delivered to me is it's okay for you to kill and talk about doing these different things. Again, it made me sick when I looked at that Instagram and they had the score of this neighborhood versus this neighborhood, and the score was kills 12-9 or something like that. I was like, what the?
Yeah, these little, they don't even know how to probably grow hair yet, and they're already running around with guns.
This one video, maybe we come on and watch some of these videos, because I want to show you guys this for people who don't know that this type of shit is really going on deep in the hood, and not even just the hood. It's happening in big cities like Philly.
There are no color lines.
Absolutely not.
Because we all bleed red.
It's nasty. I just want to help. Like, honestly, I want to do, like, when I see these kids, I want to help, and that's what is really motivating me to, like, I'm going to do something. I'm still thinking of what I want to do, and how I want to do it. But that's exactly why I have the nonprofit organization Voice for the Voiceless and took it to that level and really was like serious behind it.
Like my brother's involved with, the council people, and even some of the police department, believe it or not, when they're shining the nice face. But, you do need supporters, to keep those nonprofit organizations going, and he's got at least 32 kids right now off the streets. He's got a program called Skate to Educate, where he brings them in and they earn their boards or their wheels. They have to work for it by grades. So he puts them on a point system, and then they earn their dollars that way for their skate equipment. And then he takes them to tournaments. So it's something, I think it's in your heart to do that too.
I want to do a lot. There's so much in my heart that I want to do. And I just got to, instead of trying to rush it, I got to do it one step at a time and continue.
Now, as an older woman, almost 70 years old, I really enjoy your music too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. And that's grown too. Like every aspect of my life, I'm growing in every aspect of it.
Yeah, you speak from the soul. You're an old soul.
I try to be. I grew up fast. I grew up so fast. Like, I mean, in 13, I had to turn into an adult very fast because of the things that we had to do. And it wasn't, CPS didn't take us away because they didn't know a lot of the stuff that was going on. Dad's out of town. Mom's doing her thing. We had no rules. Water was off at the house. Electric turned off at the house. We were staying wherever. We were running the neighborhood or all the way into a whole different city. We lived a wild life growing up, and I don't want. Those are the type of people I want to help. The people who are living that wild life that need guidance.
No, I was lucky to have a mom who raised 9 kids basically by herself. I'm the eldest of the 9.
Damn.
And she stepped on my brother's neck a lot.
That's crazy.
So I have nothing to complain about in life because she raised 9 by herself. And now, now she's at the age where she can enjoy her great grandchildren now. So I have a lot to help too.
I like that widow's peak. I hate widow's peaks,
Oh, widows.
I don't. It just. I heard what you said, but I'm like looking. I'm like, damn, I can't stand my.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna let you go now. You have my number.
Yes, I do have your number, and I'm saving it, and I'm going to message you. So please look for it. It'll be from 615.
Got it.
My personal number.
615. I'll remember that.
Yes, ma'am. It will be 615. So look for that, and I'll shoot you a message.
And when you see my name, and when you see my name, if you remember me, just. Shout out Nani, and I know you.
Nani. So you're Nani in chat with the purple. You have like a purple background, correct?
I have that lady's face. I have a Frida Kahlo on my icon.
Now it makes sense to who you are in chat too. So now I know. Thank you so much. I appreciate your heart doing that research for me and also calling up and saying, "Hey, I got some results for you." Thank you so much for being that kind person and spreading that positivity here tonight with us. And nowhere else. I mean, I'm glad to have you here. So thank you so much. God bless you, man.
Thank you. Hopefully I can pick up and call you again.
Anytime.
Love, Rev. Love you, Rev.
Love you back, my friend. You stay safe. Shout out to her. Great spirit. Wow. Those are my type of people right there. This is my type of kind, very kind. Probably would, I'm not even going to say probably, would give the shirt off their back. You just, if you know, if you don't, you don't. It just is what it is. But I can definitely tell that woman had just an infectious, outgoing spirit. My type of people all the way around. Shout out to her. Vona in the building. Nobody talk like Vona. Vona be talking like, hey, what's going on? Vona, how you doing today? You doing great? I can't even speak as fast as Vona. I'm not even going to try. I'm going to make myself look silly. Now I can rap fast and maybe catch up, but dang, I can't even talk that fast. Vona be really, She's like a typewriter. You sound like an auctioneer. Vona, what are you doing? 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts on the Kohberger case? Call up. Show these people how fast you talk. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Much love to you, Vona. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I don't know how far you progressed with the doctor and shit. And maybe we need a little update. See? Right there. There's the update I was looking for. I remember you were talking about that and just very focused on it, but also sharing your thoughts here. So I'm glad you got that done. Proud of you, my friend. Definitely proud of you for that.
Gotcha, bitch.
I didn't mean to hit that, but okay. Proud of you. Proud of you. Gotcha, bitch. Like that. Are you really proud of me, Rev? You just disrespected the fuck out of me. I'm out of here.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Man, I be having too much fun with these buttons over here. You know?
You know what I mean, Pop?
I don't know. It might be that time. Sleep for me. I've been up for what? How long? 3 days? 4? When was the first 11-hour live, y'all? When was it? You said, can I hear it again? What you trying to hear, my friend?
Shut up, bitch. Oh, my God.
Which one?
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
I got so many. I need to change a few, though. I don't know if I like this one right here. This one's cool.
Brother, this guy stinks.
Hold up.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
That one's louder than all the other ones.
I'm here to tell you right now. We don't
care.
Let me tell you, we don't care. Jerry.
I do like that one too. That was funny. You said, why have you been up for days? I don't know. Like, I lost. Okay, so this is what I do notice, and this is the only thing that I can say. I lost a lot of weight. On top of losing a lot of weight, I started smoking cigarettes again, and I've been suffering with this insomnia where I cannot go to sleep. I lay down, my eyes. I can't close my eyes. They're not closing. They close, but I'm not falling asleep, if you get what I'm saying. So as I'm sitting here trying to sleep, I can't for some reason. And it's absolutely weird. I've never had it this bad. You know, I've had it a little bit, but not this bad. This is full-fledged. So I got to figure out what's going on. What's the cause of that? Because I did drop a lot of weight too. So I don't know if that changed anything. I'm just thinking of things in my head as a hypochondriac, because I definitely am that. I'd be thinking like, damn, is it because I lost the weight? Is it because I smoke cigarettes? What is it? I need to stop that for sure. Definitely need to stop smoking, Unravel. You're right. Because I need to be here. Like, and I can't be here if I'm smoking these, catch lung cancer by the time I'm 50. My grandmother on my mom's side died at 52, lung cancer. So yeah, I'm good, Camilla. Thank you for asking. I'm great. How about you? I'm doing just fine. I just need to be able to catch up on my sleep a little bit. Because right now, I swear it's been 3, maybe 4. I don't even know how many days it's been. I'm just at that delusional state, but I could keep going. I could keep going right now. I could definitely probably stream 12 hours, run it out, and redo it again if I really wanted to, but it's not healthy. I should probably get a little bit of sleep and get up and then redo it again. You know? That's how I'm looking at it. But this is how it is when I get back. When I get that fire back, this does happen too, where I will get going and going and going, and I don't want to stop. When was your last blood work done? You need to get it rechecked. The last time I got blood work done, maybe 3 months ago, white blood cell count was back to where it should be. So I'm glad that was there, because before it was low. My white blood cell count was low for some reason, but I'm good now. At least the last time I know. I kind of think I know what it is, though. I really do. You said no sleep for that long. You said, please see a doctor. No sleep for that long can be dangerous for your health. What should I take? Let's shoot some ideas in chat. Should I go to the store and grab something? Is there something I need to get? Let me know. I'm open to everything. I didn't try melatonin. I didn't try nothing. I didn't try to take anything for sleep because I personally don't like to. It makes me groggy. When I wake up, I feel weird. So I try to stay away from it. But at this point, I don't care. I'll take melatonin or whatever. So I definitely gotta get that on track and get back at least on a decent sleeping pattern. Even if I go to bed at like 3 a.m., that's better than being up for 3 days in a row. But at the same time, I got to get this insomnia under control in order to control that and get back on track there. Thank you, Angelica, for, showing love. I feel like a broken record right now because I keep saying the same shit over and over again, but I really do appreciate y'all. Broken record up in this bad boy. Boy, I probably said, I want to know how many times I said thank you today. Probably like 1,000 at least, minimum. Thank you. Probably like, damn, man, you be saying the same shit over and over again, man. You need to change it up a little bit, boy. No, I'm playing.
Shut up, bitch. Oh, my God.
Man. I need to listen to some music, kick back, and we'll get right back at it tomorrow. How long have we been on today? What do we have? Like 6 hours? Almost 6, 5. A little light work. A little bit on the light side, but it's all right. Compared to what we've been doing, we've been on that 11 hours and 59 minute shit where I'm ending it right on that. Shout out to y'all, man. I am going to go try to get some rest, and I'm going to be looking at your comments. So those who are dropping suggestions and I personally am a natural person. I like the natural stuff, but if I have to get something like a sleep aid at Walmart or whatever your suggestions are with that, please let me know. I'm definitely going to try it. I got to go try something. Because I definitely do need to sleep. And guess what? Right now, I really don't feel tired. I just feel delusional. I do. He said, you're overthinking. Let it go. You're funny. Oh, Rabble, you're funny as hell. No doubt. Yeah, I definitely am overthinking. That's a fact. That's why I need to go get some sleep so I can actually think without overthinking. Warm milk and turkey have natural chemicals for sleep. It's the Eagles. I don't even want to hear about the Eagles, okay? Okay? You don't have to remind me how bad we suck. Jerry Jones all in. I'm telling you. He's all in, and we're killing it. We're going to win the Super Bowl this year. You know that. Just kidding. Not happening. Man, I'm about to jam out, though. Look, I'm about to jam out to this, put some music on real quick, and then head out. Shout out to everybody who stopped by this live. You can expect me to be live again tonight. We're going to be lit back up. Probably do 11 after I get some sleep. We'll probably do another 11 hours, run it back a few times. So I got to go gather myself, though. That's a fact. I got to gather myself, y'all. Oh, no. What are we doing, Rab? You're up here, dude. You are messing up, bro.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Emotional damage.
All right, I'm done playing. Here we go. I'm trying to think of what I want to run here. My piece. Let's go to my piece because I am feeling peaceful, but this is still getting me moving right here. Where the hell's my piece at? I don't see it. 3, 2, 1. There we go, baby. Let's go.
Man, I've been waking up these last couple days and just not feeling like myself. Feeling deep down with this depression in my mental health. I know we all feel that way. I've talked to a lot of people in the Rev gang and I know they feel like that too. And that's why a lot of us relate. We felt that pain. We wake up every day and stand up for those who feel it also. This is more than a movement. I really love this shit. I put my heart and soul into it too. Look, man, let's get to it. Wake up every day, going through depression. Learned another lesson as I count my blessings. Rise above the pain, make a new impression. Backs turn on me for the fame, casting shadows of doubt every time that you speak on my name. But that won't be a stepping stone for the clout or the fame. When the truth comes to light, the face will burn out in a shame. I'll keep rising above while they stay stuck in the game. Turning every light of fuel for my flame. Never flaunting my wealth, but still played in the game. Boy, gave from my heart just to get stabbed in my back. Cause now I'm treated like an enemy, cause loyalty they lack. Jealous of my rise, envious of my path. While they plot and scheme, I keep my goals intact. The envy fuels my drive, ignites my inner wrath. Facing all lies, I'll never let them pass. Bringing light to the lost, the ones we need to find. Families torn apart, left broken behind. System felon kids who vanish in the night. We'll keep raising our voice until we make it right. Voice of the voiceless, echoes in the dark, shining through the shadows, igniting every spark. Together we'll stand strong, never back down. Fighting for justice until the lost is found. Haters throw the shade, they try to drag me down, but I rise above the lies and wear my strength like a crown. The whispers feel my fire, but can't dim my glow. Every step I take forward leaves them stuck at the dope. Innocent lives lost, kids gone without a trace. We fight for justice every day to bring light to the case. Too many tears shed, too many hearts torn apart. And we won't rest till we bring peace to every heart. You don't need anyone to pave your way. You've got the strength to rise and slay. Let's do it. Remember, success is in your hands, and the love from your true ones is all you need to stand. That's a fact. When the world tries to bring you down, just look around and wear your crown. You've got the fire, the drive, the spark to light up your night. Look, stay ahead of the fate. Keep your balance up straight. Don't let a sucker in your circle that just turns to a snake. I remember when you were here but couldn't look me in the face. If you want what I got, you gotta really feel the pain, boy. It takes commitment. You really gotta love what you pitch. This ain't a job to me. I wake up and really live this. I feel the pain from these victims. That's why I stay to myself, cause all they want is your wealth. They see you getting money, then they start to want it themselves. That's not what it's about. You're thinking of clout, while the mission's making a change for the families losing a mouth. I used to be the person with no voice. It was like I was silenced from the start, really with no choice. And if I could go back, I would hug my mom and help everyone off drugs so nothing would go wrong. We were failed by the system, voices never mentioned. People doing dope, dying in my kitchen. CPS at the door, cause somebody called the system. What you know about failing with a family with no vision. Grew up in the hood, never knew what love was. Always waiting for my dad by the window like a bus. I evolved into me and found out what love was. I ain't letting off the brakes until God picks me up. Boy, I'm parking on these haters, staying in my path. I jumped on the mower cause I had to cut the grass. Every time I see you hate, it makes me wanna laugh. Cause you're jealous of my grind and try to emulate my craft. All of you are weak, fucking bullies of the weak. Waking up every day, trying to walk us like we're sheep. I got my eyes open so I close them when you speak. Cause you really don't exist if you're something I don't see, boy. To my people standing tall, don't ever lose sight. Keep pushing through the darkness until you reach the light. Don't let the haters be your downfall. Rise above their game. You've got the power within. Let them remember your name. We fight for the voiceless, for those who can't be heard. Bringing justice and peace with every spoken word. Together, we stand strong in unity and might. Creating change in this world, shining bright in the night. Remember your strength, don't ever let it fade. In a world full of shadows, be the light that you made.
James, my boy.
Keep your heart true, let your spirit be bold. And together, we'll write a story that's worth being told.
That's my joint right there. I love that joint. You know, that is that shit right there. You know, Gara sucia colibola. This one smacks too, though. Ain't even gonna hold you. This joint racks.
For justice till the Lord lets us all thrive. We ain't here to play no games. I just came to make a little change. Sick of the laws of corruption in our country. Yeah, it's a fucking shame. How the innocent hurts and the guilty get the laugh from the prison. It's a curse. We all wanna fix it, but we can't fix shit if you never hear what the hell we say first. Dedicated, never hesitated. Speak for many, no hesitation. Give a voice to so many people. If you hear the pain, you could never hate it. Rise above the silence. Amplify the cry. For every tear that falls, where that echo that defies. Break the silence, loud and clear. Voices rise, the world will hear. We pray together, every single stream, and I won't stop till I'm in your ear. Oh. Voices fade, but I make them heard every single day. I pray for change to the point that I think about cover with Rev Gang as a parade. Facing echoes, silent screams. We like the way with hope's high beams. Got in the lost back from the extremes. Voices rise, tearing at the seams. United in the fight, no one's left behind. Let me give you some advice. Be a voice for yourself, don't ever give up. You can always make a change, it ain't late to make it right. Step up, stand tall, together we ignite. Break the chains of silence, shining ever bright. I'm an angel with my wings, focus on this fight. That's why I speak loud with this chest on my mic. Tired of the feeling, it's like all the villains. Steady stay winning, how do we make a difference? They shut down opinions, got a bunch of little minions that will never make decisions on anything they're pitching. But we break the mold, no blind submission. Rise and revolt with clear vision. Voice the truth, our strong mission, we will compose. Let's go.
Put this one right here. I like this one. That's an oldie. Let me run this, man.
I don't hang a fuck around, yo. None of y'all are down, yo. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face, eat the ass, yo. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. You stay in your lane, and I'ma stay in mine. I'm out here getting to this paper like the New York Times. A lot of people wanna see me take a fall, but I done rose above it all. Middle finger to them loud. Fuck 'em. They need a couple blessings, so I'll teach them a lesson. Benji behind the keys in the street, you're a peasant. And I just use what God gave me, I love what he left. I feel the passion in my soul, but y'all wish that it left. But I don't give a fuck about you little punks, cause all you do is run around and wait for me to pop up. Then you run around your mouth, but who's the one that's on my page? All you suckers really do is try to bring around the hate. That's why I lock you at the gate. Separate all the snakes and throw them all in the pit and watch them burn with the fakes. I sat back for a couple of months just to see who was real. Now I know all the runts. Let's go. Fuck around, yo. None of y'all are down, yo. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face, eat the ass, yo. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. I don't hang the fuck around, yo. None of y'all are down, yo. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face, eat the ass, yo. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. I go to bat when it comes to my kin. I had your back, you left me hanging like a fucked up friend. Now I'm focused on myself, I never folded on the shelf. And I ain't never giving up, that's what I always told myself. Stay working on my health, one step at a time. I got goals and I'ma reach them for the cost of the grind. I don't care what it costs, best believe I raised the bar for myself. I'm in a different weight class, fuck everyone else. Man, fuck all of them. Where were you when I was struggling like last week? Where were you at? Couldn't post no new music for like 12 weeks. Now it's like, yo, I learned one lesson. There's a ton of sheep people out for themselves, so I just let them be. I had to learn a lesson to understand what I had. This whole time I had this music shit here in the bag. People hitting me up like, Trev, I'm glad you're back. I never disappeared, homie, I was just leaning back. Ain't no fuck around, yo. None of y'all are down, yo. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fucking face, eat the ass, yo. Staying in my lane, you stay in yours, and that's just that. I don't hang the fuck around, yo. None of y'all around, y'all. Claiming you're my homie, but you praying on my downfall. Block up, make his fuck.
Alright, let me stop.
Yeah, Look. You ever had something that meant so much to you? Meant so much. You never wanted to let it go? Never. Yeah. Me and you mean forever. I don't ever wanna lose you, cause you mean so much to me. I said you reached into my soul and you covered up that hole. I never knew that you were meant for me. It's like you took what was broken, you put it back together. No more living in misery. When we talked the first night, you made me lose my mind, and now I'm thinking about forever together. You and I wanna hold you in my arms till you take your last breath. Even when we go to heaven, we'll be together in death. Yo, lately I've been waking up with you on my mind. A day without you would feel like the day I'm gonna die. See, you're always on my mind, and I'll never tell a lie. I just wanna share my life with you until the day I die. Even when we're in the sky, we'll be shining so bright that we're lighting up the sky. And we're touching other lives. See, with you I feel alive. Girl, I'll never make you cry. Ever since I met you, baby, you've been opening my eyes. Seeing you with other guys would make me lose my fucking mind. You make me feel like I'm the greatest, even got me feeling shy. Cause I never used to smile, and now I do it all the time. I had a lot of lonely nights, but my soul is shining bright. Since you walked into my life, you made me a better guy. I don't think about different women, I think about you and I. Me and you mean forever, I don't ever wanna lose you, cause you mean so much to me. I said you reached into my soul and you covered up that hole. I never knew that you were meant for me. It's like you took what was broken, you put it back together. No more living in misery. When we talked the first night, you made me lose my mind, and now I'm thinking about forever together. You and I wanna hold you in my arms till you take your last breath. Even when we go to heaven, we'll be together in death.
I love that joint. That made that shit a long time ago. Ooh. We need to bring it back real quick. They don't know how to touch it. They don't know how to rap about shit. They want to. It's called the. We're gonna show them how it's done.
Yeah. Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Dear mama, you're all that I got. I know life was messed up and went left with my pops. I was out there running the block, drugs in my sock. After I got raped, I blamed you and my pops. I was mad at life, I hated myself. I thought if I could blame y'all, it would fix itself. But I was wrong, and I can admit that there was nothing worse than waking up every day not knowing your worth. Mama, no matter what you did to me, I just wanna say I love you. I'll make you proud with victory. I stand tall every day and look these kids in the face. Growing up like I did, that's why I wanna make a change. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be who I am. So this song is for you, mama. You gotta know that you're special. I miss you so much. If you need me, I'll come to your rescue. Mama, I remember just the other day, you would tuck me in the bed and tell me everything's okay. You would tell me nothing's ever gonna happen, but these people kept coming around. It was like the devil watching us collapsing. I just had to forget it, but just know you're forgiven. We get stuck in the system. Mom, get out that prison, cause you're better than that. I'll carry us on our back and pull us out of that trap. Dear mama, I love you.
I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Mama, I know you lived through the trauma, and I ain't trying to bring it up to start no drama. I just want you to know that I'ma glow in your memory, cause you were the best. I have your soul. Don't ever let no man tell you what the f to do. Don't ever let no man put his hands all over you. I don't wanna see you getting hurt anymore. more. You've been to hell and back, mom, it's time to open them doors. It's 2024, I'm here to turn the page. Voice for the voiceless, the year we make a change. Tired of the deaths in our country. People acting funny, switching over money. Materialism, people lack substance. Haters everywhere, the devil's getting comfy. Dear mama, spread your wings, you're free now, I love you. I will always forgive you, no matter the troubles.
Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Thank you, B-Wish. I appreciate you. You always got kind stuff to say. But you definitely don't blow smoke up asses either. If you know, you know. Ooh. I'm in the field, I'm a sergeant with the drills. When I get up on the main, they know I leave a cold chill. Hold on, we gotta run that. Woo!
A lot of people try to come and put a stop to me, but I've been running through these beats kinda like a Rocky scene. When I take over, they'll probably say it's a robbery. I'm sick of all these actors that lacking, living in mockery. I came up out the jungle, in and out of the poverty, training like Miyagi to make it out this economy. My whole life, I've been trying to change. It's been a long time coming, cause I'm sick of the pain. Waking up with no food and no water to bathe. I had to shower at the neighbors for a whole year straight. What you know about looking at your mom in the face, snorting lines of meth instead of paying the rent, now it's late. I used to wake up every morning to a fiend in the house. Then one day, I packed my bags and moved straight out of town. Cause I'm the sergeant with the drills, I stay laying it down. Send them through them cold chills like a draft in your house. Let's go. I'm in the field, I'm a sergeant with the drills. When I get up on the mic, they know I leave a cold chill. I'm like a storm when I spin the windmill. I'ma take off to the top, you try to stop me, yo, that can't be. I'm in the field, I'm a sergeant with the drills. When I get up on the mic, they know I leave a cold chill. I'm like a storm when I spin the windmill. I'ma take off to the top, you try to stop me, you'll get killed. Going through the struggle like I have as a kid is the reason why I get emotional when using my pen. I just wanna make it out and make a life for my kids and get married and just have a family, cause my heart's full of sin. I done did a lot of dirt, robbing grown adults since I was 13, taking stacks of money and disappearing within the streets. Going crazy back in heat, grab a pan, I'm cooking beef. I'm glad I left town, cause if I didn't, it was murder scenes. I was young and very toxic as a little teen, carrying around dope, selling it to a couple fiends. People coming to my window at night, phone ringing off the Richter for a ball of some white. I used to be that hustler, making moves on a bike. If anybody looked wrong, I was ready to fight. Don't get it twisted, cause I changed it, now I'm living my life. I'm the sergeant with the drill, sending chills to the mic, let's go. I'm in the field, I'm a sergeant with the drills. When I get up on the mic, they know I leave a cold chill. I'm like a storm when I spin the windmill. I'ma take off to the top, you try to stop me, yo, that can't be. I'm in the field, I'm a sergeant with the drills. When I get up on the mic, they know I leave a cold chill.
That's so old. I made that years ago. I'm in the field, I'm a sergeant with the drills. When I get up on the mic, they know I leave a cold chill. I can't even do it still. I'm like a storm when I spin the windmill. Hold on. What do you got?
Had that one woman.
Yeah, that one's fire too. We know. Next. Where's my joints at? Oh, okay. Say a prayer for me. I see that. Oh, yeah. We need a little bit of Dear Jesus in there. Yeah. Ooh. Which one? 1, 2, 3. I'm going to close my eyes and pick.
Yeah. Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, dear Jesus.
Blood. Dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rev gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn insane.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look, it's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kissed, and you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a teen, and now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it, I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
It's nothing but pain. All of these things, I like it. Vona is like, let me phone this song in. Where's it at? Which one was it? Was it I'll Be Okay? I'm trying to remember which one it was. Was it this one? Vona, which one was it? Yeah.
I'm standing on the edge, say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me, and keep me in your thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute, and I could use divine intervention, so keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer.
God changed my life for the better and now I'm feeling great. These demons always try to come around and take my place, so kneel beside my shadow space and say a prayer for me, cause sometimes I catch myself losing faith. Then I remember what my mission is. I'm here to make a difference. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. All they do is kill little kids, and you expect us to sit back and keep watching and listening? To change this grim script and resist, we must rise together and not just exist. So lift your voice, break the chains, pray for strength amidst these pains. We must all come together when we pray.
Keep me in your head, cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me, and keep me in your thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute, and I could use divine intervention, so keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer for me.
As I go through the day, I continue to pray, but every day it's getting worse with these demons we face. Little Elijah view, only age 3, voice caught in the shadows, far too deep. Whisper the prayers every night before I go to sleep. Dreams of dawn, where fears are gone, and heaven hears the pleas. I wish I could bring every single missing person back. I see these frustrated families and about to crack. In the night's cold grass, we light a match. I'ma keep being that person that always makes a path. The Rev gang's here to stay. I made a way, and we will keep being a voice no matter what they say.
Keep me in your head, cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me, and keep me in your thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me. Say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer for me.
Man, you know, we got to sometimes bring it back a little bit. Yeah, I don't want to keep you crying, right? Sometimes I got to get you hype a little bit. This is me, Quest, 100 Kufis. I'm the third verse. Enjoy it. I ain't released this. This ain't out. I only played it here.
I used to sleep next to a window. I heard them shots busting. 2 years later, I was out there having ops running. 3 years later, I'm in this booth. I think I got something. Most you rappers speaking fairy tales, so just stop bluffing. I seen the hate up in their eyes when I started doing better. It's so easy just to see that y'all done fucking grew bitter. Fuck the other side, let it rain. You shoulda knew better. Climbing to the top, man. Y'all gon' see me in your newsletter. They burn all the bridges, and that's why you never visit. We kill off the competition, set fire to all the riches. Now they looking so vicious, cause we got this from the trenches. My intent is so malicious, so if you want it, you can get it. I'm the hottest down my city, man. These rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary. I'm the hottest down my city, man. These rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary.
30 shots in the glizzy, just in case one of the ops is out here plotting to get me. You know they love you just as long as you can spot them a 50, and they hate it when they see you sitting on top of your pennies, because they count what's in your pockets like you gotta be kidding. They couldn't walk up in your shoes but try to ride in your Bentley, you fucking asshole. That's why your life is probably shitty. I feel like Batman in Gotham when he's watching the city, and I don't need a sidekick unless you robbing them with me. Me and my girl Bonnie and Clyde, Bobby and Whitney. Just because I'm Mr. Claus, I climb in your chimney. Merry Christmas, motherfucker, I ain't trying to be friendly.
I'm the hottest down my city, man. These rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary. I'm the hottest down my city, man. These rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary.
Watch how you approaching me. This bitch been a ghost to me. I'll let the Glock pop at your neck. Here, hold these rosaries. Dog, I'm nastier than I ever was supposed to be. According to the haters, had to bag them like the groceries. Open up your eyes and you'll realize that you notice me. I've been on the grind and I ain't stopping till I'm overseas. This my profession, I do it all with aggression. When I speak on the mic, I'm saying it with my chest, bitch. Yeah, I'm standing on my own 10, rocking back and forth in my city to the cold wind. Bear in mind I gotta eat cause I was chosen. I'm hungrier than you, it really shows in my emotions.
The hottest down my city, man. These rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary.
Let's get it, man. Right, what are we talking about?
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on the page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent and the honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same. Let's go.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. Part the heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend. In the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hope strength from my spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I sleep when it is.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light, in this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
I love that one. I do. I really do. I really do. We heal. We meant. All right, let me see what we got here. Where's this one? I like that. That's good. I like that music too. That's fire. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Wake them up a little bit. I know this is a lot of people's favorites right here, though. This one right here. This having a conversation over a beat. You know what I mean?
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got Rev gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to his knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a proof.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I'm speaking to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster and y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up, step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the depths.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
It's like they don't want to listen to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. And they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No answers, no leads, they get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
Get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
That's a fact. I did get in a fight with the devil and landed right up in heaven. And I'm staying here. I ain't going back. You know, I stepped out my cage from it. I was like, what's up, devil? You know, he pulled me up in the square. We got it popping. Next thing you know, I was like, man, I need to get my ass back over in heaven. Because over here with the devil ain't good. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. You're going to be like, you were worshiping the devil? No, absolutely not. Demons, fighting demons. You know?
You know what I mean, pal? We're out there kicking these fucking demons' ass, you know? All right, let me stop now. It's about time we go lay it down. We're going to run this one right about here, you know?
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I'm manifesting my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.